What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. We are here in day number 2 of the Heats. Shy Wager Reese. Yesterday, we watched some of the craziest games, but now things are really put to the test. Remember, we only have 6 matches, and only the top 8 performing trios we pushed on to grand finals. How are you guys feeling right now? I know we want to bring that hype, but there's got to be an air of seriousness too.
Okay, you want to get serious with it? It feels like I'm at like the Olympics, but like somewhere in between like that national, international level where we have like weird games, because some heats, like the one we were watching yesterday, are like a tug of war. We have one team all the way up top, and then suddenly they're 8th, and then suddenly they're 2nd again. Like it's just going back and forth, back and forth. Like it's insane.
It's crazy. And, you know, these teams that are up at the top are all very, very close still. Any one of these guys can take it. 6 games today. So many teams that are in contention for that top spot. But not only the top spot, they're in contention for that top 8 qualification spot as well. So anything could happen today, and I'm excited to see where it turns out.
And yesterday, we watched a lot of these trios get that very strong start, right? Some are probably, if you're like a trio playing, you're feeling like that top 1 place is so far ahead and away. But again, like you said, we're just looking to make top 8. Even if you come in that 8th slot, you're still going to make it through the grand finals. And it's going to be a huge sigh of relief. Now, players that don't make it, there will be a little bit something extra, but we'll talk about that in just a second. I mean, guys, there's a lot of pressure on today.
Absolutely, and there's pressure in different forms, right? Because there's legendary trios that we know of, Mitro, Mongol, Tayson, who have a little bit of, you know, expectations behind them, but then brand new trios we don't usually get to see, like Fixie and Kaspersa and company, who are really just showing up in the first 2 games and staying alive in that top 5 for a long time. 8 teams making it out of 32, tall ask, and some favorites will not make that mark.
It's going to be sad for some teams. Like, you know, in Heat 4, obviously we're covering Heat 1 mainly today, but in Heat 4, Kezix, Nate, and 4ZR are currently outside of that top 8 slot. And if we kind of cast our minds back to the qualifiers, Week 1 and Week 2, these guys dominated, taking first place. So it look currently, it's after the day 1 of the Heats, like these guys may not make it. I hope that isn't the case, because they are such a strong team coming into the grand finals. So it's going to be interesting to see over the next 6 games, if these guys can kind of bring it all back and claim that top 8 slot.
We've seen it before, right? We've seen teams that even start with just 10 points on day number 2 suddenly rocket up the leaderboards with these high placement games, high eliminations. It's possible. Anything is possible, right? We won't know the final results until that 6th match is played, and then we'll have the top 8 trios. So what I'm hoping to see from a lot of these trios today specifically is just forget about yesterday. Even if you play super high, yesterday doesn't matter. Today has to be your focus. You have to be bringing your A game. And every time something goes right, that's great. Celebrate it, but keep your mind focused. And when something goes wrong, you have to huddle up. You have to say, what could we have done differently? Now, I don't think we make big changes like don't hit up another POI, nothing like that. But it's just like, you know, if someone called out, maybe don't make that play. Maybe don't make that play. Or vice versa, right?
Yeah, there's sometimes a wrench that has to be thrown in. You know, you're down bad or you're at 9th place and you're trying to do things consistently, but you need that change. You might have to switch the spots, right? You might have to switch the strats. But I like what you said about mental there, Zeke. Like, I always suggest the number 1 thing to do is when you're winning, control your emotions, because then when you lose, it's that much easier to understand what's going on around you. I mean, Reese, I'm not sure if you've seen, like, you know, teams go full tilt or really start popping off and gain momentum, but that's kind of what we look at in EU all the time, right?
I think within our scene, we've all seen teams go full tilt. It's not a rare occasion for teams to, you know, be on that high horse. You know, the spirits are really, really high. These guys are ecstatic. They play well. And then, you know, as soon as one game starts to go badly, it all turns around. They're all raging. They're not controlling, which obviously, as soon as you get emotional about a game, you start to make really bad mistakes. And then that kind of compounds on itself. So it gets worse and worse and worse. So I think keeping that level head is exactly what you guys need to be doing. Mr. Savage, known for a guy who does that. Playing well, not getting overly excited, not playing well, not overly sad about it. And that's kind of the mentality that I think that a lot of these guys that are going to be consistently up there are definitely going to need to be kind of taken onto and holding.
But that's the thing, right? Whether you're Savage or Fixie or anyone else, like having that point total next to you, getting those leaderboard updates, it's not just the game performance that is like the thing that might tilt you or push you ahead. It's your overall spot, the limited amount of games, heats, right? Like a chance to just get completely disqualified from playing the grand finals, not being allowed to push through. Like that's a lot of pressure to have on yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think about it too, right? If you're one of these trios that is outside of qualification, even outside of top 16, if something does go wrong, there is more of that pressure that's going to like kind of start to steer you down that road. But a lot of these guys, right, they're the top 1% of players. They've made it to this round because they excel, because they are that top 1%. So I would hope that even in those games where something goes wrong, maybe you get sniped or maybe just a rotation doesn't quite go your way, being able to just take a step back and say, look, it doesn't matter because I know I am good at this game. I'm a professional player. I'm here for a reason. Next game is going to be different. I'm going to make it different, right? Taking that onus into your own hands.
Yeah, you're saying maybe something will go wrong, possibly. Things have gone wrong for, I would say, 32 of the 33 trios. You also use the word snipe. Why did they go wrong? Because Thomas HD was in the game landing snipes. I think we saw Benji Fishy all the way over at Starks yesterday. Things went very, very wrong. They call it Murphy's Law. I might just change that over to Thomas HD's bars/laws, right? Because this man just drops shots no matter where you are, best positions, end game. And they were taking things by storm. They even won, I think, the first game from yesterday. And past that, had even more top fives back to back. They looked really good, better than what I've seen in qualifiers even, Reese.
These guys were super consistent all the way through yesterday's games, and it was, you correct, they picked up that game 1 victory royale, and they've just consistently been doing well and well every single qualifier game that we've seen here completely. So I'm excited to see how these pick up today. These guys are known for their consistency and known for popping off. People know Thomas HD for being a great sniper, but he's not only that, he's a great solo player, he's a great team player, he does it all.
He's such a slayer, and we actually have like a nice little package here to be looking back at some of his play and a victory royale. So guys, walk us through this.
Yeah, just to even, we hyped up Thomas HD, but for game 1, and specifically a lot of games for this trio, sometimes Thomas went down, sometimes Flick went down, and it was a 2-man operation. I would say the key of yesterday was really a Nos at endgame, clutching out, making the proper calls, and showing us why we shouldn't forget why he's one of the best players in EU at clutching, rotating, and just proper game sense dynamics.
Yeah, and Anas was known as a big solo player before really he got his any notoriety in kind of the team mode. So, that kind of is really fitting that he's going to be a guy that's able to clutch really, really hard. And, when we always talk about trios, we try not to single out a certain player. We've just introed this entire package by talking about Thomas HD, but there's a trio here, right? Anas is an incredible player, and so is Flick. And these guys work together so well.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw them all the way on height sometimes, but then things went wrong. They went all the way down to low. From there, clutching out with one teammate down against 3 other enemies, against eye drop possibly right next to your box wall to wall, and they weren't even full HP. Thomas didn't even have any shields to go. This is game 1 where all the pressure's on the line. You're trying to stamp your momentum down. And they performed. A big shot onto Kaspersa. After that, more shots all the way off into the zone. I think it was Anas left all the way by himself. And because of this, just had the better position, had the better decisions, and won out game number 1.
Yeah, and this is the game where Fixie here ended up accidentally crash padding from the height and kind of flying into the zone here. And this is kind of something that we see players normally use the bounce pad for instead of the crash pad, right? If you're staying ultimate high, you need to be ensuring that your layering is efficient, right? He's staying about 10 layers above Anas at this point and just kind of flies out into the zone and doesn't really manage to do much with it.
Yeah, and that was like the start of EU day number 1. It was a clutch. It was a solo 1v1. It was height plays and crash pads. So how will things look today is another question.
Man, it's going to be a tough 6 games, I'll tell you that. It's going to be quite the hurdle, but we're going to get through it together. Don't even worry about it, Fortnite fam. Now, we're going to get into games in just a moment, but first, let's go ahead and remind everybody what the tournament format looks like. Let's take a look together. So remember, 3 weeks have led us to kind of this moment. We're now in heats. We had 6 games yesterday and another 6 today, where only the top 8 performing trios will advance onto grand finals. However, trios that place between 9th and 16th will be entered into the wild card match, Shio.
Yeah, and we're honestly closer to this wildcard match than we are to round 3, which is insane to think about. But what is that wildcard match exactly? When there's one person, or there's everyone that places from 9th to 16th place gets to play in it, and the winner of the match gets to move on towards grand finals. That's right, the elims don't matter. Whoever gets that victory royale moves over to grands. Grands obviously played over 2 days, 6 games each per day, and then past that, whoever ends up first overall becomes the trio's grand final champion.
That is right. Now we'll move on to the format. We got the Victory Royale. is worth 25 points. Placement as far out as 17th is 1 point. And don't forget, there are 33 trios competing. So we're going to see about half that lobby needing to fall before we start to divvy out the placement points. Don't forget, every single elimination is worth 1 point. Now, you know, Reese, I don't know how today is going to go. We see a lot of this consistency permeate standings. But I think for a lot of these trios that are looking to try and break into top 8, we're probably going to see some more, I don't want to say desperate attempts, but we're going to see some more full send performances.
I think we will towards the end of the day. You know, those teams who are kind of in range of getting to that top 8, if they get one large game, I think they're going to try and make a play for it. You know, these guys are going to go, hey, we need a big elimination victory royale here. We're going to push these mid-game fights that we normally wouldn't because we need to ensure that we qualify. So the kind of last few games of today may be interesting. We may see a lot more aggression play going for those elimination points.
And it very well could make that difference, right? You know, we talk about this kind of like wow factor, right, Shai? Like this ability to just do something that will get you the victory royale. Sometimes it's offensive shocks or crash pads. Sometimes it's just making a play, sitting out in store. There's so much that can be done. Here is a look at your finals prizing over in the grand. So we are 1 day away from that. That's pretty wild to think about.
Yeah, it's like the added pressure of this plus the speed of an end game. You're talking about all those unique plays that ends up happening with shockwaves, with crash pads, with shots, with 1v1s, and it's all for that prize. More importantly, I feel like though the reputation to be called the best trio in Europe, which is arguably one of the best regions, possibly the best in the world. People have their different opinions, but it gets really it gets really intense between trios wanting to just put their stamp on the Fortnite island, on the Fortnite map, in the Fortnite scene.
Absolutely, man. You're bringing the hype, and I love it. And guess what, Fortnite fam? It's time. We've got 6 matches on deck today, and at the end of the 6 matches, only 8 teams will be able to move on through, but we'll also know who will be joining us tomorrow in the wild card match. We've got 2 of the best casters ready to go. We've got Sundown and Sancho West. Let's throw it to them. Say hello.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Jonesies, Bonesies, boys, girls, he, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. I'm Sundown.
And I am Sancho West, and we have an amazing day of Fortnite competitive action here slated. It is 6 games. It is Heat 1, Day 2. And like we mentioned, the top 8 advance into the grand finals. Hey, and then that 9 through 16, they get put into that wild card match that's going to happen right before the grand championships. Well, we're talking about the best of the EU region right now competing. All other heats are happening simultaneously. We'll do our best to keep you up to date what's happening on their side of the world. But right here, let's focus in on this amazing trio of Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas. What an amazing run they're having so far, Sundown.
Yeah, they've played absolutely incredibly. Currently 9 eliminations clear of the next closest team, and you've probably heard their names before. That's FaZe Mongrel, Liquid, Mitro, and E11's Tayson. Got the little smiley face gang in there as well, but they played fantastically yesterday, but still not up to the level of my prediction to actually win this heat. And they've just been doing it by having the uncontested side over in Dirty Dogs, getting out into these rotations, and finding the key moments to go challenge. And I think the big difference maker out of this trio, Sancho, is their ability to make plays largely on the back of Thomas.
Absolutely. In their first 2 games, that pair of opening games really solidified their placement in that leaderboard. Right now, they're sitting on top of the board in first place. I'm going to give you guys an idea of what happened in the overall days of action. Taking a look at, there was a lot of action down in the Portilla area. For some reason, a lot of action at Coral Cove, and a huge blow up of intensity fire down in Sweaty Sands. And let me tell you, the ability to condition your drops, those weeks of qualifiers, was able to get so much peace for people like the Thomas HDs, the people like iDrop Vettel, the people like Mongrel, the people like Lechi and Benji out there in Doom's Domain. All those kind of action on the heat maps out there, very cool and very calm. It's just showing the level of respect all these other trios are having for those strong trios out there.
And we are currently doing kind of a tour of those strong trios. First, we stopped in with our first place team. This is currently our second place team right now. Playwell Stir 6, I Drop 7, and Vettel 7. You can see them, again, doing their usual rotation directly out of Misty, hitting the fishing spots, and then heading straight north.
And shout outs to the Fortnite fam. Someone hit me up in the DMs and let me know that Vettel, Stir 6, and iDrop, this is where their original drop was. And this is where I had some concerns because they kind of mentioned on Twitter that they were dropping 20 different places, but maybe that variety, maybe that the ability to be a chameleon in your drops and not be so concrete in that will allow this trio to do well. And I have to put this out there. They only kind of put in 5 games. They had an issue technically. And to be able to have 5 games in the bucket and be second place, now that is something that people need to talk about. And at the same time, with no Victory Royale sundown.
Yeah, they've been doing a very good job going on there and being able to kind of rack up the points necessary. Again, you have to remember the queue times in between in these set lobbies have been reduced by 5 minutes compared to previous FNCSs. So make sure that your entire trio is queuing up as soon as you're out of that lobby. But we're hopping on board here with Fixie, Kaspersa, and Ziny. We'll do our best job to pronounce these correctly all day today because you guys more than deserved it yesterday. But they also fell off really hard yesterday. They got off to an incredible start, and we talked about their consistency in the first 3 matches, averaging a top 3 placement and kind of playing for that late. But then after that, they ran into a number of games where they just weren't really able to get anything going. Somebody got caught out, and they weren't kind of able to get into those placement thresholds.
Absolutely. They start off the day in the top 3. They give you an idea that essentially throughout those entire ones, they kind of slipped down. And now they're in 7th place at the moment. And that's the kind of slide we're talking about. So we're going to keep an eye on that top 8 throughout the entire day. We're going to let you know who's on the bubble, who is kind of making a momentous shift up their leaderboard. We already saw Benji, Lecce, and Mr. Savage double their output in one huge pop-off game. And not to mention, we got to mention Snappy, Michael FNR on Twitch, and Wakey. They had the same kind of output. And on Twitter, that trio kind of put out there, yo, we figured out how to get the end game, and we're going to get there. So keep an eye on that trio as well. But Cartoon Legends and Flory, they themselves are that bubble. They are sitting at 8th place. So they got to hold on tight considering that God Said Trio and Co. are only 2 points behind them going into this match.
And you're probably wondering as a viewer, what do I care about today? When I'm watching, when I'm looking at the standings, what are the things that I'm looking for? Well, first of all, at the end of the day, the top 8 teams across each one of these European heats will be on to the grand finals. Those will be our 32 teams who advance. So you want to see your team in the top 8, and we'll be keeping you up to date of what that threshold looks like, who's on the line. And it doesn't matter whether you're 1st or 8th, your ticket is a prize to that dance and an opportunity to compete among the best of the best for the AXA champions and that over $100,000 top place prize. Now, after that, if you don't get into 1st through 8th, that's fine. Your tournament is not over if you're able to place in between the 9th through 16th over the course of the heats. That will give you the lifeline, the one last shot to that wild card match, Sancho, that will have, honestly, the honor of casting tomorrow before the grand finals start.
And everyone in the Fortnite fam is hyped for that. They're saying it's a historical day because never, ever in esports that I've seen just literally one match, one victory royale. You could pop off. You could have 20 elims. It doesn't matter. If you don't get that victory royale, you're not going to go in advance into that last 33rd spot for the grand finals. And all that is going to go down on Halloween. One of my favorite Halloween. I just love it because I want to pull back a little bit. My daughter's 3 years old, and we've been celebrating Halloween. It feels like for 30 days because she absolutely loves all the creepy ghouls and whatnot. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to raise in the moment, but she absolutely loves it. I feel like I'm raising a little Beetlejuice girl. So I'm hyped for it. I'm excited for it. And for it to go down on that weekend, it's going to be really cool, man. Really cool.
It's going to be really exciting, and we're going to kick it off, especially right now, with an exciting trio who we've talked about their slow start yesterday. The first couple matches, they struggled. Really, it was the first 3-4 matches to kind of get over that Storm Surge threshold. But now, right here, day number 2, match 7, kicking it off. 2 eliminations right off the bat. The quick loot of Dooms, the run north to then immediately contest the trio who's hitting the Quinjets and trying to hit kind of that upgrade bench island above them. The fact they're able to win that fight quickly, resolve it, and now they're rotating in the taxi cab and kind of hawking their opponents here. So honestly, it seems like a much better position and a start to the day for this power trio.
Yeah, and they shook off that rust. I mean, they weren't unable to compete in that Week 3 qualifiers. They had all the action come to them. At one point, they had 3 trios landing there at that moment, so they did not know how to navigate Storm Surge. Now they have that figured out. Now let's see how they implement that here in day 2. That is the adjustments that we're talking about, and that is what I enjoy about the format. The break in the action. You have a night's sleep to think about what you need to do. Now, these are one of the trios that were here, Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha, that we highlighted, that we let the world know that you got to keep an eye on it, and right now they're on the outside looking in. So I'm expecting Nikov, Alpha, and Blaster to have a better day 2, and already they're starting off with 1 elim and 1 point.
And they're also well above that Storm Surge threshold right now. You can see that, the warning coming in on the right-hand side. For those of you unfamiliar, Storm Surge will damage the most passive players in the lobby. The trio who has done the least amount of damage will start receiving 25 damage per every 10 seconds. So that's what ends up driving some of this action and why you see these players try and maximize their damage, especially when they get an opponent down but not out. And right now you can see a little bit of aggression coming out, but Blaster going to be forced back, will be hit by a bandage cannon, but now opens up right away, and Recon is going to get yoinked right back into the box to make sure they can get all the loot, secure the headshot as well. And that's a good elimination coming out from them there. Not too much going to be traded over either.
And these are the kind of engagements that I'm kind of worried. Yeah, they get that right there and there. They're getting those valuable storm tags, but you know, all that bottom of the board and throughout the entire cast that I've seen in day 1, as Nikeva picks up a knock on Savage, so that's interesting to watch. We'll keep an eye on the Elim fit. But the whole point is I'm trying to make is I feel like this bottom of the board is essentially kind of affecting each other and not allowing anyone to kind of get up there because they seem to be taking each other out. You know, one gets a little bit, it feels like they're a bunch of crabs in a barrel, and as soon as someone sees a light, they automatically get pulled down. So that is something that I'm looking here, that all these engagements are happening in these secondary power POIs because a lot of people just don't want any business of dealing with Doom's Domain or Stark Industries. So that's something we got to keep an eye on at day 2 to see how these players on the bottom of the board are essentially just ruining each other's runs there.
Yeah, but right now, a team who we talked about getting off to a good start, all of a sudden loses one of their key members, and another one in trouble right now is Toby, Nikeva, and Caxi have Benji and Co. pinch. You can see Lecce just took a whole bunch of damage there, so largely going to be on the back of Benji to make any plays if possible. And right as I say that, Lecce gets dropped down, eats the 160 tag, more than enough damage to take him down there, and all of a sudden now Benji playing Lone Ranger and a little bit of a caster's curse coming through. The first 2 eliminations picking up well, but Benji trying to disengage, find a little bit of space, and Nikeva not going to give him even a moment in time, and down goes uncontested Dooms. The day 1 curse behind Benji, Fishy, and Co. starts off again. Game 1, just a complete waste. Only 2 points going over for them.
I know we're in the Halloween season and there's a bunch of spells and curses and black cauldrons and all that kind of stuff down in the distance, but Benji's they have to figure something out. Historically, they are a slow team. Last time I raised the red flag and all the alarms, the weeboos, whatnot, were all going off, and I was worried that they won't do well, and eventually, like I said, 2 games. Oh my goodness! Mongrel gets beamed! The Whiplash brought so much attention to them, and all of a sudden the lobby decided, no, we're not going to give you this easy rotation, because you know by now, Sundown, everybody knows 2 Whiplashes coming from Stark Industry, that has to be Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson.
Yeah, you see those Mark 51s, and they're going to get picked off right away. They make a ton of noise, and on top of that, they are very, very, very colorful. I mean, that red and gold paint job is able to be picked out, especially when you're driving through the Green Forest. But additionally, too, with the cars exploding there, you can see the fire taking over onto the trees. It's part of the reason why they are building with metal. A new impact that has come in here in Chapter 2, that fire being able to burn over. But right now, we've seen time and time again, when Mongrel goes down, this trio struggles. Mongrel has over 80% of the eliminations of other trios in the FNCS. Every time he gets 4+ eliminations, he's not guaranteed to win the game, but he has more than a better odd. Like, we've talked about all the stats, but when he goes down, despite how good Mitro and Tayson are, they generally aren't able to really convert these into big point performances. So going to keep an eye on whether or not that's true this game.
Average placement of 29th when Mongrel goes down early. Now we're going to take a look at the circle here. It's going to be, such a dangerous end game. A lot of different changes of elevation, terrain. We got a river that runs through it. It's going to be so dangerous for the in-game leaders to kind of figure it out. They get them into this, put them in prime position for in-game Sundown.
Yeah, what's up with Europe and the Sentinel Graveyard in Gorgeous Gorge, man? It seems we keep coming back over here. I'm all about it. This is my looting spot. I think for almost the entirety of the Chapter 2 maps, there's a great scavenger route that runs through here, and there's so many different little aspects that come into play, from the Sentinel's hands being able to rocket you up, you can retake high ground or force through, but also the fact you can't build through them makes the pathing a little bit more difficult. There is the variable terrain down in the gorge. There used to be the geyser there, but right now, Kaizen looking to line up a shot, and you can see he sees the players rotating, has the opportunity, and he finds it right there. Peku being taken down, and now they're going to try and follow up. Horizontal shockwave coming through. He is going to get clipped a little bit off to the top. Going to see it. Nope, not going to opt to hit the Sentinel hand. Try and throw himself forward, as Zico and Willow are going to push forward. Zico gets the cleanup, but then gets knocked down himself, as now Kaizen looking to tarp out, make sure he covers his back. They're going to just stick the revive and hopefully make sure they can find the other one. He's going to get some great shots going on there. Excuse me. At least return fire a little bit, as Kaizen is going to look to go on the aggressor here a little bit. Nope, just owning some space, making sure they can get the revive, and that's a good pick off.
And what a great start for this day. Coming into 13th place into day 2. Looking solid, and look at all the elims that they had there. That's going to be the kind of performances that you need to kind of get you into it already with 4 elims, and we haven't even got to placement points being doled out. Having a little bit issues with the shockwaves, and Kaizen just literally just goes straight up, and now he's abandoned and he's all alone. And luckily, not too much focus here, but yikes! A big old oof! Gets dunked right into the Gorgeous Gorge waterfall. Oh, but he lands right next to his teammates? Okay.
I was about to say, that might be the most fortunate oof in the entire world, as the shockwave went down as he went in the down but not out animation and still threw him on the perfect trajectory to line up. But I just want to take 1 second, and we're going to talk to everyone on broadcast, and we're going to talk to the trios and the NA East caster, Aussie Antics. He did a great job talking about this before. But please, if you're rotating with a bouncer and a shockwave, don't just set a singular box. Edit the roof above you as well, then end up destroying it. You're going to put an extra wall above, and then you're going to put a ramp. What this does, then when the bouncer and the shockwave go up, if you are going to end up being separated, you hit the top of the ramp, and the walls keep you all going in the same direction. It costs you an extra 3 builds to guarantee you that that doesn't happen. Please, you are the best of the actual best. You need to make sure you're doing those rotations correctly.
Now what this trio is trying to do correctly is now figure out their max pull rotation. And this is the trio that I mentioned. They're sitting at top 8 advance. And there goes the shockwaves. They'll go everybody out in distances. Obviously, Dasik didn't just hear Sundown. He's trying to speak through and try to use his, psychic abilities. Look, there's the extra time here. Let's see how this works out for Cartoon Florian Legends. Taking the time, rocking that Travis Scott sicko mode. Let's see that sicko oh my goodness. I don't know, dude. Is it Halloween that's kind of creeping in that's giving us Caster Curse's power? I mean, I gotta watch out, man. I might be OP. I need to be nerfed.
And right now you can see the curse coming in there and coming into fruition as another failed shockwave execution splits up a trio. But right now you can see everybody billy goating up on the side, trying to get whatever priority positioning as they just rain down the assault rifle shots from above. Those who have already got their positioning having the benefit of not needing to move as the zone continues forcing everyone onto the highest most point here right on top of that Gorgeous Gorge lookout. You can see have all the Sentinels in play as well. We've seen a number of EU endgames go on, but hey, shoutouts Zaini, Fixie, and Kaspersa making an endgame here. However, Thomas HD, the current leader and Captain Clutch himself for Gamma Gaming, can he put it all together as they right now are only going to walk away with 1 placement point as we're into our top 17. You can see Michael getting taken down there, and Thomas, no surprise to being able to clutch by himself, the most clutch player from round 1 coming through. Can he do it again? He's won a game here before, Sancho.
It's going to be so difficult. Yes, he's won solo where he was in the 20s and with like in shambles. He basically moved out of Shambles Town, moved to the Upper West Side, right into Victory Royale lane, solo, dolo. Can he do it again? Does he have another clutch moment in the back pocket? We all have to keep eyes right now as he is 372 below the threshold, and it is the 6th zone. We got full rotating zones, 7, 8, 9. The 9th zone will ultimately close, but Thomas HD doesn't matter. He's going to snake his way, gets a couple of nice beams, and that should be able to put them right into that Storm Surge as he's going to have to kind of keep tabs on it, but it's such a dangerous situation for Thomas HD because my worry, Sundown, is the terrain. That terrain will gobble you up instantly.
No, he's going to clutch this. You know what? Right now, Thomas is going to clutch this because he came through the back. You saw Snowda get a huge pickup that was clutch by himself, but then Thomas came and was able to scavenge an Elim onto him. He has the Harpoon as well. Was able to get some excess shields. However, he's had priority. He's pulled priority on zone 3 times in a row now. Pulled priority on 5th zone, pulled priority on 6th, just got it on 7th again. However, no excess utility. The only thing he got were those 2 minis from Snowda. Oh, he got caught with his pickaxe out, dropped in, and nope, not going to clutch at all. Instead, just gets a couple extra placement points, caught with the pickaxe out. We're going to run this game out as Caxi and Toby currently on the high ground, and we see the rest of the lobby rotating.
We just got a taste of the danger of not being on the low ground. Low ground could essentially drop you right into their boxes. We're seeing Styler and Maestro and Ensar get themselves a nice elim. That's a strong trio, and what a strong game from this trio from Styler and co. They have sitting at 8 elims, and this is the power of low ground working together. You could work as a unit and just destroy and beam and rack up elims, and Styler is doing it with 4 elims already. Another elim. They're just a monster mowing down everybody on the low ground. High ground wins Victory Royales, but the low ground could win you a tournament, baby.
And you can also see just the veritable horde of loot that came with picking up all of those eliminations. 6 shockwaves, 12 minis, all of the mats in the world. He's tarping to the end of Oblivion, just full tarp into the next zone. They're going to have priority there now, but up on the high ground is still Toby and Caxi working as a duo. However, we finally have Fixie, Kasperza, and Zaini making an endgame again. Top 14 players, top 6 coming in. Don't forget, 1 point for each trio until we get into the top 3. That's where the bonuses come in, but right now, Ensar, Maestro, and Styler are leading the charge. That's number 14 coming through for the trio, or 13, excuse me, as they're able to convert there, and we have our top 5 now.
What a huge pop-off game that we're seeing right here from Maestro, Ensar, and Styler, and there it is. He's gonna have to kind of use these shockwaves, goes for height, and yes, they have height, and they're looking good as we're going into the 9th zone. It is the ultimate closing time, and they have the dominant position, and they have so much shockwaves to cause so much chaos down below, and they have the chug splashes. They looking strong, they looking healthy. Let's take a peek at what's happening down below as Toby gets sent down the storm, and now it's Kaizen, and taking a look, Ziku are the only one standing against it. It is two teams left, and this is the strong team. Everything is up for them to kind of close game 1 here of Heat 1, day 2 with a Victory Royale, and it's just a matter of moments as Zico is doing all that he can to survive and make sure he is up, and they actually lose height for a moment, and oh my goodness, the shockwaves comes out, but oh, the sigh of relief as they get the Victory Royale. Maestro, Styler, and Enzar with a huge 16 elim game, Sundown. Wow!
41 points to kick it off here in EU for day 2 in Heat 1. And what a way to get the matches rolling. We're going to toss it over to the analysts to break it down.
Thank you so much, guys. Pretty strong start to the first game of 6 here in EU. We've got Maestro, who is 200, 200, 200. Ensar, M10, W key. And Stir 6, I believe. Styler, excuse me, misspoke there. Not a bad way to start the day here. I mean, they're going to end the first game with 41 points. Now, do remember this is a cumulative leaderboard. So, with that being said, I feel like even regardless of what your performance was yesterday, 41 points in only just your first game, that is where you want to be.
Yeah, and for Maestro and company, like, just based off of yesterday's performance, this is a big step up. And this is what we're looking forward to on day number 2 for these trios that, you know, might have not had everything go to plan yesterday, actually build a strategy today. We saw it break down right there, everything in mid-ground, and have things go very, very well.
And this is what we've seen across multiple regions, EU and NE East, over the qualifiers here, where those teams on that second day that didn't really do great on day 1 really coming out. Our top 3 teams who placed first, second, and third in that have all teams who didn't perform too well yesterday. So that's a good kind of flip of the card to see who is going to play well today.
I just can't believe at the end having 6 shocks. Just be like, all right, we're going. Hey, it's us versus another team. We got 6 shocks. All right, yeah, we got this. Don't even worry about it. Why are we even sweating? But there was quite a bit that happened there. We did see Vidil slay out 13 eliminations. There's a lot that we're going to talk about. We'll take a look at the standings in just a second. But first, we got to walk that end game through. We've got to relive that moment and break down what happened. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, that end game is kind of a unique perspective we don't usually get to see. A lot of the times it's big clutches off of shambles, but we saw these guys take out trio after trio after trio and have so much loot to play with, Reese, that they really just started to ball out.
Yeah, and they already started the moving zones with a lot of eliminations. Like, normally we just see these guys kind of getting a few elims in early and mid game and then going really hard in the end game. But these guys already started with a ton of elims and they're still just managing to pick them up over and over and over again, accumulating in their 16 eliminations.
Imagine leaving Chug Splashes, Crash Pads, and Shockwaves down in the body, not picking them up. They got to just flex completely. Ooh. We see Maestro get all the way beamed out there from the top side. I think it was Kylix all the way up there. I'm not sure. I can't read the name completely. Kaizen, there it is. But Styler was the one who was kind of in an insurance spot, landed the final beam, and secured that victory royale for the team.
Yeah, and that's what happens. You know, all 3 of your teammates managed to stay alive up until this end game. It doesn't really matter how well that solo plays. It's so difficult to kind of clutch up a 1v3 in the end game. It would have been cool to see it. I will say if Kaizen had managed to kind of clutch that up and go on 1v3, that's the highlight moment. That's the Twitter clip right there. But obviously, these teams set it up so well that they were completely solidified and managed to pick up that victory royale.
And on a dime, right? Like the shockwave comes out, you hear it. On a dime, they land and they immediately focus up at the low ground because they know the player's already fallen down and they're already crouched, ready to keep the crosshairs tight and take shots. They're on it. Now the question becomes, can they carry this momentum? With 5 games left to play, can they continue to repeat this performance? They don't even need the victory royale. But if they can just continue to get even top 5 with 16 eliminations, just keep doing that and they can easily break into top 8.
Yeah, but you have to remember the why, right? That game was fully, in terms of confidence, the reason as to why they got to pop off so much. They were taking more edits because they had a full inventory. They had gold pumps, right? Compare it to game 1 of yesterday, where it was Anas and I think Flick just trying to survive together. Kind of shambles, playing box to box, not editing as much. So if this is a team that needs to have the big loadout, we don't usually get that, but they perform when they do have it. So we'll see what happens in game number 2.
Hopefully they get that same kind of loadout. These guys are coming out of Holly Hedges, so not a kind of drop spot that's really known for having a great amount of loot. I know personally, I have no shields coming out of there ever. Doesn't matter what the map is. So these guys managed to come out there with really good weapons. Maybe they're contested fighting. Holly Hedges is contested a lot of the times that we see. So it's for like such a small POI, it's quite interesting how often it is actually contested.
Well, hey, listen, you could always just eliminate another trio and take their stuff, and then boom, shields. You got a siphon, you got a gold pump. There you go. That's the key that you're missing, Reese. But we are going to take a look at the standings. So do keep in mind, these are the points from just this first game to kind of give you a picture of what we're seeing. So we have this trio coming in first. They have the big, massive 41.16 eliminations. But look at the rest of your top 5, right? Even just turning our attention to Vidil, 13 eliminations. Now, do keep in mind, they came in 5th. So even just that, being able to hit 26 points on the board every game is going to be pushing you up those leaderboards.
And they got pushed up super, super hard. Overall, on cumulative standings, Vidil is now in 2nd, and off that win, we'll see 200, 200, 200 Styler and M10 W Key in 5th overall. So for today, they're in 1st. They're boosted up though in that cumulative very, very, very fast. Past that though, some teams we were talking about yesterday, the unique trio of Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha have so many cool ways of playing the game, and they got 19 points in game number 1.
Yeah, and these guys have been consistently qualifying for round 3. These guys have been consistently performing, not necessarily up in the top 5 kind of placements so far. However, they're always there, they're always playing really well, and they're always picking off big teams and really, really showing that they are dominant. So moving over, again, this is the people who placed in the 6th down to the 10th place slots for today. And the one name that I'm pointing out here is currently in 6th for today is Kaspersa, Zinni, and Fixie. These guys overall on the cumulative leaderboard are also 6th. And this is a team that we haven't seen too much of before, but they've been playing very, very consistent on day 1 and now also starting off day 2 very consistently as well. They came 4th with only 2 eliminations that game, so these guys are consistently managing to get high placement, but not as many elims.
Now, I'm worried about our first place team, Thomas, his team. They only got 4 points that game. They started with 141 points. We'll have to see if they can pick it up. But guys, you know what time it is. We are getting ready to hop into game. So for now, we're going to jump back over to our casters. Buckle up. It's battle bus time, baby. Let's do it.
The bus is flying over. We are all buckled in, strapped in for game 2 of day 2 of Heat 1. This is going to be exciting to see because I just feel like there's so many trios are shocking the system right now with their epic plays and their clutch moments and their pop-offs. And now we're going to see a very different in-game going down to the Southwest region and taking a look at the heat map that we've been provided by Prodigy Analytics. A lot of action happens down there, considering a lot of trios who are on the bottom of the board are trying to scrounge any kind of elim points to get up that leaderboard. Again, I am Sancho West, alongside my partner, my co-pilot, Sundown. And what do you think, Sundown, after game 1?
Well, I think the big thing we've seen is that some of the teams from yesterday who were consistent performers off of the start are off to already a good performance. Flick, Anas, and Thomas able to still get a couple of points and not completely out of it, but faltered a little bit. However, you can see Vadil definitely storming his way up the leaderboard a little bit more, in addition to the fact that Zinni, Kaspersa, and his trio partner Fixie were able to kind of actually get themselves established again. While they only have 18 eliminations so far over the first 7 games, this is game 8 out of 12 total. Their placement points are still enough to get them up in the 6, but right now we're on board here with 200, 200, 200, M10, W key, and Styler now 200, 200, 200, and W key are Ensar and Maestro, and those 2 players have done so well so far. You can see they're on kind of, again, one of those southwestern routes here, a little bit of a fishing and a little bit of a split, trying to make sure you get enough shields because, again, as we've talked about in this Holly Hedge route, sometimes you're not necessarily leaving with all of the shields. Fishing can really, really, really help that. It helps with the shield fish that are coming through as well as those slurp fish. So being able to pull either one of those and kind of dedicating a player to kind of go over and hitting those fishing ponds is a really valuable strategy.
And someone that's been really valuable to the trio is Vadil. Vadil with an unbelievable performance in day 1. We saw that crazy stat line of him having a 60% success rate against Mongrel in the solos invitational and the solos FNCS. And right now, on the cumulative leaderboard, he's sitting, taking a look here, in 2nd place with Fast Roki and Kyle. And, I wanted to pick this team. I got a lot of flack from the broadcast booth from our analysts, Shayo and Reese, saying trios don't do well coming out of Steamy Stack historically. But here they are, Sundown. They're doing really well, sitting in 2nd place. And they racked up so many points from elims and came in 5th place, as my boy Zeke pointed out. It looks like they are developing some championships out of Steamy Stacks in the EU region.
And you can see Vadil in particular, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and then we ended up flying the stat where he ended up beating Mongrel 65% of the time in the solo invitational and the solo FNCS. And to be able to go not above 50-50 with a player like Mongrel on a consistent basis, and then we saw him put him in an absolute blender. But Kylie recently being signed here to Centric Gaming, Dion Waiter's organization, coming through there and kind of getting into the scene, involved with 3 European players, but right now trying to prioritize positioning over the Rift because they know this is key. They know there's another trio here, and they want to be able to disengage if necessary.
And that is the power of the Steamy Stacks. Vidil Fast Roki were essentially chilling so far away. They hit that Steamy Stack, and boom, they're right here ready to go. And looks like the chase is on the high-speed pursuits. Now we're going to go to someone else that needs to definitely pick up the speed. As you hear Sammy here, definitely setting up some sort of an ambush play. And this is where the safe zone is. And we have our first appearance of a Quinn Jet.
and the Quinjets being incredibly valuable. Those Stark Industry rifles, these players being able to put that fast first shot accuracy and the high damage rates on it, incredibly efficient coming out there. But right now, Plumberton, one of the stronger spots on the map for getting quick and efficient metal, but also need to be careful of the ambushes as Sammy actually just walks out into the open and hits him in the face with the AR. Not really an ambush, instead just slowly lists to the left, but he's gonna get the advantage there. But now looking for a little bit of the Clay Classic, instead just gonna yoink away, say my chug splashes now. However, the chase is on, breaking the builds and being a little bit of efficient here. And that's the one thing when you're on these scavenger routes, if somebody's able to get in and kind of interrupt it, it can be so incredibly painful. We see Richard Slat trying to use the bouncer to disengage, but get picked out of the sky. That's Kaijui being able to pick that one up. And right now, some good pressure coming here by Dennis, Sammy, and Kaijui.
And this is the kind of like the pressure that I'm seeing on the bottom of the board right now. Sammy, Kaijui, Dennis are sitting in 22nd place. Down goes Sammy, down goes Dennis. These engagements, yes, you set the ambush. Yes, you're trying to get that Elan point. That is important just to kind of get those storm tags in as well. But look, it could cost you in the long run. The overall picture, that could be detrimental, and is already this trio gets eliminated right there. They had the opening blow in the engagement, unable to capitalize on it. And out they go, ending of game 2 for them. But just going to give you guys and gals and the folks out there an overall look at the leaderboard. Flick and Nas Thomas is sitting in first place. Vidil, Fasroki, Kyle is second. Vidil, Vettel, Idrop, and Stursix in third. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson in fourth. Mastro, Styler, and Enzar in fifth. Casper says Zini and Flixie in sixth. Benji, Savage, Lechy in seventh. Legend, Cartoon, Flory in eighth. So that is our top 8 right now. And Badil and Kyle and Fasroki are sitting in second place, looking really strong. And I've been seeing, oh my goodness, Savage? What are you doing way out here, my friend? They're catching someone on a slow rotation here, Sundown.
And again, generally we've seen them push farther north, but these fights have been their doom time and time again, leaving Doom's domain and not able to resolve them quickly. And Fastroki, Vidil, and Kylie have no problem going box to box with the best in the region, and Fastroki is going to be able to find 2 eliminations there. Lechy is just going to try and disengage. Now walking back forward, you can see kind of the triangles coming through to try and get some pressure on here. He knows if he's able to clean up the elimination onto Fastroki, he can get the cards and kind of disengage, but until then, any kind of reboot effort is going to be thwarted by this 1v2, so it's going to come down to a key 1v1 in the storm. Who's better right now, Lechy or Ovation Fastroki? As Fastroki finds it around the backside, and Lechy, hello? Are you lost? Did you forget you were fighting a 1v1? What's going on there? As Kylie will take over, but both the reboots will go to Fastroki. All 3 eliminations going to him as well. The hero on the day there, as the reboot will be coming out.
Man, he totally got rinsed right then and there, hung out to dry. Fasroki with the clutch out here riding the storm. And that was a battle between second place and 7th place right then and there. And to kind of build to the storyline, another slow start for a Benji, Savage, and Lechy. And man, how many slow starts can you kind of withstand? Can you weather before you know it? That slow start could cost you and not make it into the grand finals. But a team that has not been on a slow start is Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. And it looks like they got some visitors here out in their power POI. And they're going to have to take care of some business as Sanji Fichi gets caught right then and there with a nice crash pad play from Tayson.
Yeah, the diagonal crash pad straight into the box. So hard to defend against that when it's vertical. And a nice, really nice hip fire spray there coming out from Tayson. I know that's the one thing that always impresses me so much about these competitive players, when they just flip on over to kind of their ARs and it feels like, oh, it's just like, man, my hip fires would never hit from that distance. And these guys just always hitting the same walls, pressuring the same people. It's just so easy for them.
Is someone a dire wolf out there? Like that wolf costume always gets me going. It's one of the really cool ones that I remember early in the season, but it just shows you, like, when I see a pro team kind of rocking these quote unquote meme outfits, they tend to, they're not afraid to put on some style. And I love that because, Fortnite, you got some awesome outfits. I know all these comp players like to rock the ones that have a slender silhouette so they can be able to do the damage. So someone out here like this trio's Fixie, Zini, and Casper say they're doing really well. They're kind of slowed down their slide here. 6th place, Sundown.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about how they're based on those top finishes, but being able to get into another top 5 placement, starting the day out there, gives me a little bit more hope for them. If they'd kind of started this day out and hit on the same slide they had yesterday, I think it would have been really hard for them to kind of gather themselves mentally, but you can already see not necessarily having a ton of excess utility, both in terms of builds and the shields, and even ammunition. Like, they're not going to really be able to burn through and pressure a ton of players here, and they have a decently long rotation as we're pulling down to the south and a little bit west again here.
Just to give you an idea at the leaderboard as well, the top 5 are essentially in the triple digits. 6, 7, and 8 are now in striking distance with each other. To go a little bit further down, 9, 10, 11 are within striking distance to get in that top 8. Of course, the ones from 9th through 16th, if they don't make it into the top 8, the ride's not over. They have one opportunity to get in, and that is through the wild card. That will happen right before Grands, and that's going to be an amazing thing. I labeled this heat as the nightmare before Grands, and for Flick and Austin Thomas, and for iDrop, Stursix, and Veto as well, to perform really well against Mongrel and Lecce when everyone thought that they would walk away as the 1 and 2 in this heat. That's impressive, Sundown. Impressive.
I mean, it felt like they were able to do that week in and week out in the third round qualifier as well. It's just all about them putting together a complete performance. But one thing, again, we kind of talked about as a viewer, it's like, what do you care about? Well, the line for 8th right now is 84 points. The line for 16th is 49 points. So again, we'll let you know kind of where those teams are and who's competing in terms of that combination of the two. But the teams are just generally looking to be in one of those two categories. You want the top 8. The top 8 is the guaranteed ticket to the dance, whereas 9 to 16th is like that extra lifeline. Just that one more shot, that lottery ticket to get in, where you'll be one of 32 teams battling to walk away with only the victory royale. But right now, hopping on board with our second-ranked team here, Fastroki, Vadil, and Kylie. We saw Fastroki effectively 1v3. Benji, Fishy, Savage, and Lecce early on got the reboots, and now heading into zone. However, they know there is a team at their back.
One of my favorite things that, Monster D-Face would say is that they essentially absorb that team's like power. They take their loot, they take their power weapons, and you kind of see them like they're amplified a little bit. I really, interviewing pro players, X-Splash, in the DreamHack stage, they kind of talk about seeing big names in the lobbies, seeing big names in the elim feed, and knowing that you took out a big name. And I feel like that momentum Vidil has had, that confidence, just kind of puts them up on a different pedestal. And it kind of makes the edits cleaner, it makes the shots cleaner, it makes everything better. And Vidil right now in Fastroki already with 3 elims, and they absorb Benji Lecce here in this match. So I think that's going to power their in to the in-game, Sundown.
Yo, honestly, right now, Vadil, Fastroki, and Kylie they're playing with some swagger.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they got a little bit of pep in their step. They're going,
Max.
They know they're on the front rotation. And after that little 3-piece, it's like you talk about it. Like, yeah, you kind of get that little bump. It's like, wait, I just eliminated those 3? It's like, wait, yeah, I just eliminated those 3. Like, yeah, absolutely I did. Anytime I'm playing competitive games, like, yeah, it's not fun to have to face off against the best, but you're playing in a tournament. You're playing for a qualification for money. You're playing to be the absolute best in Europe. So if you want that title, you have to beat everyone. You have to beat the 99th best player. You have to beat the 2nd best player if you want to be number 1. So at the end of the day, you have to walk with a little bit of that confidence. You have to be willing to take and execute in those opportunities when they're given to you. And right now, side by side, we have a battle of 2 top 8 teams as Tacent, Mongo, and Micho are boxed up right next to Stursix, Vettel, and iDrop. And hello, they get ramped over right away. That's Blaster, Alpha, and Nikov. So 3 teams all in relatively contention on top of each other here.
And the one that you have to keep an eye on in this kind of neighboring trio is Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha, because they're sitting in 16th. So they want to get to top 8. They want to avoid wild card. But so far they're in the wild card. We're taking a look at the mini map. This is going to be, wow, 50 aquatic, 50 landmass, a lot of swamp in between. It's going to get muddy. We're talking about the mucky muck of zones here down south. It's going to be so interesting to see who overcomes. It's going to be the reason why it's going to be messy. It's not going to be a clean, pure Fortnite because some builds will be eaten up if it goes over water. But in terms of high ground, we already saw a nice video package from Reese. High ground is prioritized by the greatest of teams of trios like Zayt, Stretch, and Saf. We're seeing here in round zone 3, they kind of prep it. So far, none of these trios in the EU region are going for height. They usually kind of go for it at 4th and 5th Sundown.
Yeah, you can generally see it's the 4th zone you'll pull towards kind of the outside. Otherwise, we talk about wanting to head central and the team's heading as central as possible during zones 1 through 3. Well, we're at this 3rd zone closing right now. So once the 4th zone is revealed, players will generally pack in towards the outside, hoping to draw the half in, half out. That's when the safe zone is half inside and half outside of where the current safe zone is. It's the first one before we get our moving circles, which kind of signifies the end game. So right now, everyone's kind of crowding in towards the outside. That's why we saw the stack of so many players. And then the second that 4th zone gets revealed, you'll see most people opt to either kind of make a quick little pressure and then run away towards the side. As we see here, Tayson gets caught completely unaware there. No teammates being able to help him as they spray through, utilizing the burst to be able to get onto him. And 4 clean shots will take him down. Now the question is, can Mitro and Mongrel execute the pickup right now? Shots are going through right now. That build is not there. As you see, a shockwave will come out for that disengage. So good pressure there from Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix to force them away. One of Mitro's 5 shockwaves are going to be used there to kind of get the disengage out, as Mongrel is now going to leave as well, but no conversion there. So it seems like they were able to at least get him out.
Vettel, Stursix, and iDrop Setting are fighting as one. Yes, iDrop is the known name of this trio, playing with Mr. Savage. But he had some level of success. But Vettel and Stursix are coming up on their own. They have 4 FNCS heats and 2 FNCS weekly qualifiers before all this said and done. They had really strong performances in the FNCS trio qualifiers. This performance is really standing out. And to mention, they are kind of like going in with 1 game disadvantage because they didn't all connect for one of these games here yesterday in day 1. So to see their consistent performance, I would say they are kind of like a stronger trio of Casper, Say, Zini, and Fixie, considering that they've been doing it consistently, but they get the elims to kind of match with their placement points, and those kind of happy marriage between the two will get you a strong showing on leaderboard, and that's why they're in the top 3. But let's take a look at who is kind of putting themselves in a strong position for height. You see Ovations Trio and Co sitting right there with a strong one. They're kind of gambling that circle will go their way. Luca as well, gambling that they're going to go their way. And you're seeing Pinke Void out in the distance, gambling is going to go their way. This is the kind of gambles that you're going to have to take. And when you have pool zone or prioritize zone, you're going to have to capitalize on the investment, as Flick, Anas, and Thomas, as the entire Fortnite fam is truly invested in this trio as being one of the best in the EU region.
And I mean, one of the best and one of the most exciting to watch is the clutch potential that's coming out of Thomas, and also Anas in a lot of these circumstances have made just a highlight reel of plays for this trio to come out. And right now you can see already sitting on 3 eliminations, and something they do incredibly well is give themselves opportunities to find these picks. And while it is end up a little bit risky, and for some reason it just always seems to be Flick who ends up biting the bullet for the other two, but it enables them to kind of have those big moments, but also at the cost of 1 or 2 games. You're going to see what happened in game number 1, where Thomas is able to get maybe 1 or 2 eliminations, 1 or 2 extra placement points, but that's it. However, you'd rather have those extra 4 or 5 points going through there than not at all. As you can see them beginning to build up, utilizing the hard mats, which to me indicates zone pulled at least relatively close to them, and it pulled
perfectly
directly on top of our top trio. And hey, sometimes you're a gambling man and you get those 7s and they roll, and when they roll, you just let them keep rolling. They go straight up with the hard mats. They don't have a ton of XI shockwaves, but you can see already they're trying to set up their playmakers for the opportunity, getting a little bit of extra ammo onto Anas, getting a little bit of extra heals onto Thomas HD, so if they need to make plays, they can. As you see, Tayson and Micho enacting some revenge there, picking up, I believe that's Maestro going down.
You're seeing right here, this is where you're going to see the different styles of play clash. Mongrel and Mitro, they'd love to contest for height as an Elam from a Nas. I think that was a sniper. I'm hearing Thomas popping off the snipe. Thomas actually getting some hits. A Nas getting that Elam with the good old-fashioned AR as he's showing the world that's so important to practice your AR as well. And look at it, textbook. Now they just get to get the slim pickings here and finish off anybody that's on that storm line. Finishing anybody off that's on the in shambles at the moment as Martine gets knocked as well. 3 points are kind of filtering right to them and no pressure. No one's trying to bring them down. They build with hard mats. They have everything in full control. And so far, all they have to do, ladies and gentlemen, folks, is just bring everybody down. Don't let anybody come up there. Don't let anyone grab the ankles, because you know how it is in a scary scene. You know, so Monster could pull them down easily. So just keep everybody in the down below, and you'll be vibing up top.
Yeah, but they need to be aware. We saw early on with Mitro and Mongo, they had so many shockwaves, and right off of the bat, 6-zone pulls, not even a second hesitation. They use the bounces and they go up for height, but you see the shockwaves on the other side. Players trying to set up and reconnect. However, they well establish it, so a good transition despite not pulling zone there, not having to use anything more than a bouncer and more of their hard mats. However, I will note that's going to make it more difficult for them to control high ground later on into the game, making it more vulnerable for those late shockwave plays. But here comes shockwave bouncer up onto high ground, and it's Mexi who's going to get just picked out of the air there. That's Thomas HD. Again, we talk about his accuracy, and if you're Mexi, that hurts even more because we have 18 trios remaining. The next one to drop will signify the start of the placement points, and we're into the end game as the utility horde sounds, the tarps come out, and here we go, Sancho.
Here we go. You're seeing the strong webbing at height right now. All the connecting is doing really well, and you're going to see a textbook finish from height. But yes, Sundown is correct. All this is about maintaining as much as possible. And already looking at the build count, Anas is kind of low. He does have the shockwaves. That is going to be the story for height. Can they hold on? Can they maintain? Oh my goodness, someone sneaks up and hits Anas for a brief moment, cracks him in the back. He has to watch out as Vettel goes down in the feed to Vidil. Vidil has been cooking up a storm this entire day, and Anas has got to go back. Anas with a shockwave, and bang! With the shotgun blast. And Nas, those are the kind of clutch moments, but they lose Flick. So it's all up to Thomas and Nas here, and that's going to be so difficult, Sundown, to hold height as a duo.
I mean, you say it's so difficult, but we've talked about it time and time again. Poor Flick. It always seems to be Flick, but he's the sacrificial lamb. He's the one who's able to lift them up and prevent the Ovation Trio from going up. But however, as we talked about it, now that it is a duo up on height, you still see Tayson, Mitro, and Mongo in that elimination feed on the left-hand side. So beware of the shockwaves for them going up for a later take. Still only 48 builds on Anas, and Thomas is playing up. We'll need to see where the ace zone comes from as they're the first shockwave challenge comes through. However, the height difference is being enough as continually we keep seeing Mongrel and Tayson picking up Elam after Elam. But right now, Anas and Thomas just staying well above and out of range. Our top trio showing why they're on top. But see, right on second height, that's where the play is going to come from, Sancho.
Absolutely. Second height is the one that could only really do some danger on that. And you see Mongrel and Tayson with a nice tarp. And Anas and Thomas are really running low. Keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the feed to see if Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson could overcome. But now we're going down to the lower, the bottom layer, the low ground. We're seeing a trio really working, doing well. Trying to take a look here with 4 limbs. A trio on the low ground is so dangerous because they could rack up points, and we have been seeing they don't exhaust a lot of materials when it comes to overtaking height. It's just a matter of keeping your head on a swivel. As we see Monster Muncher get one right then and there on the bottom left of your screen. Trio's looking strong. They're looking good. They're working together. Boyd picks up an Elam in the feed. This is a nice opportunity to at least move up the leaderboard in the tournament, Sundown.
Yeah, and you can see Mitro also getting taken out there as we're on board with the low ground team, just utilizing basically the siphon mats and nothing more. They're so low on materials, so low on resources, going to use the crash pad, trying to send somebody down to their level, and they're going to start finding elibs on the backside of the zone. But because they're out in the zone, they're not going to be able to capitalize and get the much needed resources. They're going to keep dropping players down, and they're going to be the beneficiaries of the fact that they are hip to hip and just finding the elims they need. That's another huge knock coming through there, and already 5 eliminations onto Monster so far. Void sitting on 3 as Pinky, as I drop, just gets double edited down. But Thomas and Anas have still just been riding out the single tarps on height. Versa uses the shockwave to try and go up, but sends himself out into zone. The miss execution gonna spell his doom, and it's the trio hip to hip in zone. It's going to be a 3v2 at the end of the day. Anas, though, finds Monster. That's going to be one. Void turns it around, and Void now, can he close it out and take the victory royale? Swaps is going to be looking for it, and it's going to come off to a heal off here. Sancho, who has the white HP, as now Swaps is hunting for Void. Can he find him? Void has to know. He hears the sound. Can he just run away? And he does. Void, Monster, and Pinke on the back of 10 eliminations, 35 points, their first on the day, get the victory royale here in match number 2, aka match 8.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like the do-si-do that Void did right there, knowing that he had the HP advantage, kind of just a cheeky edit, dances right out and gets the victory royale. But that is game 2, and we're seeing the leaderboard still kind of holding strong, but those performances, the low ground right there being so strong, enable them to get the victory royale. At the same time, Sundown, so many elims.
There's so many elims going through, but my key thing right now, because they were my prediction, is effectively after that game, with that, I believe it was a 3rd place performance, they're going to lock themselves in for the top 8, the Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick. But we're going to toss it on over to Zeke, Shio, and Reese to break it on down.
You know, Sundown, sometimes you're right, and even more times you're correct. That's right, a 3rd place finish, 12 eliminations. After a pretty rough starting game number 1, they're picking it up, they're making things happen, and now they have turned things around for the trio. Now, there was kind of like a bunch of stuff that happened there, because we saw like Thomas and Anas drop down, and then randomly Thomas was gone, and it was just on Anas. But Void says, listen, man, I know you're a king of this region, but I would like to step up to plate. And even though I'm by myself, I will get the victory royale here in the moment. So let's take a look at the standings now. And we have to kind of like help get a picture of what's going on, because remember, this is like a brand new 6th set of games. And we'll sprinkle in kind of the story overall with the cumulative leaderboard. So from just 2 games, you see Vidil, Festroki, and Kylie, they're coming in hot. They've got the 48 points total. But now this means in the overall standing point, what does this look like, Sean?
They're overall in 2nd, about 30 points behind Flick, Anas, and Thomas in 1st. But for today, they're looking really good. 22 total elims. I think they lead everyone in the heat so far for day number 2 in eliminations. And they made that endgame 2, Reese.
Yeah, you know, and these guys are just really, really good fraggers, staying low ground, just completely hitting these good shots over and over and over again. And you can see they're kind of spacing. It just plays like a typical low ground team. They stay close, they triple spray opponents on their layers, and they pick up a ton of eliminations. And that's what got them up to that 5th spot there with 9 eliminations. So you can see the rest of our team, like Flick, Anas, Thomas, HD, another team we talked about there. Game 1, 15th with 1 elimination. For a team as consistent as this, not as consistent as we like to see. But that game, they took it back. They had height in the 5th zone, managed to maintain it nearly all the way up into the end, until they had to just kind of make that aggressive play dropping down, but still picking up 12 eliminations.
And sometimes, you know, that's just all you got to do is be able to chain together eliminations. Again, the victory royale is super beneficial, but you don't always need that. Being able to just string together a series of eliminations, 10 or more, and just hitting even top 5, we see that being the nice sweet spot for consistency's sake. Now, we are going to jump over and take a look at what's going on over in heat number 2. You've got Floki, Clement, and Nikaz holding down that 1st place spot right now, but don't forget, we got 4 more games over here as well. But overall, looking pretty good, pretty tight. But when you look down to 5th place, that's when it starts to be a pretty big separation.
Yeah, there's a huge kind of drop off, 30-point difference. Flies, Marvin, and Jan there having a good day, so it's curious to see where they're going to be overall in those standings. Remember, everyone wants to hit that top 8, but this heat is kind of looking like Floki's taking everything by charge with this trio, and then past that, everyone else is trying to pick up the scraps, trying to get a few eliminations from 6th to 10th as well. The elims now teeter off the double digits. We're looking at 9 all the way down to 5. Still a lot of points here from the first 2 games.
Yeah, you know, in 7th, Queasy Milan Chapix, teams who've been very, very consistent overall. And again, Kiriachi, Rotary, and Stormray down in 10th currently. These guys have been playing very, very well across all of the heats. So if we're going to see these guys get a couple more points to get up over that 8th slot.
Yeah, we'll be doing some checking in with other heats as we progress through the rest of the competition in these last remaining games. But guys, there is a lot of things that kind of happened in this last game that I would like to talk about. So break this out for us.
Let's weed through the mess there that game. There was like 5 different trios, things going on, so you'll see some repeated shots here, but let's break down that endgame story because it looked like Anas and Thomas were supposed to win that, but I think it was Versa who actually upset everything. Here they are on height overall. A shockwave comes up, it sends Anas all the way down. He's blocked by walls. Although he gets the knock on the Versa, he gets set so far behind and he can't see what's going down anymore. He has no materials. He's not on Thomas's lair. He tries to drop in, gets a huge shot off onto Monster Muncher, but then loses the 50-50 fight there with the AR. Here's Versus perspective. Lands a nice shot, almost gets the Elam, doesn't get to wrap it up. He does get the overall finish though to get a few more materials. Shockwave straight up. He drops both Thomas and Anas off their lair. Although he goes down, he shifted that endgame to let Void really pop off on low and pick everything up. Yes, he went down, but he was the difference maker this endgame.
Wow, and obviously taking down the 2 big teams who was on height there. And obviously we saw that Anas had 0 materials, and we did wonder, why did he make that cycle play? Why did he jump straight down into that box with, obviously, what seemed like they had a solidified high ground, but obviously we've just seen back in the replay here, that wasn't all as it seems, you know? Sometimes it looks like a misplay, sometimes it's the only thing you could do. And what he did misplay was, hit the big pump of the 200 on Monster Muncher, but obviously kind of whiffed a few of the shots after that, which potentially could have clutched him up that whole game.
Yeah, then everything else was kind of like a waterfall down to low ground. Void doesn't have to worry about anyone shockwaving down below. He just has to look left and right, go for shots, go for elims, and he has position on Storm. So when I think it was the last player coming down from the backside swaps, trying to pump him down, he had to travel in the zone so much more. Void did have less HP, you know, than usual, 40 to start the whole heal game off, but he stayed in that zone a lot longer. So with his position, with playing low ground once again in game number 2, that's what got the win.
I love just being able to kind of take a step back and see this from these other angles, right? I understand what happens because sometimes you blink and it's just all gone. But right now, this is a great way. Again, we're seeing like these trios finding the victory royales that we haven't necessarily like seen spotlighted yet, which I really do like. But in the background, you have like Thomas's team, for example, 3rd place with 12 eliminations. This is still extremely good. And now they're pushing farther and farther away from everyone else. We've got to assume they probably secured top 8, maybe even that 1st place spot, but we'll see how things go. 4 games left, so let's see how all this unfolds. We're throwing it back over to our casters now, so let's buckle up and get ready.
Thank you, Zeke. This is Sancho West alongside Sundown. This is game 3 of day 2. Heat 1. We all know all the other heats are happening simultaneously, and we will soon get our top 8 from each of the heats. That's going to be 32 teams to get into the grand finals, and of course all the rest from 9 through 16 in those heats will all compete in the epic, pun intended, wild card match. And here we go. Let's take a look at the first zone here, and hey, it looks like it's going to be what we've been traditionally have been seeing the FNCS Trio broadcast, most likely a Stark finish, question mark.
Yeah, we're pulling a little bit north. We had a couple of opportunities to go up there yesterday, a little way from that Sentinel graveyard. Now so we're hopping on board here with our match 8 winners. Don't forget, we have 4 more matches total here. This is match 9 underway right now. Pink 8, Void, and Monster Muncher on one of those southern scavenger routes where kind of you hit the initial shack that's right up there, the llama house, and then you immediately go kind of get whatever fishing spots on this backhand side you can. There's also on these islands, there's a ton of excess metal and an upgrade bench that's accessible, but you can see right now they're trying to set up an ambush on another one of the scavenger route teams, and this player is super isolated, so this should be relatively free for them. Like, his other teammates aren't even remotely close unless they have utility to get to him, but we've seen that these guys can finish a fight quickly if they need to, and right now they really need to. Pressing forward, utilizing that uncommon tactical SMG, not something you necessarily see all that often, but really good for the early game pressure when that's all you can get your hands on. And Kwasabi is going to be cleaned up before his teammates can even make it over to him. So doing a good job making sure they shake down, get the information, and get that max damage pump onto him as well for all that Storm Surge.
Monster, Void, and PK are in 13th place. Even despite getting the Victory Royale, they're 5 spots away from getting the guaranteed ticket into it. Now, yes, they're going to be able to compete in the wild card if they hold on to their spot, but hey, man, we've never, ever seen a wild card where it is a Victory Royale. It's not about placement points. It's not about popping off with elims. It's just about that VR Victory Royale, baby.
So I'm going to throw it all the way back in the day. So not anything where Epic has had like the full official tournaments. That's never existed. But all the way back when we had the Summer Skirmish Invitational types. Some of the invites on there, we actually ended up doing a couple of custom matches to do like some real big stress server tests back in the day. And there were a number of players who ended up getting through on that track. I believe Vanguard Carry and Kez KD were 2 of the players who had actually got into the skirmish through that way and kind of got their competitive Fortnite career kicked off and jump-started via that. So it's not a never, but it's something in a traditional, like, complete open format. And when I say, like, starting there, that's kind of starts in the Winter Royale of 2018, where anybody, anywhere, as long as you're eligible, is able to compete. This is the first time we've ever seen it.
And I gotta say, that feeling of being able just to be in a tournament, to be invited, to be part of the Summer Skirmish, you don't forget that experience. You don't forget that experience of seeing yourself on the leaderboard. You don't forget the experience of being on the main broadcast. You don't forget these moments. And these are the moments that we're going to see who could carry into their not only Fortnite career, but their gaming career entirely. And that was what gets me hyped, is just to think of the future of Fortnite, and at the same time, the future of our players' careers. The Casper says, the Fixies, the Zenies, can they be the next Benjis, the next Savages? And it all starts with a moment, and this could be their moment, Sundown. And already that, not even making it to any qualifiers as they're dealing with some pressure, but to be in a top 6 situation, that is very impressive, and they should be able to build on that for their future.
Yeah, and they want to keep rolling with it, especially as a trio who wasn't able to make those round 3s. We kind of talked about it, the consistency points. And a lot of people in the community honestly meme on some of those series points, but especially in a region like Europe, going from the top 1K to the top 33, which was the qualification format for round 2 to round 3 during the qualifier weeks, is so incredibly hard, being one of those top 33 trios in 3 different instances. But now, given the opportunity and being put with other world-class trios, they've shown that they can play the consistency game, but can they keep it up over all 12 of the games? Because as we've seen, at least so far, that regardless of the amount of RNG, over 12 games, if you're going to have those performances, they're there for the taking. Any team who is capable of winning a match on that day is going to be able to find it. And one team who's been doing a good job at capitalizing on their opportunities is now going to get caught a little bit, as Lecce is able to find a little bit of the Godsent trio here, and seems like nobody was even close enough to kind of cover him. So that's going to be a free conversion and storm search going on to him here.
We're watching Benji, Lecce, and Savage trying to find this footing in day 2, and that Godsent trio is sitting in 9th place. And just to show you, Benji's trio is sitting in 7th, but they're only separated by about, let me see, my math is right, 2 points. 2 points is separating, so that's going to be big. That's going to be a big opportunity for Lecce trios to kind of gatekeep them for a brief moment to slow down their rise. As Zappy, Michael, and Wakey, they had a good finish to day 1. And they kind of tweeted out saying, like, hey, we figured out to get the end game, but can you figure out to get the end game when you have Savage, Lecce, and Benji on your tail? Not sure, but at least the pursuit gets hauled off, as now you see Benji using the arcane gauntlets from Victor Von Doom as they get another battle on their way. But to leave that battle to this one, we have Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson having some visitors to their POI in Stark Industries.
And Mongrel opens up this fight by eating back-to-back 66 tags. So
delicious.
Putting him down to 68 HP. Not necessarily winning that trade there. Tayson going to open up the wall, say hit you with a couple bandages there. Don't worry, no need to pop them. I got the cannon.
just hitting him with right as soon as he opens the edit, and Mongrel will be forced to also burn a couple of his shields there, but has plenty extra. However, I don't think you necessarily want to get bogged down in a wall-to-wall fight here against the Ovation Trio. Like, they've proved that they can be sticky enough that if they are able to hold you here and you're not able to get a second zone, it's probably not worth their time. And right as I say that, actually, the second zone is just a hop, skip, and the jump away. You can see the white line there in the bottom right-hand corner representing where they have to go, and it's just a little bit to the east.
It's like Mitra, Mongrel, and Tayson are rocking the flyest sneakers, right? And all of a sudden, they step in that gum, and that gum could just ruin their entire day. They're going to have to spend time to clean it, to get it all. You know how it is with the sneakerheads out there. There's nothing like rocking a fresh pair of shoes on its first day here. And Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitra are rocking the freshest of shoes of the Stark Industries. And every time they're trying to walk out the door, all of a sudden a new competitor shows up and sticks to them like gum.
Yeah, and Zestin, Scout, and Ariane are doing a good job right now of maintaining the high ground and just being a little bit of a pest. You talk about the gum on your shoe or the gnat around your ear, whichever one it is. They're going to now opt to break out the fly swatter in the form of a shockwave, but instead he gets struck down from the sky. And time again, we've talked about it. When Mongrel goes down early, this trio struggles, but he's the playmaker and the one who accounts for all the eliminations. So it's kind of a win harder, lose harder situation. You kind of got to let him off of his leash, but at the same time, you have to be close enough to prevent those full eliminations from going out, as he's going to get cleaned up. And I promise you, the Ovation Trio is now sitting on top of that card, making sure they can't get that reboot out.
Let me give you more promises. Michael, Wakey are making their way in. Their rotation sending them this way. Don't forget, out in the distance, Benji, Lecce can make their way through here. And you're taking a look. So much of the lobby is now showing up. We have Caprese, Zinni, Flicky, Fixie here as well. So all these trios are kind of now washing over here, and that's going to cause everyone to full retreat. And Fixie is like, yo, let's just ignore that. It's like a kind of like rubbernecking for a minute. Let's look at the crash that's happening, but let's just keep moving forward and just get our way on our day.
And for all of you new drivers out there, don't ever rubberneck. Don't add to the problem. Don't add to the traffic. It's bad. And especially in Fortnite too, I'll give you that advice. Don't rubberneck. Don't get bogged down in these fights. Don't even look for a half second. Don't pause and think, hey, maybe I can hit a snipe. Maybe I can hit a couple AR tags. Well, I promise you, the entirety of the west side of the map is rotating that direction right now. They're trying to make sure they're up on the high ground and they don't get forced into a situation where they then have to battle with that absolutely monstrous change in geography that comes with Stark Industries in upstate New York. So that's why you saw so many people rotating through. However, I do need to make a correction. The Ovation Trio opted not to sit on top of the card, so we were able to actually see Tayson sneak on in there, snag Mongrel's card, and then get out of dodge. So now we'll be kind of keeping an eye on whether or not we see Mongrel back up in the feed, because that's something they prioritize right away. If he gets knocked, they try and look and create space so they can get his card. Then they will go and prioritize finding a reboot van and giving him priority weapons to get him back on his feet. He is that good and that important to the trio.
We got it all here, folks. We have geography lessons, Fortnite rotation lessons, driving lessons. Absolutely. We got it all here. This is what we're talking about. FNCS Trios, official broadcast, bringing the noise. And Caprese and Fixie and Zinni are trying to bring the noise as well. This is their play style. This is what they like to do. They kind of take peeks in here. They try to sneak away, get any limbs here. One right there from Zinni gets a nice picks on the day. That's their style. And it all accumulates with placement. So they're not yet. They're about 16 places away just to be placement points, but that's a little nice bonus for this trio, knowing that they're so strong in game. And this is the traffic jam that Sundown was talking about. These Western teams coming in, now getting pushed from the storm. They're Mitra and Tayson are out. They're trying to do the best. They could not bring back Mongrel for that moment, considering there was so much chaos there. They just couldn't leave. But we're going to see this finish here. We talked about these Stark Industries finishes, Polar Peak 2.0, and already the safe zones half in and half out in that elevation area where it gets super dangerous.
And right now you can see they're trying to utilize the Stark Industry Rifle plus the burst. We've talked about this combination being so incredibly effective at just sneaking in high damage bursts through walls. If you're able to find just a pair of those bursts or even one single Stark Industries headshot, you can chunk people through and all of a sudden turn it into picks. Now, you have to remember those reboot cards do have an expiration timer on it, so you can kind of sense now that Mitro and Mongo are just letting this go and instead opting to play for the aggression of Mitro. Going to find Linked right there. We'll see if he sets it up for his classic play and instead going to opt to hold on to that shockwave for now, just instead finding Michael FNR right on the side there. He says, hey, you can have Twitch in your name, but you're going to be the one watching my gameplay for the rest of this stream. Thanks for the elimination. Thanks for the point. Link will get revived, but they know they're in these box. They know they have them pinned here. The wall replaces are coming out, the ownership coming in, but a good disengage, a little bit of a sneakiness coming out right now, but it seems like he's located him. He's found him, boxed him in, not quite like a fish as he's able to exit out the backhand side. Just a little bit of a gap in the cage as Tayson and Mitro continue. They're relentless, but they're going to get pushed back a little bit here as the zone is also moving forward, and Tayson eats a huge shot.
I was going to say, like, if they were able to wrap all that up, like, quickly, there would be a real slight chance to go into zone, eat Storm, and recover, reboot Mongrel. Not sure if they have the card, but that would have been a play if they were able to kind of get that. And I think they kind of got gatekeep away from Mongrel's card, so that play was not available. But now they have to figure out how to survive without Mongrel, the one that can their ultimate closer, the one that gets so much confidence in them. But I think they could definitely do it. Tayson and Mitro, they have it in them. They haven't showed it yet in the FNCS trios, but now would be a better time as ever because they're sitting in 4th place right now with 127 or so points before this match started.
Yo, I want to see them hawk that trio. They should know that the two remaining duos, Link and I think it's Seventor, who is with him, they should know they're low. They should know they burned them through so much. And here they are on the side, rotating right next to him. However, Tayson eats a snipe from the opposite side. So now box-to-box fight, and that's Link going to get taken down there. Has the bandage cannon and the siphon off. Tried to get the bandage cannons off so he could get some shield from the siphon, but instead it's going to be forced to take over for health. Now Mitro is going to be gate kept from the side. That's Versa, Jake I, and Swaps keeping our 4th place team out. And now it's all on the back of E11 Tayson, and his back broke there, and it was on the rest of the lobby. The Ovation trio, Nikeva and Kaxi as well, adding into the strain, and it wasn't the straw, but the AR bullet that was enough to send him over, and the camel that went crashing down. As we're going to hop on board here, Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick is down yet again. But, however, one thing we do want to talk about, Flick accounts for 75% of their eliminations pre-round 5. So it's kind of like they let him go loose with the idea that he's going to convert in some way, shape, or form. But as long as Thomas and Anas are up in these late game situations, they have the ability to get them their points. So it's kind of a different take we see from a lot of other trios.
Yeah, it's like Thomas HD and Nas says, let just Flick keep shooting. Let Flick be the aggressor, knowing that he could do his best and get those kind of last-second elims as much as possible. But I always say a trio, it works together. It doesn't matter who gets the most points. It doesn't matter who clutches up. It all works at the end of the day. But what's working for Thomas HD and Anas is just their aggressive play, their phenomenal positioning as well, as you're seeing that they're sitting on top of the radio antenna. So this is going to give them a nice opportunity to be at a high kind of bounce, and then you're setting up here. Oh, almost didn't get it as clean as you're looking for here. No doubt Thomas was looking for that bounce to get out of this radio tower. But yes, that's going to be, they're going to send Anas away. But is Thomas here to gatekeep? Is Thomas going to here to fight? No. Okay, there it goes. There goes Thomas. He gets sent away as he does get a to-go elimination right there. He's going to get a second piece on Leon. Gets the other trio mate. Thomas is cooking up right now.
He has no business getting these eliminations, but time and time again, misses the first crash pad, goes back, hits it again, and then just finds himself in a 1v2. He says, excuse me, sorry, didn't know you two were here. Pick them both up, take them out like some bad Chinese food. No problem there. He says, those were 2 cheap points. Easy enough. And now, again, priority position, zone kind of creeping in, but they have excess mats to be able to just tarp out there in the hard materials. Going to be able to build with brick and metal. medals. So our top trio, again, we're going to be seeding them probably into the placement points and having an opportunity to earn more, as we see Kaijui and Co. under a little bit of pressure there just outside of Dirty Docks as the rotation is going to begin coming out here. Fourth zone will be revealed and we'll have our 50-50 soon.
At the same time, Lechi, Savage, and Benji are still up as well. We already saw Mongrel, Micho, and Tayson go down. So, wow, Caprese gets tracked, gets beamed, gets converted, toasts. 1 point Elam going to Thomas HD, and they're going to be so aggressive considering that the zone pulls here and already make their rotation. The green light was on, getting that obstacle out of the way, and they're going to get that loot. Strong rotation. But we're going to take a look and a tour as Alpha, Nikov, and Blaster, one of the trios that were we highlighted at the very beginning, had a great run in qualifiers, haven't found their footing here in the heats. And they want to avoid that wild card because so much chaos will happen to that. I guarantee it. You don't want to miss out because that is when tensions will be at an all-time high before we get into the Grand Champions. Now we're taking it in the half in and half out. It is a little bit on the beach side, a little bit of the sand. And then 6, 7, 8, 9 will be full rotations with the 9th zone coming to the ultimate close. We've had some great performances so far, but I'm expecting a back-to-back or at least a 2-time victory royale in the heats from Thomas HD and company.
I mean, we'll be interested to see if they're able to close out here. I mean, honestly, I think they'll remain on top of the leaderboard, but whether or not they have the ability to finish out these matches when they have such a low percentage of keeping the full trios up, we often see in Europe that the actual victor will come down to kind of that final moment in that 3v2v1, or whether or not the trio is able to really close, and the onus is on them most of the time. However, if anybody's able to turn the tables in those situations, it's Thomas HD and Anas doing their best DJ Yonder impression and spinning the record around in their favor time and time again. But right now, everybody crowding in towards that beach front, and we're going to be pulling north and west a little bit here. So back onto land, but not too much change in verticality, which is going to signal whoever's on high ground is likely going to be able to hold it at least for the next cycle or two before a challenge will come out.
In your mind's eye, just remember, Thomas HG and Anas went down to the bottom left corner of that, so they have a lot of arrows to go through. This trio right here that we're watching, Alpha, Blaster, and Nikov, are going to have to figure out how they're going to be, and this is where the importance of the in-game leader. They're going to decide to maybe pepper it in. They're going to pop the peppermints, which give you that power. They're going to see if they're going to misplay right then and there. It's a sloppy rotation, but sometimes the sloppiest of Joes can be tasty, but this is not looking good, Sundown. A little bit of a misplay with that bouncer shockwave play, but luckily the peppermints come into play as a backup plan, and Alpha is speeding his way on foot to a very decent opportunity with the clay special as well. This might be a very fortunate situation as he's trying to get his way back to Blaster Nikov, and yes, the peppermints were the key to that kind of recovery on that fumble.
Yeah, I think the benefit there is nobody, absolutely nobody wanted to be on the water side. So despite him being thrown out there, everyone else was so worried about trying to rotate into this absolutely pack of everyone. We have 36 players still remaining. We are just now into our first placement points as we will be getting those ticked over. Alpha finds Dasik with a huge elimination there. They're going to grab the loot from that as well, but it's not much. Jake I is going to take down Thomas HD, so the clutch opportunity is all for Become a Legends Nas here in game number 9. You can see Astro also picking up Stir6. iDrop, though, will return the favor and find the double onto Mexi before Stir6 ticks over. So still a little bit of heroics to be played here. Savage back up on his feet. Benji in this one as well. Can they stop their slide as Caxi, as soon as I call him out, is going to be able to take him over, but a little bit of help from Nikov there to prevent the gatekeeper from really taking hold, and a double ends up sliding through, and that's a full elim onto iDrop as well. Some big eliminations ticking over for the French trio as the rotation continues coming off, and look at the carnage on the backside right now, Sancho.
You do not want to be on that backside, and Savage is on that backside right now, down to the green HP. Well, we're going to keep on track with this story right here, Blaster Alpha Nico, who are trying to find their footing and trying to put the stamp into this game right here. And this is a big time as they catch Lechi on the front of the zone, and they get 2 elims right here, right now. They're already sitting with 6 eliminations, and this is what the power of the low ground is, but you got to protect your head there. Doesn't get any kind of build, takes a couple of beams, but he does have the shield to hold hold on. But it's Vidil and Fast-Roki who are sitting at height right now, and that is going to be a strong performance for them considering they're in the top 3, and they're looking really good. 200 HP, looking healthy.
And you can see 3v2v1 now with Nikov and Alpha being the 2, Zestin of Ovation being the last one on the low ground, but looks like high ground is now trying to drop down and get a little aggro. Vidil and Fast-Roki saying, no, we know where your tarps are. Just making sure they're staying ahead of it, still have plenty of builds to be able to ride this high ground out as it does double back over a little bit. So it's going to be on Ovation, Fast-Roki, and Wave Vidil to close this match out. They're already sitting on 8 eliminations. You can see them opting to split the builds. Fast-Roki saying, hey, I'm going down. I have the shockwave if necessary to close this one out. And right now, again, just forcing it down. The 1v1 on the low ground occurring. You can see just a little bit of a room. The 2v2v1, apologies, Zestin in a cone trying to get away and find a little bit of space, but Fast-Roki gonna clean that one up. Now 2v2, and it's Alpha and Nikov on the other side of it as Fast-Roki and Vidil have control of the high ground. Fast-Roki got the extra mats as well, so they'll have more than enough control, but can Nikov find the room as Alpha gets taken down, and it's a 1v2, but it should be all she wrote, and Fast-Roki does it with a nice little 180 flick off the side.
11 elims, Fast-Roki with the back-to-back pumps, getting the job done and the victory royale. Vidil, Fast-Roki going into this match were in second place. But wow, let's kick it to the desk.
Hey, Shy, what? I'm getting word. There's a sound that was made as he got the elimination back there at the end. What do you think that sound was?
Yeet.
That was absolutely incredible. Listen, Vidil, you guys, your trio's insane, and this is something that we kind of mentioned, and all you have to do is come in 10th or 5th place and get 10 eliminations. We're talking average placement of 4, so falling below that average placement of 5, and an average elimination of 11. So these guys are literally putting into action what we kind of said. They're actually insane.
Yeah, and this entire game was kind of a flip of the coin from what we've been seeing in game 1 and 2. Here's our game 2 winners in this specific game, not playing low ground, getting beamed down from height. They have to worry about so much. Pinkay kind of caught between the high and low pressure. After that, Void is trying to survive too. He gets caught off on the backside of zone. They're not playing for towards the front side either. Very pressured, don't have too many mats, and because of that, they crumble.
There's all 3 of them that were together. They were in the same box, and for some reason they dropped down and just completely split. This one mistake kind of just ruins it for their entire game. We move on to Nikov, Blaster, and Alpha, team who came second, and as you can see, the beautiful shot from Fast-Roki there to take him out. We're going to be able to see that from his perspective this time.
Yeah, and why did that happen? This is the last run back of this replay to see how. There is no Versa with a shockwave. There's no one on the front side of zone in big numbers shooting up at height. So if Fast-Roki can drop down, go up, really get a lay of the land, and know exactly where to pre-fire and shoot. You'll see this nasty shot on the Alpha, catching himself. And after that, he's reading where the players still are. Once again, no distractions. That's the yeet shot, dropping down everything in midair. When height gets the focus, that's what happens. That was the difference in game 3, and that was a huge, beautiful win.
I'm so shook that, like, we've seen 2 games now back to back, the low ground being the ones that win out the game, but now we're seeing the high ground crack back. What was so different about this game? Like, what actually happened? Why was that, like, I don't want to say free. That's not, that comes with too much, like, baggage, but it was like a well-fought high ground win.
I feel like all the other games, low ground was kind of going in a way where all the teams could get loot very easily. It was nice and flat. Over here, we had a little bit of hills coming through. You had to be a bit more dynamic. I think maybe everyone's trying to play low now after watching those last 2 games. So you didn't get to refresh as much, right? Fast-Roki got a few more mats, going down, getting materials, coming back up over and over. And because of that, these guys got to stay up, stay alive, and then get that win.
And at the same time, it was like a consistent max distance zone. It kept pulling the same direction over and over and over again. And this means these low ground teams are going to consistently have to use more materials to stay ahead, which usually means that they kind of fall back a bit and that front side of zone becomes a little bit more free. And that team on height obviously isn't using as many materials. They can just keep going ahead, going ahead, going ahead. And it becomes a lot more freer for them. There's a lot more angles for them to spray down on as well. So that's why we saw a really good layer of success from them, definitely.
Dude, and I just, like, have to give them so much props because, like, they're closing that gap, right? We've seen Thomas HD's trio just pull far ahead, and Vidil, I don't, like, the problem is sometimes we see these trios perform so well in day one and then don't show up in day two. Vidil's the complete opposite. He's like, hey, day one, we're good. Day two, we're better. What's up? And they're making that real run. Now, of course, like, coming in first doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get, like, an Axe of Champions, but it is a very big statement to make to everyone else. Like, hey, in heats, arguably the hardest point of the competition to this point, we are first, and now we know going into grand finals, you should be very scared of us. So, like, I like this dynamic, this back and forth, but I just feel like Vidil's trio is just so much hotter right now.
Yeah, I think Vidil and then Thomas HD as well, that trio, but specifically Vidil this last game. If all the trios in Europe in Heat 1 were CPU, these guys are overclocked. These guys are really putting in the power now, and they're running faster and doing better than everyone else.
I was going to say he had the premium gas, but you know what? You took it away with the right analogy. You took it away with the right analogy. These guys are doing so good today. They're performing very, very well every single game. And, you know, that's why they've kind of taken over and taken that first place slot in the cumulative leaderboards.
Speaking of the leaderboards, let's take a look together and see how things are going. We're now 3 games down, which makes me happy but also kind of sad because it means we're almost done here in EU, and that kind of makes me sad. But right now, look at this performance, man. I have to applaud them. A first place victory royale with 11 eliminations. The first game on the day was 5th with 13. Second game was 5th with 9. So these guys are just, when we think of the word consistent, this is the trio that should come to mind.
Yeah, and if, you know, we're looking at the parts right now and actually put it into the computer, the PC, and look at the overall standings. They had a 30-point difference last game. They've closed that down to 3 points between Thomas HD's trio and then Vidil's trio overall right now. So 186 to 183, that's huge. Past that, though, on the second page, we have Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix still playing very well. They're third overall. Everyone right now is fighting for that top 8 slot.
You know, on day one, we saw Flick and Thomas HD completely performing. Today, you see they're the 6th best performing team. You know, maybe their cooling's not on today. Maybe they don't have enough fan work. Maybe they need to clean out some of those fans, get some exhaust in there, because, you know, these guys need to kind of overclock, as you've already mentioned, and kind of try and pull that back up to continue to keep that first place slot, because Vidil, Fastropri, and Kylie are playing so well right now.
Yeah, over here to 10th place, Kaizen, Zaiku, and Whippo. We'll see if they can get a little bit more advanced, a little bit more fast when it comes to getting their games done, going for that top 8. We're looking over at Heat 3 as well. Cavado, Jamside, Letwick. An explosive performance, really, from what we've seen just over the year for these 3. They're bringing it really, really strong over in trios. And right now, 66 points. It's close. They have that VR and the most eliminations on this page.
And they actually, overall, in the standings for Heat 3 are 16th. So they've had a really, really good day today. However, yesterday, they haven't really performed at all. You know, they were off spawn, I think, in 4 games, getting 0 points. So today, they've obviously changed something up and are really very much so performing. Overall, in our first place slot, we've got Andlex, Janice, and X-Squeeze, who is currently 3rd in that leaderboard for today. These guys are just performing. They're 40 points ahead of 2nd.
Ooh, 40 points ahead of 2nd. Okay, that's nuts. Raxel, Cammy, Artur, they're in 4. It is not a 40-point difference there. They're tied kind of 2 points in front, or right behind Doko, Ginza, and Nems. We'll see if they'll be able to push that forward. Obviously, on day 2, playing slightly better. But once again, 3 more games. There's still time for a shakeup. There's still time to reach that top 8.
And there's still time for a brand new trio to make that rise and break into top 8. And even if they don't make top 8, they can hope to make it into wild card and from there qualify on through with that one final shot. But Fortnite fam, it is time to go to a break. We have 3 games left to go before we know which top 8 will join us in Grands from EU. So till then, go get some water, come back, we'll be here. We'll be here for more Fortnite. Till then, be right back. See you in 5.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reset back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. We're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame. And this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones. You have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on. You have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into two separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zate, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the third zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zate and Saf building over onto another area so they have two separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the fourth zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in fourth is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the third zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zate, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the fifth zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zate, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zate hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zate does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zate actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the third zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the fifth zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zate. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players at contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zate was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zate and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zate ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the Victory Royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zate didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the Battle Boss. Beep, beep.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS.
We're tuning in with heat number 1
for day number 2.
That's right, and I hope you're excited because we are hyped, and it is time to get back into these games. We're jumping right in. We've got game number 4 on deck, and who better to take us through the action than Sundown and Sancho West? Gentlemen, over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shayo, and Reese, and welcome back, everyone. My name's Sundown, joined here by Sancho West, and we're into the final 3 matches of EU Heat 1 Day 2, match 10, 11, and 12 to decide who will be going on to our grand finals tomorrow, who will be in that wild card match, and who will be joining all of you as a spectator and a viewer.
And who will be getting that golden ticket as the Victory Royale gets you into the grand finals? Oh, that wild card. Oh, yes, yes. Right now we're watching Vidil, Kylie, and Fesroki as we're jumping into mid-game action here of Day 2, Game 4. We only got 3 games left. 3 opportunities for our trios to solidify themselves into the grand finals. And this trio right here, right now, sitting in 6th place on the cumulative leaderboard. I'm waiting for them because they've done this before in qualifiers, Sundown, where they kind of had very middling games, and then all of a sudden, Game 6, they popped off. I'm kind of put my pets down that Benji's trio is going to pop off very, very soon, my friend.
Yeah, I can already see some defensive disengaged shockwaves coming out there from Mateo and Morix, but it might not end up being enough as the AR shots are raining down. But I don't want to kind of throw shade towards them, but I want to just hazard and be cautious a little bit because we haven't seen them having any problems with picking up their first set of eliminations today.
Right.
That hasn't been their issue. We've seen them sitting on 3 eliminations. They've had, I think, at least 2 in almost every single one of their matches today. The difference being is they aren't transitioning those into placement points or even an opportunity to get an uncontested tarp. They end up bogged down in these weird situations. And as you can see on the side, yes, the 3 points from each one of those elims is nice, but you don't start getting those additional placement points until top 17. And it's only +1 until you're getting into the top 3 situation. So the Victory Royales, the second places, and even the thirds are really where the big money tickets are.
And we're taking a look at teams, trios that are on the bubble. Void, Monster Muncher, Pinkay. Those are one to think about. Right here we have Zappy, Michael, and Wakey definitely on the bubble with 88 points going in, and they are just 10 points away from getting into that top 8. They got a Victory Royale in the heats. That's a good thing to have. But hey, your job's not done at the Victory Royale. And we're already seeing 2 teams that are outside the top 8 with Victory Royales here, Sundown. So Michael, Zappy, and Wakey, they're going to have to get it done here and be consistent in order to guarantee themselves in that top 8 finish.
And again, if you guys are just tuning in or need a reminder, what you care about today, 1st through 8th, all the same. And I don't want to say effectively, but at this point, the top 2, they can cement themselves in. Both are above 180 plus points. That's Wave Vidil, Festroki, and Centric Kylie in 2nd, as well as Flick, BL Anas, and Gamma's Thomas HD in 1st. We'll likely be seeing them in the grand finals, barring some miraculous change. What does 8th place look like right now? It's just under triple digits, so a cumulative score of 100. We've been having a little bit of issues with our graphics today, but we'll be doing our best to keep you up to date on which one of those trios are right along the line and where they're at. Right now, there's about maybe 5 to 10 teams who are all right in striking distance of that top 8, and these guys are just on the outside looking in, as Sancho was saying, currently 9 points back of the 8th place mark, which is held by the M10 duo of Legends and Florix, as well as Waves Cartoon.
These are the bubble teams. These are the ones that are going to have the most extreme pressure. Will they crumble under that pressure or harden up into that beautiful diamond that they can be? Monster Muncher in this trio got a Victory Royale in this day here. So with a strong low ground gameplay, they were able to rack up elims and that Victory Royale. It just wasn't enough. They still have couple 3 games here to kind of get them in, and to mention 9 through 16 they get placed into that wild card. So yeah, they're in that, but I don't think you could ever prep for that. There's literally no game plans, no playbook, no fundamental textbook that you could prepare, no I guess practice tests for that wild card game. It's just all in, all or nothing. And Blaster Alpha Nikov, they're currently sitting at 14th place, and they're just barely in that top 16. Only 9 points away from slipping out of that, Sundown.
Yeah, and they want to make sure they're staying as central as possible. You can see the zone is pulling directly over towards them, so they're not going to be too worried about. They're also coming from that safe side rotation, so not where most of the zone is going to be rotating towards them, also known as kind of the dead side rotation, the less popular route of where players are going to be coming from. So if the zone is pulling towards the south, anybody who's farther south on that is going to end up having an advantage and being less pressured than everyone else, because the majority of the map is going to be coming from the northern side. And as you can see here, they get a nice little casual jaunt from high ground to high ground, no contention going through, and we're even able to pick up an elimination over on the side. So that's kind of the benefit and a textbook example of why those safe side rotations are generally preferred when possible.
Day 6, Centric Knight and Leon are another trio that are on the bubble. We have Kaizen, Zeku, and Weepow, another trio on the bubble, and that is one of the ones that got the Victory Royale. Yeah, Victory Royales are important, but you just got to string together a pair of games. It could be back-to-back. It could be later in the day. It could be a sandwich of a pair of games. And the little Texas twang came out when I say sandwich. But Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson are proven to be premium top sandwiches here. And they just, I don't know, man. I want them to kind of go into the Grands with a statement. They haven't made that statement. They made it a lot in the qualifiers, but they haven't yet made it in the heats. They did get a 19 elim game in day 1, but you're only good as your last envelope there, Sundown.
I would say it's a little bit of a misnomer. They were good yesterday, minus the games where Mongrel went out early, but that's the story of this trio. I would say, and somebody talked about it early on when I was going through and checking social media and checking some of the comments, but we watched Mongrel burn like 4 shockwaves to do 40 damage and then get 2 pumped by a duo who was watching him. So, like, let's just eliminate those moments, right?
Okay.
Let's take out the moments where you let kind of the rabid dog loose for a moment, and let's just let him loose later on in the game after you've gotten your placement points. Because as we've seen time and time again, he doesn't have to be close range to be dangerous. He likes to be box to box, and he's very good in those situations, but he is more than capable of laying down some of the most accurate rifle fire in the game. Proof in fact right there. Ewan eats shot after shot, headshot, body shot from that epic AR. Will let Mongrel net the elim there. However, not going to be able to get any of the materials and the benefit that comes from it, but they're sitting on more than enough.
And these are the easy elims that is just being paid off by positioning, by Tayson getting him to the right position, unleashing the beams from that great trio of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson himself, the solo champion. The story was as well, can Tayson, the in-game leader, get those two together on the same page? Because when they're operating on the same page, they're deadly. Now we're going to take a nice drone flyover at the rest of the field, the deadly trios that are still up. I'm taking a look at some of the ones that are such on the brink of not making that top 8. You see them on the south side there, Nikov there. And now we see the Savages, the Lechis. And they have some neighbors in the Fremont. And Fremont, 7-Tor, and Link, as you see on the left side, barely made it in, coming in with that top 16 finish. And they're in danger of not even making it to that wildcard threshold. So many storylines, so much pressure is happening. But now we take a look, zoom in on Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson as they're going to kind of billy goat this. And you said so yourself, a Sentinel Graveyard possibility, another finish here, Sundown.
And it seems like we're heading a little bit in that direction, but some changes in verticality right now as everyone kind of posted up towards the side of this mountain. You can see the pressure coming out from that legendary TAC SMG. You see a lot of players opting not necessarily to run it because the AR ends up ending up being, I think, a slightly more efficient when it comes to just the box-to-box spray, or at least not worth losing a weapon slot over, as Recon does get taken out. He was a solo rider there, not going down but not out. So nice little point just being gifted on over again to our currently 4th place trio. Just one more good game from them should cement them into our grand finals, but everyone else is going to be fighting for their literal tournament lives. As Sniper God Nurixon right now going to have to fight without Kira as he gets taken down.
And it's such a dangerous, precarious situation that this trio is in, being down a teammate, considering they are in 9th place going into this match as Vettel picks up a knock on Vidal. So that's going to be interesting as Savage just gets taken down as well. But Benji kind of returns and trades against that trio. So the Elims are we are literally watching the story be written right in front of us as if it's a book. And things are going to get spooky here. We're going to see who's going to be the hero of the tale and who's going to come up on top. We have 3 games left here of our day 2 in Heat 1. All the other heats are happening at the same time. So before you know it, we're going to know who's going to be the top 8. And Sniper, oh my goodness, before you know it, you get a little greedy. You stick your hand in that cookie jar and you get slapped on the wrist. Sniper God goes down, and it's all going to be up to Neuro to get that revive.
Yeah, you can see him getting tossed back, and they're trying to play defense on top of that body, but it's going to be so incredibly hard to hold that back. Now, the question is, are they going to opt to pursue? As you can see, Void, Pinky, and Monster just opting to leave the situation. This actually looks like it's a 1v1, so Neuraxin might be able to stick this, but no, the spray is going to come through. Going to opt for a shockwave and say, see ya, Sniper God, so long, farewell, and thanks for none of the supplies. Not going to get anything out of that situation, as all the utility is going to be burned to get over towards this half-in, half-out zone, which is pulling towards the northwest side. And you can see the players up on height going up with the hard mats. You can see Godsent Trio, Snappy over on the side, Nikov and Blaster, also another one of those bubble teams in there, Sammy and Dennis as well. Nexon was actually able to go back over and potentially try and stick this revive. Not sure if they really have the time. The storm is... No.
Hey, they're going to shockwave out. Yeah, you gotta believe, dude. You gotta believe. He said, I have chug splashes, pick me up. And there they go. They bolt on in. And someone queued. But, hey, Sniper does go down on that rotation. But, hey, that was a very bodyguard type moment right there. You see it right there, man. Hey, trios, they ride together. They get eliminated together. You know what I mean? That's what you gotta do. That is the kind of love that these trios have for each other. But look at the love that Magro, Tayson, and Mitra are about to do. We already saw them in that 19 inland pop-off game. They put the entire lobby in a barrel and beamed everybody down, and they have the high ground here in this tower just for a brief moment because the rotation has kind of sounded out. The Zix zone has been revealed, but look at this. No one really focusing on the high ground for this moment, and that's just going to give Mongrel, Mitra, Tayson the green light to take it, and there they have it. Now they have to just keep everybody off their pedestal, and they could be the kings and get the victory royale here, Sundown.
Yeah, this is going to be their qualification game. They have height priority. Nobody else was even looking for it. You saw Mongrel just wait the extra 2 seconds to make sure nobody was going to go up to the level and be able to take his bounce parts out. And now this is where we've seen him excel time and time again, whether it was the infantry rifle clips back in Season X when he was just sitting there laughing maniacally, hitting the launch pad players out of the sky. But now finding the 35 white tags over and over again, but not quite converting it into an Elim yet. Another headshot coming through. Some contention coming out from the side, so needs to be a little bit wary of his mat count. Does have chug splashes as well as we're going to continue along the tarp. Now, don't forget, we're just getting into those placement thresholds as well. And right as we talk about it, Tayson actually going to end up getting knocked down here. And that's Anos who's able to make the play. Mexi is going to find Flick. So both of our power trios losing members. And Mongrel says, I got a piece of revenge for you there. Anos going down. And it's all going to be on the back of Thomas HD for what feels like the umpteenth time as Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson are up on the high ground. And Thomas is just below them. However, we're going to swing on down to the low ground where one of our bubble teams, the M10 duo Legends and Florixon, are trying to hold on to their 8th place spot. Mitro desperately trying to get back into the zone with only 10 HP right now.
10 HP and a dream, but he does have Mongrel, and Mongrel just kicks it up to a whole other level at in-game. As so now we're on board with Waves, Trio, and Co. right now. Florix, Legend, and Cartoon on the low ground, but looking really bad in terms of inventory. Not great mats, and their HP is low. That's a big-time hit. They're going to be able to get some siphon out of that. They're going to be able to continue the ride on the low ground. And when you're on the low ground, you got to be careful, because up type could kind of squish you down, and Legends loses 2 of his mates. Actually, Florix is still up. Looking good. Benji getting good. Nikov getting Elim. Flick getting Elim, and Astro gets Legend. Bang! Legend with the pump right in Astro's grill, and Legend is keep moving on. He's actually doing really good. He's pepperfied.
And I felt so bad for Cartoon. He was dropping those peppermints for his teammates, but it enabled Legends to make the play. However, going to get picked off over on the side. It's all into Florixon. Uses the shockwave, but completely misangles it. Goes way out into the zone. And Mitro says, thank you. I'll take that one. Gift me another, sir. Up on the high ground, Mitro and Mongrel say we don't need Tayson right now as they push forward and cement their spot into the grand finals. With only 2 matches after this, the field will not be able to catch them as they continue racking in Elim after Elim. 9 total so far, Sancho, as they're into the top 3.
Mongrel and Mitro are basically bursting bubbles of tournament runs and tournament dreams right here. They're being the nightmare for this lobby as they have full control. iDrop goes down. Beto is still alive. Sammy, another one of those teams in the back of the pack. Can Sammy's trio get a victory royale? Or Mongrel, Mitro could close this out, a top 3 situation, and now they're just waiting, and now they're just toying around as they're in the safe zone. They do lose height for a moment, but the low ground peak, they're out of mats, but the low ground peak is strong with that legendary pump. They get 1. Can they capitalize to get the 2nd? Mitro does. Mitro and Mongrel get the victory royale, and they make the statement. That is their qualifying game, Sundown.
11 eliminations plus the 25 for the victory royale. 36 points, pushing them all the way up to 166. There is no way for them to get forced out of the top 8 with only 2 matches remaining, and it just goes to show the uncontested Stark Industries team, the staple trio in EU, puts their stamp on it right there with a victory royale.
2 words I know that trio is saying, and that is easy qual. Easy qual, and that is going to be that momentum, the statement that I was looking for them to make in heats to let everybody know that makes it into grands. We are here to play, and if you want to try to take us off, kick us off our pedestal, you're going to have to earn it and retake us from height.
And honestly, it looked like a little fundamental from them. It was from one fight to the other, and they weren't even challenged, but we're going to need somebody to break that down a little bit better for us. Zeke, Shio, Reese, take it away, gents.
The prodigal sons, they've returned. Everybody calm down. It's happening. It's happening. They've done it. They find themselves the victory royale. I mean, it's not, we knew it was going to happen, boys. We knew they were going to put those pieces together. And now they get to do this in game number 4. So, as Sancho alluded to, they have a ton of momentum, right? They've got this momentum they can kind of shift into these last 2 games and hopefully just cement themselves within that top 8. But we got to take a look at the standings here because it's going to give us a little bit of a bigger picture overall to kind of talk about. But overall, I'm impressed.
I am too. These guys are playing really well. That was a very classic type of Fortnite game all the way down from height. Once again, no interruptions. But at the same time, Vidil, Fastroki, and Kylie, just for today, are uninterrupted and still in first.
These guys are doing very, very well for today. Overall, these guys are second, but they're just consistently playing that low ground very, very well. And that's why you can see today they have 34 eliminations, which is 11 above the next highest for today alone. Very, very impressive. That low ground playstyle clearly working out for them.
Absolutely. Past that too, Void off of that win is still staying strong. We usually don't see that, especially from a team on day 1 that didn't perform too well. They have that win, 21 eliminations, 68 total points. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson also getting that win, bumps them up, and as Sancho alluded to, possibly guarantees them that qualifier. Overall, they're 4th right now, so halfway in that top 8. 166 total points from day 1 and day 2. They have an almost 50 point difference from the team behind them. Is that enough is the big question.
I think so. I think it's enough. 50 points with 2 more games remaining. I think it's too much of a gap between that for it to be knocked down 5 places to get out of that top 8. I think that these guys have probably secured it by now.
Very nice.
The analysis there on point. You know, something a little scary. We've kind of seen and talked about these 2 Titans fighting at the top. Both trios only got 2 points, so there's still this 3-point gap between Thomas HD and Vidil's trio. We got 2 games left, but of course, we got to run this last game back. We have to understand and kind of get the perspective of all the trios fighting this out to really see how our prodigal sons make their return to prominence.
And let's visualize it before we throw it into the package. Zeke, lean to your right a little bit. Just like lean to the right. I'll lean too. Reese, go to your left.
Which way am I going? Am I this way? There we
just go left. Just go left. Nice.
Left.
I'll go the other way. Nice. So I'm like Mitro, and I'm Mitro. Zeke's Mongrel, and then Reese is like Tayson. These guys always have a 2-1 split, looking at different angles towards fights, just like that last game as well, if you want to visualize that. I hope we're still holding those poses. But as we get into the package, we can see it happen in this game live from their perspective. All the way on height, they always either have a 2-1 elevated split, or they're looking at an angle from a 2-1 type of ratio. Tayson going down, so the two that are always together, that is Mitro and Mongrel, can easily, synergistically play out that end game. One person beams while the other person looks down for shots, and they land those shots every time too, easily. We had a little bit of friction at the end, but Mitro did end up clutching out.
Should I even continue to break it down, or should we just go back to cams and we can just lean? Like, that's as good an example as we can get right there. But it is very true, and this is what we've seen across day 1, day 2, is that Tayson normally is that guy who plays kind of that ultimate high ground, not as high as some other teams, but keeps him in range, consistently spraying at the tops of the boxes of players below, while the other two consistently spray at those walls. And that's how these guys are able to pick up such a high amount of eliminations. Yesterday, managing to have a 19 elim game.
And sometimes they might get a little bit too hasty, a little bit too heavy into that split, and someone can take height. They're always good to be able to have a contingency plan for that, though. Even a crash pad sending Mongrel all the way into zone is not enough for Stir6, who had a very good clutch second place run there to confirm everything. Still, that's a little bit of insight on second place, how they can pop off in Storm, while we see some glorious stuff from our first place team. But yeah, 2-1 splits, a good game, and Zeke's still looking for those angles.
Always, dude. Gotta keep your eyes out to make sure you can see those angles. Now we are gonna go ahead and take a look at some of the other heats. Taking a peek, we've got heat number 4 to kind of talk about. Now, yesterday we watched some of the craziness that was Acorn, Slacks, and Jock. I'd be curious to see if they've kind of carried that momentum into today's performances. I don't see them yet. Oh no. Oh wait, that was NA East. Just kidding. I got too excited. Over here. I'm sorry. I don't even know.
I don't want to do it to you, man.
K2. You know what? Hey, Shah, what's the name at the top? Take it away.
We got Pablo Wingu, we got QB FNBR, and then we got K2 SN Wad. So these guys, 71 total points, 19 elims, 1 victory royale. Doesn't matter how you say it, as long as it's confident. Then you go back and ask them, hey, how do you actually say it, right? And they're looking good. It's not that close between first and second, but second and third, a 1-point game for day number 2.
And you know, for these first place teams whose names we're not going to pronounce, nah, I'm joking. Smod, Pingu, and QB, you know, these guys are currently in 5th place in the overall leaderboards. Only 20 points difference between 1st to 5th. So these guys are all really, really close within Heat 4. You know, anyone can take this 1st place slot, and the 8th place slot is also very, very close around there, probably being around the 20 place difference between 5th down to 10th. So the people who are within this qualification range currently, in around that 8th place slot, will drop out. We might see some changes coming up in these next 2 games.
Yeah, Heat 4 right now, definitely, I think one of the closest things we're seeing. Reese keeps saying that word, and I just wanted to rail it home for you guys. Literally 1-2 points per team. That last game will be intense to watch. You can check it out with the replays in game. You can check it out on streams as well around, and we might even have a package for you guys for Heat 4 to see who ends up winning.
This pressure is on right now. 2 games left. I mean, it is literally make or break time. Because remember, we're looking at the top 8 trios that we pushed on to grand finals. 9 through 16 is making the wild card, where they have one final opportunity to try and make it through. But now you can feel the tension. We'll see that play out in the next coming games. But, gentlemen, it's time. We're jumping out of the battle bus one more time, so let's send it back over to our casters to take us in.
Shio and Reese, I am Sancho West, a long-time Sundown. Together, we form Sancho. I'm going to stick to that to the end of days. And we're getting to the end of our tournament here, day 2. The opportunities are fleeting for our bubble teams, and we're going to take a quick tour of that soon. But let's take a look at the overall spread. Pretty standard. Not seeing anything crazy. No changes in drop spots. No one contesting the Dunes domain. No one going to Stark Industry. It's going to be a simple affair, but that simplicity will get complex as zones start pushing everybody together in another centralized zone here, Sundown.
Yeah, we're pulling to the middle again, so relatively even spread for all of the rotations. The players on the outside are going to be very happy about that. One thing to note in particular on this map, almost every single spot is uncontested. There's at least enough space where people are going to be able to loot and not be forced to 50-50 off of the map, which I generally kind of expect at this point in the game. When you're able to kind of get those first initial just like pokes out, you kind of figure out like, hey, somebody's going to be at this spot. I can't go there right away. But right now, uncontested, victors from last match sealing their way into the grand finals. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, I mean, they've just played so incredibly well. Again, we talked about it, currently sitting at 166 points combined on the back of 2 wins and 57 eliminations. The eliminations are second only to Thomas HD's trio and Vadil's trio, and I mean, they've been pretty active.
And to kind of put a little bit more focus on this trio, is that Tayson and Mitro did that without Mongrel. Mongrel going down in the in-game, Mitro and Tayson were kind of just holding on as a duo, and they did that. Something that was very unexpected, but now they... I did hear a glider come through. I'm not sure. A little bit of brief moment is getting scared because you know how it goes, man, with these changes, and once it gets to the end of these tournaments, you know, some teams are going to start swinging for haymakers, and they get a little bit of desperate to try to change their fate there at Sundown.
Yeah, because you have to remain in kind of shooting distance of that 8th place spot. We talked about it last game being 100, right around being the line. Well, lucky for you if you were on the line. 8th is still at 101. However, the difference being that 7th, 6th, and 5th are all within 2 points of each other. The first 4, if you're not in the top 4 at this point, well, you're probably not going to get in there, or you're not going to push them out of a top 8 spot. They're locked in. They're going to grand finals. It would take an absurd push from the rest of the lobby and some phenomenally bad games from them to be kept out. So we will be seeing Flickanos, Thomas H. Steele, Vadil, Fastroki, Eccentric Kylie, Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix, as well as Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson in the grand finals on Saturday and Sunday.
The question is, can Kaspersa and Fixie and Zini, who have been such like a underdog story that we've been watching, that they're up-and-comers coming into the scene, getting in through the series accumulative track, not qualifying for any of the rounds at the round 3 stage. They started off hot. They were in the top 5, and they're just slipping further and further down the board, already now sitting at 9th place. Only 1 point behind that 8th threshold, though, that 8th place threshold, but still, the performances has been so far on a downward slope, and I'm always the belief of the power of positivity. No negative vibes here, only positive vibes here. And that is one of these trios that we're going to keep an eye on here in these remaining 2 games. Game 5 here. This is such a scary moment, man, for this trio. You know this. I mean, we saw them at the end of the tail end of the broadcast in day 1 kind of struggle. A lot of people started pushing them. A lot of people started knowing where they were going because they were heavy placement players. And they got eliminated very early on. And so these are the interesting stories that we're going to watch here as they're already... I don't know, man. I'm just so worried. I mean, there's a little bit of moments where they stop the brakes, but now they're outside looking in.
They are outside looking in, but it's only by a point. They have the best opportunity to contest. I think one of the benefits of playing as a most consistent team is now when you're in these situations. It's game 5 of 6 today, as you see in the top right. We're 11 of 12 overall. This is it if you're not able to get in the top 16. And then... even then, it's just a lifeline to the wild card match. But when you play for consistency, when you're playing to just kind of get in to that top 10 with a couple of eliminations every single time, when you're eking out just really kind of, they're just averaging 10 points a game right now, which, like we talked about, that's a top 10 with 3 eliminations, right? If that's been your game plan, it's a little bit less pressure on you in those last 2 games than when, like, hey, majority of our points have come from these monstrous 2 games, right, that have really pushed themselves forwards and been in there. Like, if we look at the 8th place team right now, they were not performing well yesterday. Void, Monster, and Pinkay struggled yesterday. However, today, they had that huge victory royale, and then another really positive game. But if anything, to me, that puts more pressure on them, because if you look at the bulk of their work, they're not getting those key points in the games where they need them. And I have more faith in Ziny, Kaspersa, and Fixie to come up clutch in the moments when all you need are a couple placement points, I'll put my money on the consistent team in those circumstances.
Okay, this is another trio that could put that pressure on Sundown's bet, and that is Zappy, Michael, and Wakey. There are 5 points away from overcoming, at least getting into that 8-9 discussion here. That's how close it can be. They're letting in Craigie Cliffs. Craigie Cliffs has been one of the strongholds in the FNCS trio across all regions. Just the ability, as you see, the Rift can allow you to third party on injured trios, leaving those powered POIs. And so far, Snappy Michael, I mean, they had a strong finish in day one. They tweeted out, they figured out how to get the in game, and they kind of hold on tight here for those brief moments here as they're going for that highlight sniper double shot, only getting 1 tag rewarded for their push. These are another trio that's on the bubble, and the bubble keeps changing here, Sundown, after every match.
Yeah, and you've seen kind of the teams rotating in and out of it, but Wakey and Snappy were the winners coming through of the FNCS squads last time we came through in Europe. So it would be a little bit upsetting for them being kept out in the heat space, particularly in one of those bigger team game modes. They've had a ton of success, particularly together when they're able to find the right combinations. And Michael has kind of slotted into their team relatively well. They haven't necessarily had kind of those high and dominant moments that we saw back in squads when Wakey was playing kind of on another level at that time, but they're still more than capable of doing it, as we've seen here. The question is, again, with 2 games left, who is going to rise to the occasion and push themselves into the top 8? Because we've seen 4 of those spots have locked up. It's a question on whether or not basically 3 of these guys can hold on, and then there's 1 spot that's really up for grabs.
And you do not want to have this moment if you're the Godsend Co trio right now with Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson looking over you, standing over you, having an opportunity just to pad their leaderboard standings. Here is another team from the N10 Trio and Co. that are kind of just on 7th right now. They have a little bit of a buffer. You know, they have a, let me take a look at real quick again. The leaderboard is Sundown. Where you got this trio right now?
I was just about to say one of the M10 trios is currently hanging out in there, but that is not Sniper God and Co. These guys have struggled a little bit more, and they're mostly on the outside looking in currently. You can see that they've had not necessarily the best of combination of days, but just trying to find a little bit of space. 29 points right now and rotating up towards the top side and trying to get a little bit of room here, as we also see that Benji is able to pick up an Elim in the feed. Lecce also going to add on to it. They're one of the trios who is trying to hold on right now. They currently have a 15-point buffer from that line going into this game. They're trying to open it up, but right now an ambush being set up by the M10 player.
All right, this is still an opportunity to 2 pop-off games could happen here. This is what we're going to watch now. They have some tools. They got the power weapons. They have the mobility and the shockwaves. We saw Savage holding on to 5 shockwaves at one point. Can N10 Sniper God here hold on to that valuable piece? As we're seeing Void, Pinkay, and Monster Muncher, the team that's on the bubble here, kind of right now, they're sitting at 8th place right now, Sundown.
Yeah, and I was able to find these guys. I apologize because of the name swap on there. Sniper God, a.k.a. M10 Karma, currently sitting in 11th with 95 points. So they're 6 points off of that bubble. So you are right on the outside looking in, as we were talking about. So far, a little bit slower from their pace yesterday as compared to today. But we're trying to see what Astro, SMZ, Mexi, and OT Exponential can do, finding some good shots and some good tags right now, as anticipated. Once we get into these later games, when everything is on the line, there's probably going to be a little bit more of a Storm Surge threat in those first 2 circles.
Yeah, absolutely. Now everyone playing a little tight, not that loose. This trio that you're seeing here is in 13th place. So they're right there, and they could easily slip out of that 16th place, which will not enable them to be in that wild card. Their lifelines could be all outs as Hardfire loses a little bit of shield, getting a little bit greedy there. And these are the kind of builds that we're seeing these trios make, and they kind of leave a lot of angles open for a snipe or an AR shot. And yes, you know, hey, I'm still alive, but you're going to have to expend some of your trio's loot right there. Use up some of your shields. And I've always remembered Monster D-Face saying, yeah, I know I got an 18 tag, but I know I took at least a mini out of that trio's inventory.
which ends up being beneficial. And then one thing I want to talk about, we haven't seen this weapon nearly at all. The scoped AR, while most of the variants have been vaulted, still the legendary epic are out there, able to be found on the map, and those tags are so valuable for Storm Surge. It is effectively a hit scan weapon with a little bit of kind of a 2-time scope coming through, and even a player like Bexifind is going to be able to, every single time he hits you, hey, body shots or a mini going off of it, headshots are a big shield. And if he's able to kind of run you through those end up being just so incredibly painful, as we're going to hop on board here with yet another one of our bubble teams, Vitality Nikoff, ATX Blaster, and you have Alpha as well, trying to get some shots in towards the team up top at Dooms and just putting pressure down onto them.
This trio is currently sitting at 12th place, only behind just about 10. So if they get a 10 finish right there, they're going to look really solid. As Blaster, Nikoff, and Alpha, who've been on the back end of some unfortunate social media posts, especially Nikoff, but we thought Blaster and Alpha and Nikoff would have a strong showing. We gave them a highlight package going into this day, going into heats, showing that they did really well consistently in the qualifiers, and just haven't found that kind of their solidified, like the concrete stance right now, that power stance from Nikoff, Alpha, and Blaster. We did see them a little bit in-game in the previous game, but they're going to have to string together at least 2 games to at least kind of be in contention for that top 8.
I mean, they're right on the outside looking in right now, currently sitting on 93 points. They had a tough day yesterday, but 63 points so far in the first 4 games is well above their average. They're doing about 50% better in terms of their average points compared to yesterday. And right now, I'm seeing a little bit more aggression out of them. And I think when this trio's back is to the wall particularly, they have enough experience between them. I mean, Alpha and Blaster have been playing together forever, going all the way back to the dual media days in the World Cup. And I mean, Nikoff has been around some of the best players in Fortnite, whether it was the Solari group and now playing with the Vitality crew. He has tons of experience, and they're going to be able to actually pick up the elimination onto swaps, a trio who has been charging today largely on the back of their aggressive eliminations. However, meeting a defensive wall here as Jakai is a huge shot from Alpha, and they're going to be pushing even closer into contention range now.
That trio that you mentioned that they're up against here, playing that defensive versus trio, is known to take out top names. They always find a way to take out top 10 trios. So that is a moment right there that Alpha was able to capitalize, get that going. And this is the bubble team that just got to keep up and just stand tall against the pressure that is coming down on them.
And one of the key things about that bubble team, we talked about them having a tough yesterday. They're competing for a wild card spot. So them getting taken down there is absolutely massive. Going into this match, they were 11 points off of even getting into that wild card match. Now getting shut down there, it's going to take a monumental effort. That elimination effectively ended their tournament run, saving any heroics for the last game.
That's what's happening. You got people on the bubble that are going to the top 8, a guaranteed seat at the round table, so to speak, and then you have the people from 9 and 16 that are kind of being held out by those top teams, and that is the danger, man. There's not enough elims to go around for everybody. Eventually, the big dogs of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson will kind of scourge and take up all those elims, and the same thing for placement points. The great players, the great trios will eat up all those placement points, leaving some of our trios for scraps, and hey, longest you get in Sundown, longest as you have a chance, you could still walk away an FNCS Trios champion.
So you're saying there's a chance. Well, for one trio, their chances are limited, as we saw Zest and Orion at 1 point off, aka Scout, getting taken down there. Another trio who might be losing their chance. We just talked about him. Wakey gets woken up there. Hello, were you asleep? Not going to be able to convert. Taken down in the moments when you have to be clutch. The 10th place team falls to our 4th place Titans, and they want to make sure they clean it all up. Again, we've talked about it. They're going to the big dance, and they're all about just shutting down the opportunities for their challengers to rise up.
We talk about that round table. These are the knights at this round table currently sitting there, solidifying their opportunity to compete for the big doggy Axe of Champions. And already so many things are lining their way. Uncontested start, going in with pop-off games, 2 of them double elims, one of them a 19 elim game. But now we're watching another trio that's all just doing really well here. They got to put it together here. They already have a victory royale today, Sundown.
They have a victory route today. They're currently sitting in 5th. These are one of the trios who has to just hold on. They're even with Benji and Co, but head because of that VR tiebreaker. They're one of the trios who just needs to keep getting endgame, keep getting points. Already have 3 points so far here, but with 20 trios remaining, they're going to want to see a positive resolution to this fight because they have no excess shields right now, and that's a huge shot getting the full elimination onto Nako, getting over a key siphon there onto Ensar, getting a little bit of additional mats because you can see they're hurting. And the key is, look at the bottom right, Sancho. There is nobody else who isn't already in the zone on this side of the map. They're going to be eating all of this fire as they rotate in.
As no one from the zone is looking, kind of use that aquatic rotation right there, able to breathe just a little bit and find that slice of the pie, that delicious safe zone pie, just to get in as much as possible. 415 alone storm damage right now. The storm surge is about to turn off, but they walk right into a trap. They tried to get that pie off that windowsill, but all of a sudden the cook came out of nowhere and hit the rolling pin right on their fingers, and this will be a bad opportunity right there. You talked about it. In that 5th place, they could still slip out of it at this moment here, considering that there's 2 games and our bubble teams could easily pop off and take their spot from them. But hold your horses there, Sancho. We're going to be able to get up our partner here, but it could be a moment fleeting here, Sundown.
And we talked about the fleeting moments and the fleeting inventories of these players and being forced to burn through. And while they didn't convert over, they have the bandage can to get them back up to 100, but no excess shield. And that is going to be the price you pay getting stuck on this outside zone rotation. They're going to be forced to tarp in, and we're going to want to keep an eye on that top left corner. One player will need to fall for Storm Surge to turn off, so not too big of a threat. That 25 damage coming down, just striking one person with the purple lightning from the sky. And right now you can see just trying to find a little bit of room as Ensar and Maestro begin firing shots over, and they're going to try and open up some space just for the rotation. The idea behind spraying that wall is to make sure they can get inside and now begin to work through this tarp. The question is, can they find more as they're just walking directly into the box of the player, going to find the crash pads burnt? Can they find this player who's edited in from the other side? No. He's going to be able to get out and disengage. Instead, finds a huge pump shot, and that's Richard, and they're going to make sure they throw him back because they want all of his excess utility, as now their backs are against the wall with the storm on one side and a max pull and the rest of the lobby in between them and the opportunity to get placement points. Styler's going to be left to get ticked out. W Key is at a fraction of a percent of HP, which means it is all on the back of 200, 200, 200, aka Maestro, with a legendary pump, a bandage cannon, a full rotation, and a dream.
And only one arrow in his stance is Jachu right now, holding him down. He's going to make his way, and Jachu converts. Done. Toast. Jachu now is the solo star for that trio. That was a 1v1 out there in the storm side. And we did see Void right there and Pink K Monster Muncher, our 8th place team, still up, holding on tight. But here is another team that no one is really talking about, is I dropped Stir 6 and Battle. I dropped 7. Bang! Gets a knock right there, and that's going to be a huge, as they're going to have to ride this ride without Battle. But I drop in Stir 6. They don't kind of, oh my goodness, hold on, no! Oh my goodness, the caster curse is strong for a moment as Stir 6 now has to be a solo stars. We're seeing the Lone Rangers of the EU region kind of work solo style. Can Stir 6 hopefully hide just a little bit and snake this recovery on his partner?
Honestly, I think the play is not to recover him. I think the play is to toss him out into the storm inside that box and take the slurpfish. He has 2 slurpfish. You'll be able to make the play by yourself rather than enabling him and forcing him to use that utility. But we're now going to hop back on board over on the side as we're here with Fastroki and Co. currently in 2nd place. We still have our 1st place trio up as well, but they've already cemented their spot into the grand finals. Right now, they're just trying to keep anybody else out and get whatever reps they can. We're into our top 15 as well, which means every single trio that drops is an extra placement point coming through. Everyone who's in has already gained 3, as Void, the team who is in 8th, is still up as well and getting eliminations. They're accumulating points. They're squeezing that leaderboard, and their chance to make the grand finals that much closer and that much farther away
from the rest of the field.
I was going to say, where is Flick and Nas, as Thomas H. you just mentioned? They are on height at the moment, but it is Benji, Lecce, and Savage who are sitting at 6th place. The chances of them slipping out can still be a possibility. I mean, we have been seeing Savage, Lecce, and Benji produce a low point average, but this is when they start getting good in this 5th and 6th game of the day. Last time they closed out their qualifying was the only time they were there in the qualifying rounds. In round 3, they closed out with a very top 3 finish where Benji clutch. Can Savage, Lecce, and Benji have a strong performance as they kind of operating as a trio here at the mid ground? And this is a first taste of the mid ground. There's so much scariness that could happen down below. We've seen throughout the day, edit plays can happen at a moment's notice. And no matter how good you are, Sundown, if you get dropped and edit down, it's just so hard to recover your aim and to find your footing at that brief moment of losing that gravity.
Yeah, but super beneficial for them. This is all their old builds. You notice how Savage wasn't building for 90%. He was just re-editing his old stuff, and that's going to enable him to find a pick as well. There are 5 eliminations coming through, and this could be their qualification. We talked about them just having to hold on, but a big game here will push them away, as this is our second to last game coming out of Europe, and the true tale is our teams 1 and 2 battling for the high ground. That was a metaphor for the entirety of this tournament, as you saw Adil and co trying to make the aggressive play, but Thomas just barely able to hold them off. They have their entirety of their trio on the high ground for what feels like the first time. Flick is going to be able to convert onto Ziny in the top right, as for Strokey actually takes down Benji Fishy on the backside of the low ground in the bottom right, and we have our top 10, but the top trio is just putting their stamp on it while everyone else fights at the bottom, clawing for whatever placement points they can, trying to get into the top 8. And right now, eyes are on Nikov, Alpha, and whether or not they're going to be able to hold on, as we just get a look at 2 of the top trios in our top right and bottom right. And you can see them just controlling the flow of the game.
Nikov goes down, and that was a bubble team. They have to hold on as much as possible. Alpha is still in this fight, so that's going to be big for them that they are sitting in 9th place. And it's so important to rack up these placement points, these opportunities. These are the moments that they capitalize, as Savage capitalizes, and Flick and Thomas are capitalizing on their strong position on the high ground. This could be the one that kind of vaults them all the way and get that first place and get that solidifying social media post, as Savage is holding strong versus Tayson. So this is a battle, a 3v2. We're going to get a nice little preview of the grands right here. It is Anas, Thomas, and Flick going against Tayson. Tayson's trio's up. Savage goes down. Actually, yes! Connection complete. Flick comes in, gets a big-time elim on Tayson and the Victory Royale. Another statement made, Sundown.
That was monstrous there. You can see Savage with the top 3, Tayson with the top 2, but our number 1 trio walks it away. And going into the final match, who will rise up? We're going to send it over the analyst desk to break it down.
Man, this is really coming down to the wire here. This is incredible. Right now with this big Victory Royale, it just flips everything on its head. We've watched Vidil's trio try to just kind of come in and take it away from Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas. But now they say, no, friends. We're just going to strong arm you because we'd like this number 1 spot. It's absolutely incredible. But again, as much as I do want to focus on the top number 1 winningest team, we got to remember it is the top 8 trios that are going to be pushed through to grand finals. So there's a lot that we kind of need to talk about and kind of set going into the last game.
Absolutely, and we see Flick, Thomas, and Anas over here in that last game going all the way from height. It was kind of a regular type of height to go all the way down the low ground game where you're trying to break things down, you're trying to end the game as fast as possible. Flick 2 using ramps, make sure anyone that's trying to shockwave up, anyone's trying to get up actually, is always pushed ahead. So because of this, they never really experienced anyone straight up on their lairs. In this game too, you'll see those ramps that they're actually pushing everyone from the low ground, trying to come up forward. If you guys miss it in that split second, it allows their teammates also to catch up and go all the way towards the top. When Flick actually dropped down and started going for those final moments, it was one wall that he grabbed that ended the game instantaneously.
Yeah, and that's a really, really nice piece of piece control by Flick, just getting way ahead of the zone, as you can see here, and giving the opponents no chance. He takes that wall, and at this point, Tayson has absolutely no opportunities to do anything here at all. There's no ways he can back out of it, and that's a really easy pickup for Flick.
Yeah, easy games overall. And then past that, we'll look at everything again. We were talking about 2-1 splits with Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson. Over here, it's a similar thing with Thomas HD being one of those members that's always near that high point of the game. The difference for this trio, though, is they don't have a set role on who plays that 2-1 split. Sometimes it's Thomas on height, sometimes it's Anas all the way up there. And because of that, those lower ground teams will always have a different type of beast to deal with. Sometimes it'll be Flick on your walls, other times it might be Thomas straight up below you trying to shoot up into your boxes. It makes things very, very different and difficult for other trios to deal with.
There's
Definitely, and
things, man.
so far, I'm sorry to cut you
ahead.
off. I was gonna say,
That's
so far,
cool, man.
Flick,
That's cool. I'm down.
Flick, Anas, Thomas HD still claiming that first spot by 16 points total. In third, second underneath is Vidil, Fastroki, and Kylie, and then in third is Mogul, Mitro, and Tayson. So at the top three, these guys are very, very close right now, and any of these three could really take that first place slot.
Yeah, and remember, we got to be talking about the bubble. We watched Nikov, Blaster, this trio. They've been in that kind of topper end of the standings, but now they're going into that bottom 8 right now. And they're actually tied with the trio that won the first game. But because they had that victory out over them, it is actually pushing them out. They're winning. This other trio is winning the tiebreaker. So we have one game left, right, guys? Something has to happen for all these trios trying to break in a top 8. Whether that be they just switch it all, they just start sending it into people's boxes. What do you guys think we can expect? Because this is it. This is literally the final shot. And then from here, we're going into wild card, where it's just going to be that much harder.
It'll depend on what those top 5 teams are really going to do this game. I know that Void wants to get all the way in. We saw Sundown and Sancho mention that Benji, Savage, and Lecce have basically done enough to solidify that top 6 kind of. But depending on what these top 5 teams do, people like Void, people like Nikov, they're going to be possibly gatekept if those teams perform very, very well this game.
I'm not really worried about the top 5 teams. Last game, I think most of these guys are almost definitely solidified. They're just going to be trying to get a few points, get some placement, be relatively okay. What we should be worried about is the teams who are 19th downwards to that 16th slot. This is their last opportunity to kind of get up into that top 8 where they can really then qualify and not have to risk going through to the wild card match. So we're going to see some kind of interesting things coming out of these teams in that position to ensure that they can actually make a qualification.
And this is just like the kind of calm before the storm, right? Because tomorrow we're coming back for grand finals day number 1. So we get to see a lot of these top performing trios show us what they have. But then it's all going to become harder tomorrow because now we have these more set lobbies where you're just looking around the board and you're like, oh, all of you guys broke into triple digits. Oh, all of you guys had 200 points. All of you guys had X amount of victory royales and eliminations. Well, now what are we supposed to do, right? Because when you're watching some of these teams like Thomas HD, it just feels like this trio is just walking around. It doesn't matter where they're at. It doesn't matter what they have or what they lack. They're just going to show up, find elims, and placement. So I'm just super excited kind of thinking forward into tomorrow where it's just going to be like every trio we look at is just going to be a series of Thomas HD trio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like everyone has that certain style they always want to play with. And if someone else is, kind of stealing your style, there'll be clashes between these teams who are performing very well in the heat. You're absolutely right.
Oh, man. Well, Fortnite fam, we got one game left. This is it, the final shot. So for now, we're going to do this one last time. We're sending it back over to our casters here in EU.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And as Zeke said, this is the final shot, the final opportunity to book that ticket, to stamp your claim on the grand finals, on that top 8. And with 3 spots up for grabs, 5 of our top trios have already cemented themselves. The question is, Sancho, if you are in 9th through 16th, do you press really hard right now with the risk of potentially being bounced out of a wild card match, or do you just stick with your game plan and just try and see if the cards fall your way?
I think at this moment you got to stick with the gameplay. You got to stick with who brought you to this dance. It's not a matter of. I gotta say, all it takes is those like one build, one pump, one arrow, like a AR shot. That can get you that 1 point, and if you kind of play out of that mold, so to speak, you could totally ruin your run. you can't slip at this moment. You know, once you get higher up, once you get on top of those mountains, that is when things get really treacherous, and you have to make sure that every place where you put your foot is a solid footment place. You know, without that, you're going to slip on down and fall off this proverbial mountain. And standing tall on top of this mountain is Flick, Anos, and Thomas HD. And we saw in their Victory Royale a little taste of what's going to happen in Grands. We saw Tayson. We saw Mr. Savage. 3 trios represented in the region, all at in-game. That's what's up.
And I mean, it was a huge clutch individually by Savage as well, effectively guaranteeing their grand finals run. We talked about kind of that top 3 bump you get in terms of the placement points. There's 14 available if you're able to get before that top 3, but then you get the bonus +2 that end up coming through. And I mean, this trio has just been so consistent over the course in times. I felt like my prediction was almost a little bit cheap. I was shocked that they weren't taken. I got them in the 3rd round, but I'll take it every single time, just considering the upside and their potential when they play well. Just feels like they have more tools available to them, largely on the back of what Thomas HD and Anos bring to the table.
One of the qualifying weeks, there were my picks right there. I mean, we have to look in the VODs. I believed in them. They weren't unable to pop off in the week I picked them. Maybe I was a little too soon right here, but this is the format that our competitors have been doing here. This is day 2 of competition. Victory Royale gets you 25 points. 2nd gets you 20 points in placements. 3rd gets you 16. 4th through 17th is when the placement points begin, and you get 1 point there, of course, each elim. And here is that darling story. We saw them in the previous game at 9th place, and they slipped down to 11th place. So the slide continues, but there's only 4 points away there, Sundown.
Yeah, so the players who are between 8th and 11th right now, we're just going to break it down because, again, as a viewer, what do you care about? This is the final game. What do you want to be watching for? Well, we're going to be keeping an eye in the top left-hand corner to be seeing if any of these trios get full eliminated, as well as rotating through and seeing what they're through on the action. Right now, sitting on that kind of 112-point line, you have Void FN, Monster Muncher, and Pinkay. Tied with them, but the tiebreaker being broken by the Victory Royale, Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha. Then you have Kira, Sniper Guard, Naraxin, and then currently at 108, you have Trick Kaspersa, Zynie, and Fixie. All 4 of those trios are within 4 points of each other. Effectively, that means if they trio wipe one other and get 1 placement, that's enough of a swing. These are the key trios we're going to be paying attention to, but also don't forget that Maestro, Styler, and Ensar, as well as Legends, Cartoon, and Florixin, could potentially be upset if they go down early. So there's about 6 key trios who are looking to compete for automatic qualification. Now, the wildcard matchup line is currently sitting at 82 points. What does that mean for the average viewer? That means the players who are on that line are averaging right about 7.5 per match. So assuming you eliminate one other trio, that's 4 placement points. You're getting to right around kind of the top 10 threshold. That's the average you need. However, there's plenty of room for dramatics here in the last game.
That is what is on the line right here in this final game of Heat 1. And there's going to be a lot of these same stories as well, because all the heats are happening simultaneously throughout the EU region. We're going to have top 8s coming in, all converging into a top 32 of the who's who in the zoo. And then you're going to have that Covenant final 33rd spot up for grabs in the wild card match. That's all going to go down right before the Grand Championships. And literally you have a 1 night sleep to think about your game plan for that. Talk about extreme, immense pressure.
Oh, and I thought for a second he actually pulled that legendary fish there, but no, it was just a regular flopper. I was honestly about to freak out because that would be
flopper trophy.
Yeah, you end up going through there and they end up pulling that one over, but either getting the mythic or even the legendary upgrade, that Midas fish coming through and being able to just instantly upgrade your loadout. Both of those in a final game situation would have been just an astronomically huge boon, but instead we're going to hop on board here with our current 2nd place team, and we've talked about it. Vidil has looked like one of the strongest players in the region, being able to go toe-to-toe with Mongrel, time and time again. But for Strokey saying, hey, what's up, Thomas? How you doing, man? Normally, we don't generally see some fights going on a Dirty Dock. They get more than enough time, but instead, a little bit of an ambush coming on and a little bit of a love tap here between our top two teams just going at us. For Strokey, it's going to get traded back from Flick, and it's actually going to be really important because if they're not able to cleanly win this fight or at least get out with Thomas's card, their odds of getting points in this game drop significantly. But this is a battle of the top two playing out right here, Sancho.
I gotta give it to Fadil's trio. They already did it to Benji's Leche, and I think they're trying to test their mettle. They're saying, yo, on top of the board is Anas Flick and Thomas HG. We gotta get ready for Grands. We want to test them to see what we can do, and right now, they're not doing so hot in this test, as now they traded, so it's a 2v2 situation right now. We have a build-off happening with Fadil and Flick, and then we have a box fight going down below with Kylie and the other trio made here of Anas, but Flick now, who's what we've seen go down first, we have known that he does get elims here. This is going to be a big kind of conditioning moment right now because Thomas HD and Vidil, essentially Vidil could say, you know what? In Grands, we're going to go ahead and take Dirty Docks away from Thomas HD and Trio. That could totally happen, Sundown.
Yeah, and you see for Strokey gets picked up and then is able to get the elimination as well. Vidil being pressured from the storm, but all going to come down to Anas. And as I say that, Kylie picks him up, and the top team gets a nice little heat check. Didn't past it. You know, Vidil dipped his toes in the water, he says. This feels nice. Come right on in, boys. And the Dirty Docks experience the pool party and the cannonball. That's been Wave Vidil, Ovation for Strokey, Eccentric, Kylie looking to take the #1 spot here in Heat 1 by just straight toppling Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD.
Dude, that is huge. Yes, you're going to maybe walk away in the #1 spot in Heat 1. Get that notoriety in that. Get that social media post. Get those impressions. But the impression that they made right then, right there, is they have an opportunity, if they want to overtake Dirty Docks. Yes, a lot of EU people thought the different heats are landing there, but there's no question that Thomas HG was not going to be contested there. As we're seeing Benji and the trio, they always tend to make this rotation, this slow rotation, and they're having a battle of their own here. Ah, Wolverine! Oh my goodness, Wolverine! Uh-oh! Oh my goodness, Wolverine! My heart skipped a beat. Logan was going in, baby.
And when Logan comes knocking, you don't have much of a choice but to open up the doors because he's bursting through them anyway. But that was a huge pickup right there onto 200, 200, 200, as well being taken down. We talked about those teams kind of just wanting to buckle up and hold on as much as they can. That was our 7th place team going down with 0 points and being taken out. So all of a sudden, when we talk about needing the opportunity to close the door, well, one gets kicked wide on open.
Man, I gotta wonder as a gift of the llama comes down to our team that's currently sitting in, I'm taking a look here, they are sitting in 10th place at the moment. Yes, they're sitting in 10th place, so the sigh of relief, now that door is open for the bottom of the board, the people on the bubble to make their way through. I kind of wonder, I'm going to have to take a look. Maybe Monster D-Face could do a VOD review. What did Logan, a.k.a. Wolverine, Weapon X, do in that dangerous situation? Because he muddied up that fight. I mean, maybe he was coming in for that third party, but, man, he instantly got shut down, and that was a very scary situation, though. For a brief moment, I thought Benji was going to get added to Logan's Elim feed himself.
Now we're flipping on board here. Cartoon, Florexin, going without Legends currently. This is our 6th place team. And again, we talked about just desperately needing to hold on. Well, they're in shambles, not necessarily in terms of the materials, but kind of hurting on the mats, or not on the mats, excuse me, on the weaponry, relying on kind of the rare and uncommon loadout. All the excess shields sitting on Florexin right now. No eliminations for them. They're currently sitting in 6th place with 122. So we talked about how 6th and 7th needed to have good games to hold on. Well, 7th has already been dropped, and 6th is in a lot of trouble as Cartoon eats a whole bunch of spray there. He's going to go down. It's all going to be on the back of Florexin to hold on. And nope, Kylie, Vadil,
Vidil just again swiping through the field like a reaper with the scythe, no problem, taking all of that down. These are my crops, and the crops will be the points and the rest of EU Heat 1 as they try and steal that #1 spot. And you can see just a little bit of difference in this game, Sancho. We got 55 players left, 19 trios. The claws are out, not just from Wolverine, but from everybody who is left. For Strokey down with 3 eliminations, Kylie sitting on 2, but everyone, no holds bar, looking for every point they can, trying desperately to get into that top 16.
And they're playing a little bit out of their comfort zone, and that is what you have to do. We talked about at the analyst desk, it's just those moments of like, what can you do to extend yourself? And we're just seeing so many people extending themselves, wearing themselves thin, and it's costing their tournament run. Their day is over. We're going to see who's going to be in that 9 through 16 range to be in the wild card, and who is definitely going to be in that top 8 to have a guaranteed spot. Who's going to earn the spurs to the big rodeo that's going to happen here this weekend on Halloween. We're talking about big time scares. We're talking about spooky haunting, whatever you want to get into the Halloween spirit. But now is Hardfine, Astro, Mexi, who are in 12th place going to this battle, knowing 6th. And I think you mentioned 7th is down. This would be a hard opportunity for them to make their way in.
But they are relatively far out, a little bit outside of kind of that contention range. They can still do it, but it's going to take a lot. Currently sitting on 99 points. The 8th place mark is 112, but you can expect that to kind of bounce up again if we just go by averages. We've played 11 games. If the 8th place spot is right at that 110 mark, they've averaged just over 10 points a game. So we can kind of guess that the 8th place mark is going to be right around 124, 125. However, as we've seen time and time again, that mark always just seems to creep up one extra point. You think you're safe, then all of a sudden you're not. And another team right on that bubble, on that 10th place mark, 109 points coming in right now. It's Kira and his trio.
Yeah, and look just up north, another trio that's on the bubble. Stories are colliding right here. That is the Godsend trio with Michael right behind. Those are the other, that trio right there you mentioned, it needs another little pop-off because they're just behind, 4 points behind Hardfines and Mexi's trio. So Godsend Co., they said they figured out how to get the in-game. They definitely have to get the in-game here, but it's going to be a little bit of a lighter in-game situation as we're seeing already 57 players available, 19 trios, and we're already kind of fast-track, fast-pass, whatever you want to say, so close to placements, and that's going to be big for our bubble teams here, Sundown.
It's going to be huge for them just adding in and cranking in those points. But one thing to note, too, here, remember the format. 25 points for a victory royale, and each elimination is 1 point. Generally, you're not going to see a win in trios with less than 5 elims, so 30 points over to the victor at a minimum, and we've seen as high as a 19 elimination match come through. So there's more than enough points on the table. Anybody left in this match who wins will book themselves at least a spot in the wild card, but everyone who's up is having their eyes on that top 8. They want to make sure they have a guaranteed spot here as we're going to swing on over to the uncontested Dooms trio. 100 Thieves, Mr. Savage, Energy, Benji, and Atlantis, Lecce, right on the side of the zone currently. Plenty of crash pads, plenty of shockwaves, plenty of points. They've made their way into the grand finals. The question is, what can they do to deny others as Vidil continues on his streak of denying others? That's the Godsend trio who runs into the absolute buzzsaw that has been Vidil so far today. He's going to get wakey, and the question is, will they be able to escape from that? A Savage is going to get pushed back a little bit. Naraxin, another bubble team, picking up a knock onto Akusto. We're going to be keeping a lot of eyes on that top left. This Void also going to be able to get a knock. It's another bubble team trying to secure their spot here, but Benji and Co. under pressure right now on the edge of zone and being backed off a little bit.
They gotta kind of retreat just a hair, just a moment here. They're gonna try to join the Anas Mitro Vesroki as the 2 Victory Royales winners. They only have 1 here in this heats. No doubt Benji, Savage, and Lecce are gonna want to get that second one right there to remind everybody what's going on. That you can't forget about them, Sundown.
Monster Muncher just got converted on, and I didn't see him get knocked to me. That was our 8th place team. I think our 8th place team just went down outside of placement points. Keep an eye on that top left corner, because we currently have 18 trios remaining, which means we're about to get into the top 17 as we see Ottawell, Jachu, and Paco pushing in with Wave Advise, trying to take advantage of the fight going on, and Mr. Savage doing what Mr. Savage does best, sticking in a cone, waiting for an opportunity, but not quite going to get it. Going to crash pad himself out, try and create a little bit of distance, tries to find an angle to get back in, but Benji gets cleaned up, and they're going to fall to the hands of Link, Seventor, and Fremok, who are doing their best to get into the range for that wildcard match. Came in at 23rd, and they need a lot of help, as does Advise, Jachu, and Paku, who are also trying to get into contention for that.
For that trio, these two who are basically neighbors right now, they are going to need a victory royale to give them that opportunity. They pop off, as we've been watching Vidil's trio right here pop off and knock on doors on so many trios trying to qualify, as Mongrel is the next door neighbor here knocking on this door aggressively, but they're able to get Vidil at the brief moment, and they have plenty of opportunity to get to Vidil to full strength and a full 200 HD. Vidil! Oh my goodness, Mitro says, not so fast, my friend. Fast Roki gets elimed as Tayson gets traded out by Mexi. So now Mongrel's still up and Mitro's still up, and I think Mongrel is making it personal against Vidil.
And one thing to note about these trains, it's incredibly interesting to me that the top of the leaderboard is all fighting the top of the leaderboard, effectively canceling each other out and giving points over to the rest. This is an opportunity for every single one of the teams who is on that top 8 bubble and trying to fight for a wildcard spot to rise up and get these extra points. Because all of a sudden, all of these points, the top 2 teams, Flick, Anas, Thomas HC, Vidil for Strokey, and Kylie, they're gone. They're out. 400 points that have been allocated to these guys aren't going to get sucked up anymore, and there's plenty on the table. And on top of that, Tayson is down again, so Mitro and Mongrel will be at a little bit of a handicap. However, as we saw last game and the game before, that's no problem from there, being able to rotate through. As we're going to hop on over with Void, I think he might be the last remaining member of that top 8 trio, and he is. With a singular elimination, he is holding on for placement points and whatever else he can. He is the last hope, the final opportunity for Monster PK and Void to go through. It's all on his back, but if there was ever a loadout to do it with, he has it. He has priority on zone. He has plenty of metal, Sancho, but he needs to avoid this lobby focus right now.
Void holding on as much as possible, like a swaying tree in the wind, trying not to break, trying to be a rubble tree and hold on as much as possible. Can Void put this trio on his back and carry them into the big dance? That is what we're watching here, folks. Top 8 events. We know that Void and PK Monster Muncher want to be able to solidify that top 8 placements, but look at it. It is Paco, Advise, and Jacho, a full trio on the heels of Void. And now we're going to take a look at the rest of the lobby here, Sundown, and we're seeing at height is Sanji Fishy. Down below here, right in front of us, it's Hardfind Mexi.
Fixie, Zynie, and Kaspersa, another team right on that bubble, 11th place. We've talked about it. They're only 4 points off. There are plenty of teams who have the opportunity. Nikov, Alpha, and Blaster also in this. All of the teams. 8 is in, 9 is in, 10 is in, 11 is in as well. They're all right here. It's going to come down to the absolute final moments. Match number 12 here in EU in Heat 1. And the question is, can you be the hero? Can you rise to the opportunity that has been given to you by these top teams battling each other out and effectively taking themselves off of the leaderboard? Can you take that room and capitalize? Who will rise? Will Void be able to 1v3 and be the Lone Ranger that has so epitomized the European play, or will in the final moments he be forced out of the top 8? As we see the rotations are beginning, Vettel, Stursix, and iDrop are right next to Void on the low ground, and he has to be careful. You don't want to run into that trio box to box.
And here we go. It is in-game time. Zone 6, 7, 8, and 9 will determine who gets into the big dance. The top 8 move through, but all our dangerous players have to avoid is the top of the board, and that is Stursix, Vettel, and iDrop. They've been dropping names all over the tournament. Today, can Stursix, iDrop, and Vettel make the statement statements that the Nas, Mongrel, and especially Vidil have made today. This has been the most quiet trio throughout the entire day, quietly putting their heads down and getting placement points, getting E-limbs, and we're getting closer and closer to the end, and they have to avoid Storm Surge here at 16th. Here we go. Placement points are being doled out.
And you called it out right away. Storm Surge in play. And also, Sancho, there were 42 players up. Now there's 43. Somebody got a reboot off in 7th zone, but Kaspersa goes down to that Stir6. But Emo is in the box right away, and Emo is ruining the gatekeeping opportunity. Gets a drop right away onto Vettel. Snappy goes down to Narixon. That's some bubble on bubble crime. Kylie gets Fixie as well. Yuki is going to tick over onto Michael. Michael's run is going to end. Fixie gets converted on as well. Up on the high ground, we have Popoff, Zestin, and Orion trying to control what they can. They're currently in 12th, 115 points, trying to climb up. Can they do it from the high ground control? But you see Zestin gets dropped down. But all of a sudden, in a tarp by themselves, the French trio, the veterans, Nikov, Alpha, and Blaster, they open up the door, and that's Mitro and Tayson erased instantly. 2 huge elims, all of the siphon going over to them, and that should be enough to give them room to have a chance to clutch up, but the high ground is in play, and they're in contention.
Yeah, Ovation, if they could get some elims along the way and capitalize with the Victory Royale, they will have a chance to get in the top 8. But now the story is, Nikov, he has an opportunity to get in the top 8 as well. It is a trio going down to a duo. Nikov and Blaster, someone that we've been watching the entire time, kind of be on the struggle bus in shambles, trying to find a way on the low ground to get inside right now. They have a big opportunity, they just have to capitalize as much as possible. But the story is, can Ovation trio on height get their way in and sneak in with the Victory Royale, Sundown? It is totally possible.
And it's the German versus French, the German org of Ovation up top. Orion, Scout, and Zestin trying to rain down fire, but the eliminations are over on the side. Nikov and Blaster have 3, make it 4, make it 5, as they're on the low ground and racking up the points. They have the chug splashes as well, and the question is, will it be enough? They are able to get the mats coming through. We have our top 5 trios. We're almost into our top 10 players. Zestin is able to find a pair. Nikov finds another one. Nikov goes off with the shockwave on height, but the Ovation trio drops down. All of a sudden, Blaster and Nikov have the height, and they've taken away. Scout gets knocked on the backside, and the German trio gives up the control, and the veterans, the French veterans, try and take it back. And as I say that, Orion's able to find it. We're going to hop back on board with Stir6. It's a 3v2v2. As you can see, Orion picks up Blaster. What will happen here at the end? The battle out in the storm. It's the German trio who's able to find a pair, but they get knocked. Orion trying to win it out. Can he find the Victory Royale? Can he find the points that he needs? Or will Vettel and Stir6 be able to play spoiler? A huge 90 shot here, trying to find the second one, but he can't quite do it. I apologize. Stir6 versus iDrop, 1v2. Crash Pads and Stir6. Will he be able to drop him down? First shot comes through, second shot misses. iDrop should be able to find it. He goes down, but Orion gets cleared out, and it's gonna come down to the absolute wire. What monumental efforts from both of our teams. Like, oh my God, Sancho.
Oh my goodness, the ultimate gatekeep by Stir6 trio. Let's take a look at who is going to be our overall heat winner, as it all came down to those final moments here in the last game here of Heat 1 Day 2. Oh my goodness, what a ride it was, Sundown.
And you can see there at the top, it didn't matter that Vidil came through and tried to kick in the door. They held fast and were able to hold up the #1 spot. Flick, Become Legends of Nos, and Gamma Gaming. Thomas HD also just so happened to be my prediction, but they'll walk away with a ticket to that big dance. But the question that I want to know, that I'm sure you want to know, and I hope the viewers at home want to know, is what happened with that 8th place spot? Who ended up taking over? Because it was so close at the end. I couldn't keep track of the points, and those two trios battled their absolute hearts out with everything on the line.
Everybody did, man. Everybody did. Even the people that are trying to find their way into that wild card match that's happening. So much was happening at the end game. So many opportunities were being seized. It was a magical moment to see that Elevation Trio make that last second push to try to get into that top 8. We're talking about some big time performances, and I am just so excited just to have this opportunity to call the action, and I cannot wait for the next couple of days. Sundown, it has been so far the absolute pleasure to kind of co-pilot this entire cast with you.
It's been amazing, but that's going to be it from us. We had a blast today. We'll catch the NAE's action after. My name's Sundown.
I am Sancho. We're just kicking it to the analyst desk. Thank y'all.
You guys are so great. I love those dudes so much. Good job, Sancho. Great games on the day. Fantastic cast. And as you guys saw, Sundown's pick, Subtle Flex, did come out in that #1 spot, but as he did follow up, it is important to see which top 8 trios are moving on to tomorrow's grand finals, because we're done with EU. That's it. Remember, the top 8 trios will be pushed on to grand finals. Trios that land between 9th and 16th place will be entered into the wild card match, where they'll have one final opportunity to win the game and join the remaining players in grand finals. Taking a look here, in that last game, boys, Thomas HD's trio didn't really pick up anything. They got eliminated 26th, but it didn't even matter. They held strong.
Very, very strong. Just starting that one day, the first day off, with a huge amount of boost compared to all other trios. And then after that, showing up on day 2, I mean, how else are they going to be able to hold first?
And all the teams in the top here really played their hearts out. You can see there's a big gap between 4th and 5th, however. You know, Benji Fish's team, Mr. Savage, and Lecce. You know, these guys are much closer to closer to that 8th threshold, which we'll see when the page turns over here. But obviously, these guys in the top 4 really solidified their slots early on yesterday, and even in some of these games today.
Okay, I think it's time. We got to flip that page.
Drum
and there
roll.
it is. The top 8 for Europe, heat #1, day #2, and look how close it was. A game of inches, a game of just 1 point between Kira, Sniper God, and Noirix versus Maestro, Styler, and Ensar there in 9th place. They won't have a win, but they did enough in that last game to secure that final spot.
And imagine if Maestro, Styler, and Ensar, the team who are currently in 9th, got one more elimination. They already had 58 elims, so they were playing so good already. One more elim, and that would have qualified them.
That would be asking for 59, and they played so well popping off, but you have to remember, consistency, we always push it, is key. 34 elims, 35 for 7th and 8th place, skirting right in there after that last game. Of course, we saw Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha do amazing things in that final day 2 game as well. We'll have a chance to break that down in just a moment, but literally, every single moment, every single nanosecond in elimination matters, even if there's 12 games to play.
Bro, all these tiny interactions led us here to this moment. And just think about it, man. Even the VR, just having that VR is not enough. Like you said, Shai, it's got to be that level of consistency. There's much to kind of unpack and reflect on at the end of the day, so walk us through this.
Okay, let's take a look at how Nikov actually ended up, specifically big showcasing off. And we saw it on broadcast. Let's move over to Arion and his big actual run. Elim after Elim. Now, although these guys didn't end up fully qualifying, the relationship that the Blaster Nikov trio had on high ground and Arion on low ground, they both got to secure their wildcard spots at least the Arion trio there, the OVA trio. Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha, based off of all this action that was going off on height, accrued enough points to get there in 6th place.
So they ended up needing this victory royale and 3 more eliminations to qualify. So at this point, they already were actually out of qualification range. Even if they eliminated every single player who was still left alive, this was an absolutely fantastic attempt by the Ovation trio, however. Really good attempt. 2nd with 7 eliminations, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough throughout the other 11 games to kind of clutch them into that qualification range.
Ooh. Yeah, they're on the brink, though, from just being taken out completely, and they got it, at least to be in there for those wild cards. We'll take over a look at our 8th place team of Kira, Noirix, and Sniper God. You're going to be seeing some big action. They ended up getting 9th overall, but it's this final elimination that lets Kira, or just allows him that knock. It doesn't actually get in, but the one right before that confirms their spot, because it was just a 1-point difference over there at 8th. They don't have to play the wild cards. They're in through heats. And it came down to that last game.
Something I actually just noticed in that last elimination, if we go back to the Ovation trio, it was actually, he managed to knock Eyedrop, right? Which would have been a point. The Victory Royale would have been another 5 points. And if he had hit that final pump shot, that would have gotten him the Victory Royale and 2 more eliminations, which would have put them in 8th place as a tiebreaker winning. So that entire Victory Royale was actually winnable. I was wrong. If they had hit that final pump shot, that would have qualified them. But unfortunately they didn't, and they ended up coming second. It's not even one Victory Royale, one elimination that can matter. It's one shot that can do it.
Dude, that's just what happens. They're at the top, right? It's these literal, like, micro interactions that happen that will literally dictate whether you move on or not. But there you go. Here in Heat 1, we know which top 8 teams are being pushed through to grand finals. Now, we've kind of been talking about it over the last over yesterday and today. There are other heats going on, so we are going to kind of take a look at what's going on in heats 2 through 4 and see which top 8 trios are moving on as well. So let's take a look together. This is Heat 2 here on day number 2. You've got Floki, Clement, and Nikos. We saw them ahead of the pack earlier on in the day, and they did hold strong as well. But looking through, I mean, it's just more of these recognizable names coming in super strong. Kinsel, I think Wolfie's like just tweeted like, hey, we're freaking legends. We popped off, super awesome. So great to see him and CRR, like these guys coming in 2nd place. But again, it's the top 8 trios we're more concerned with. And of course, seeing them pop off is dope, but tomorrow may be a very different story.
And one of the things that I find interesting, Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR, like Wolfies in particular was known as a little bit of like an opens warrior previously, right? Someone who'd really, really dominate in the opens format, get high eliminations when that skill gap is a little bit larger. However, they kind of struggled in Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. When they got to Qualifier 3, they played very, very well. So these custom formats, they're clearly doing very, very well in, right? And this shows again, they made it through to the heats and they placed 2nd. Really great performance by them.
Yeah, we'll see Queasy Milan and Chapix making it over at 7th. Swag and his trio in 6th. And then the Train H squad coming in at 8th. Over here in heat number 3, we have Analyx, Janice, and X-Squeeze all the way up top to 18 points. But it was so close between them, Hen, Deceptos, and Putric as well. They had 3 VRs, but did not get the overall win.
That is really tough. 3 VRs and not picking up the actual first place here. We've seen a couple of things do that same. It's all about that consistency factor. So again, ZQ, Robabs, and Black 18 we've seen very consistently coming in 5th place. And what was the cutoff? The cutoff here was 116 points in this one. Piccolo, Smudge, and Wixie just qualifying through there on that borderline.
We had Raxel on that first base too. Lanoof, some big power trios making it through their heat in heat number 3. Heat number 4 is coming right up. Remember though, that 9th all the way to 16th place lets these players play in that wild card match. And there's some big trios playing in there. We have Snappy from our heat and Wakey still trying to have a shot to get that big win in heat 4. The winner at 186 points. Another close tie between 1st and 2nd place. Snag Demon, Heat C, and Steelix. Oh my goodness, 1 VR, 555 eliminations, so less, but they're a little bit more consistent overall.
Yeah, this heat was much, much closer so far. So, you know, Flois, Andrea, and Louis up at 164 points. Someone that we're not seeing in the top 5 so far is Kizix, Forziar, and Nate. Absolutely dominated the first 2 weeks, and here's the top 8. And they actually haven't qualified. Oh, wow. A team which was so dominant in Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, winning both of those in an absolutely incredibly well fashion, not qualifying, is actually a huge turn up. And what does this mean for Grand Finals tomorrow? This means that Sweaty Sands, potentially uncontested for Janice, Andalex, and X-Squeeze, who is our Qualifier 3 winner. So if I get to pick my qualification, my choice first, if I roll that dice, you know who I am picking straight away.
Well, if you don't get to pick, someone else is going to take it.
Well, someone will take it.
Speaking of those predictions, let's remind ourselves of what the predictions were here in EU for the heats. That is 2 days of competition down and done with. So let's take a peek at where everyone went. Reese, you start us off, buddy.
You know, how can you not pick Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson? These guys performed really, really well across 2 days. In all honesty, I'm very happy to see a 4th place slot from them, you know? Whenever you pick these guys, these are always in the top 5, top 10. And honestly, I would have been very shocked if they didn't manage to get in the top 8 and qualify through for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and for me, Benji, Savage, and Letchi, day 1, a little bit rocky. Day 2, 5th place overall in the heat, and I'm actually enjoying that a lot. This team will only improve now. Minimum 5th place grand finals. Actually, let's scratch that. Minimum 1st place for me. I might just roll in with that prediction again. Who knows? But past that, too, Flick, Anas, Thomas, HD for Sundown. Big props to him to getting that big team that ends up winning the heat. Completely correct, and they did it in dominant fashion. Never really a question as to who could actually contest them. On day 1, yes, Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6 were that trio. They came 3rd overall for Sancho, but it was Vadil, Fastroki, and Kylie who were just in 2nd. That was a pick that Sancho was also going to go for, so he actually had a good eye for that 2nd and 3rd place slot. I think everyone here picked some good teams, and most importantly, they all qualified.
Bro, y'all made top 5. You guys are killing it. You know what you're talking about, and of course, that's why we are here for some Fortnite entertainment. Now, gentlemen, that wraps up all things EU. Any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
That was just one heat. We only watched just one heat of action from just Europe, and we have that multiplied by 4, multiplied by 2 on those smaller regions happening all around the world. I'm just excited to watch NA East after the break.
I'm not just excited to watch NA East. I'm excited for tomorrow and the day after that for the grand finals too. It feels like, it's been a long build up and the hype's been trained. It's been building as it's gone. Heats have been great. I'm so excited for grand finals tomorrow and also for the same on NA East later today.
Well, that's right. Well, Fortnite fam, don't forget we're back tomorrow for grand finals and the special wild card match. If you want more Fortnite, stick around because we're jumping into NA East. But if not, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boys. We got me, Zeke. We got Shy Wager. We got Reese. And in just a moment, we'll have some games. The final 6 here in NA East from Heat number 2, from day number 2. Guys, we just got done with Europe. We saw some awesome games. There was some crazy back and forths. Some teams we thought were going to make quals did not. And I unfortunately have to say that's probably going to be the case here today.
Yeah, if EU was kind of a tug of war with winners and losers, this is literally kind of a battle royale of all these teams personified, because sometimes they're doing well, other times, you know, they miss a game and they come back and the leaderboard's very, very close.
You know, making an image from a battle royale into a battle royale, I like it, but there are teams who are going to be very, very close. You know, top 8 is a very tough margin, and we've seen that across EU and some of the other regions that have played so far. So I'm really hoping that all the teams we want can qualify through and the fan favorites can all get in, but we know that just might not happen.
That's right, man. It's anyone's game, and we have 6 matches to see which of these top 8 trios will be pushing through. Now, as I mentioned before, we'll get to games in just a second. First, let's talk about the broadcast itself. Kicking things off, we have the tournament format. What has led us here to this very moment in time? 3 weeks ago, we began with our round 3 competition. We watched 6 games over the course of 2 days where the top 15 pushed on. And now, those top 15 trios per round are now competing in the heats. We had 6 games yesterday. We're back for another 6. And from here, only the top 8 trios will move on. However, the big asterisk here is that placing 9th through 16th will automatically qualify your trio into the wild card match. Shy, one final shot to get the VR.
Yeah, if the heats are too hot for you, your hot day turns kind of wild in the wild card match. The first place team will be the only one allowed to go to the grand finals, and it's just 1 game. So it'll be some of the greatest Fortnite we've ever seen. Eliminations don't really matter that much other than just progressing your game. There's no points there. But in those grand finals, it's 2 days, 6 games a day. At the end of it, the first place team overall will be crowned your FNCS Trio champions.
The Axe of Champions to be given out as a trophy. I'm extremely jealous because I myself will never have one. But we're going to keep the ball rolling. We got the point format. Victory Royales are worth 25 points. You have placement as far out as 17th. Don't forget, we've got 33 trios all going head-to-head. So about half that lobby needs to go down before we start giving out the placement points. Every elimination is worth 1 point. Now, you know, sometimes we get these pretty consistent games, you know, solid placement, solid elims, or you're just a jock, right? Slacks an acorn and you just slay out. It just doesn't even matter.
I mean, they slayed out, but they also picked up 4 Victory Royales. So, you know, it is a mix of everything. And across all 4 of the heats for NA East, the guys with the most Victory Royales are in that first place slot. You know, it's actually something we've not seen very often, in particular for NA East, because a lot of times in these qualifiers, you know, in particular qualifier 3, we saw Zate, Saf, and Stretch not being first, despite having 3 Victory Royales after 6 games. So, very, very impressive to see, like, all the consistency all the way across these 4 heats right now, with all the Victory Royales being up at the top.
That's right, and this is all in attempts to make it into grand finals. Now, walking away, the winner, you can see, not only gets you the clout, the Axe of Champions, the Champions title, but there's also prize money on the line here in NA East. Here's an awesome breakdown so you can see what that looks like across the board. Now, we are gearing up. We are preparing to launch out on the battle bus, but there's kind of like this big question mark for people that might be coming in today that maybe weren't here yesterday. They're probably like, wait, day 2? We missed out on day 1. What's going on? Which trios do we need to be keeping on? Don't even worry about it. We got Reese, we got Shy Wager. They're here. They're the best minds in the business, and they will help get you guys up to speed. So let's kind of talk about what happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday on NA East, there were 4 heats going down. We focused in on heat number 2, choosing this heat because it had some of the most big teams in there in terms of placements. Top 15 teams combined together, low ground teams. The team for this entire heat was basically who will claim the low ground space, who will be the best overall. And Reese, a lot of guys had a lot to say about that.
You know, yeah, there was 4 main teams that we were kind of looking at, and you know, the 2 that kind of was interesting was the 2 org teams, TNA against the XSET trio. And you can see the XSET trio currently in 4th right now, but the TNA trio not actually in the top 5.
Yeah, it was actually Commandment, Scented, and Edgy who just took everything by storm. We were focusing on low ground so much we forgot that teams can still take height in this heat, and they did. 112 points, 2 VRs, 34 elims. They looked very strong after the first 6 games.
Yeah, they were doing very, very well, and everybody knows Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. These guys are just consistent players. They have been since their time on West, and they still are now. They didn't do as some people expected during the qualifiers, but they've clearly turned it up for qualifier 3 and for the heat so far, so I expect them to do the exact same thing going on into the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and one reason for looking at this heat tour, all the new names or names we don't usually see on broadcast taking away games actually play out overall in this heat. A trio, for example, like in 6th place, Walkman, Cozies, and Diminished. We saw them maybe all the way over at FNCS Duos or some Cash Cups really pop off, but finding each other now for this season, they play very well. We saw the TNA trio in the middle there too. On this next page, you have to remember that although top 8 is something to shoot for, the top 9th to 16th players will be able to play that wild card match. Narwhal was playing very good yesterday. Trap Pose and Good Guy Nani had an amazing win as well. Every team really has a lot to show, and you can see by the points, it is very, very close.
And we keep saying this, you know, the guys who are 9th to 16th right now and coming into day 2, 100% still have an opportunity to qualify in that top 8. There's 6 games remaining today to see how all of these play out and who is going to get crowned into that grand finals slot.
There's one thing you can always expect from NA East, and that's, you know, something similar to what you see in the day before in EU. They either adapt or we get a hint as to how the games can go. In Europe, we saw some crazy things where all the way till the last game, the top 8 was still undecisive. So expect the same things in NA. Still, there are 4 heats. In heat number 1, some of the biggest names in the business of NA East are fighting, and it's Jamper, Booga, and Avery at the top spot.
Yeah, they picked up 2 Victory Royales and an average of 8.33 elims per game. These guys were just as consistent as they always are. These guys have been so consistent all the way through the qualifiers so far, in particular with the placement. And, you know, with some of the qualifiers, they kind of struggled a little bit to get their eliminations. You know, they were being very, very consistent on their placement, but kind of struggling to get those higher elim games. And, you know, yesterday, we saw 3 games where they were over 10 eliminations, 2 13 elimination games and an 11 elimination game. So clearly, these guys have figured out kind of where their problem was, and that is why they're at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we have some big names on that page too, but some contenders too from 6th to 10th trying to take that spot. Qualcomm, Genesis, and Shades showed us some crazy performances in the qualifier weeks, and they're still 10th over here, so almost at that top 8, but it's held down by Tragic, Snake, and Simple, who are all very good players in their own right. Big respect with them in these recent seasons, upping their overall placements. Cosmic there too. In heat number 3, kind of a different business, a huge is it even a business? It seems like a complete robbery with these guys all the way in first place, 100 points ahead. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. My goodness.
I mean, this isn't Heat 3. I said it yesterday. This is Slacks, Acorn, and Jack Heat. These guys have brought the fire, and they are so far ahead right now. 4 Victory Royales out of the 6 games. And you know what? I'm going to read their placements. I'm going to read their gameplay placements. First, second, first, third, first. Incredible. I don't know if we're going to see that continue on today. I really hope we do, in all honesty, because this is a story for these players to tell their kids who still love Fortnite, you know? Let's be real. In 50 years, maybe their grandkids will be like, hey, look, we won so many games in a row. How crazy is this?
Yeah, it's really just like a top 7 for this heat. Rufy, Crazy, and All2 there are trying to hold down that 8th place slot, but once again, look at the tie, 55 points from 8th, 9th, and 10th. Chaotic has and Paper a trio you do not want to be messing with off spawn or anywhere throughout that game once they get unleashed, are trying to steal that spot. Graska, Posick, and Accept are also trying to hold things down. Top elims that kind of tiered off as well from 6th to 10th. It gets a little bit lower, and lower. But we got to remember, it's about consistency in heats if you want to make it through. The most consistent trio, I would say, on NA East when they have room to play, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch in these big stacked games. They have 3 Victory Royales. Heat number 4 seems like it's theirs.
You know, we said this yesterday that these guys are in their prime in these custom stage games. You know, opens and that kind of round 2 where, you know, there's a bit more players, a bit more kind of questionability, is where these guys, you know, aren't as shiny as they are in this custom stage games. And this says it right here. 3 Victory Royales out of 6 games. This is the performance we consistently see out of Zayt, Saf, and Stretch over and over and over again. And I think we're going to see that same thing today.
But they're not 100 points ahead, right? We saw Acorn, Jack, and Slacks with such a big lead with 4 wins. With 3, still this whole heat is so close together. 6th and 7th, just 10 points apart. A tie at 68 points for 8th and 9th. 10th place overall with Drew's trio, 59, not that far behind. So in all these heats, it's still a very close overall game state for these guys past day 1. And with day 2, every single shot will matter when these guys are playing their games.
And I just have to just kind of take a step back and look at this performance from Jack, Acorn, and Slacks. Literally, they don't have to play today. They could just sit back. They could try some new strategies. They could just try to W key into other people's boxes. They're that far ahead. And just to give you a picture, in EU, they ended the top 5 with 200 points after the 2nd day, after they had completed all 12 matches. So these guys can still do whatever they want, right? They're definitely qualifying. I want to see them, though. I want to see them bring it back, because that's just being able to continue that consistency is really going to scare everyone else in the lobby. Now, we are going to shift gears a little bit, kind of reset and remind ourselves as to what happened yesterday. We've got some replays lined up for you guys. Break it down for us, gentlemen.
Absolutely. We were focusing on the gods before, but there are some big men too trying to take that title in this heat. We started with Scented getting some big wins, but past that, Shockwaves were so big to get you guys positioned to win these games.
We consistently saw teams hold on to their Shockwave. Ooh, nice shot from Trap there. Consistently hold on to their Shockwaves for the end game so that they could take height again just in that final moving zone and can secure that Victory Royale from then on out. And that's kind of what a lot of the mid and low ground teams prioritize to doing. Don't use their Shockwaves earlier on. Keep them until that last moving zone. Shockwave up, as we've seen right here, into Miro's team and try and win from that way.
Ooh. Yeah, but people started to get used to it. Miro and Reverse actually both dropped down. A bouncer save from Miro's POV on Reverse's floor. Legend DN after that has 3 guns to actually end up facing. Not possible for him to be able to survive. And that was just a little bit of the glorious plays that we saw. Some huge Shockwave and endgame plays from the Xset trio, sending someone to Storm. Shark living with 1 HP after that, and these guys winning the game.
And every single endgame that we've watched so far has included some sort of mobility, be it Shockwave play or the Crash Battle play that we just saw there. You hear it again, Scented being dropped down by the Shockwave, but these guys are way more prepared to look up and just beam Legendian, who was going for that high ground at this point. 2 of them left alive, Edgy and Scented, the duo that can do it, and at this point, we just see Scented completely pop off. Beautiful shots to pick up that Victory Royale.
You'll see a notice theme over here. You see a lot of green grass from all these trios. That's because this heat has some of the most stacked low ground teams playing. When I say low ground teams, those teams that like to stay at the bottom side of the map. That's why we see so many Shockwaves. That's what we'll see even more today. There's a lot more box fights, a lot less sprays. It gets very nitty gritty, weapon to weapon fights all the way around. You're going to want to strap in because we have 6 more games today to see if these guys can win even more.
The excitement is real. The hype levels off the charts. Now, of course, guys, you know we're about to hop into those games. The battle bus is being prepared for us right now. We've got players taking their seats, and we'll launch as soon as we can. But real quick, gentlemen, we got to talk predictions. You know, we had made these predictions coming into yesterday's games. And obviously, if you don't know at home, we have our casters and our analysts here on the desk. They all make predictions to see which teams they think will kind of win out the day overall. Shao, you started us off with the Xset trio.
Yes, this is a trio that learns from day 1 to day number 2. They were looking pretty good towards the end of the day, picking up that clutch win that we just saw. And now for day number 2, this is their prime time to start playing out and getting those wins. I'm excited to see what they do. I'm predicting a top 3.
Right, moving on along, we've got Day, Miro, and Reverse UK coming in as Aussie's pick. Now, right now, they're starting the day in 8th place, and, you know, an average placement of 14, average elims of 3.83. They're doing okay. I feel like they had much stronger performances back in open rounds. However, what they also showed us back in rounds is that in day number 2, they had these pop-off performances. We're looking to try and see us move up and down the leaderboard, so I'm hoping they can bring that today. Reese, we're back with you.
Commandment, Scented, Edgy. We've already mentioned them. Why have we already mentioned them? Because they've picked up 2 Victory Royales so far, and they are in first. Another one of my predictions in first, but let's not talk about that. They've placed first in 2 games and 4th in 2 games. The other 2 games, they kind of struggled a little bit with the mid game, so hopefully they can fix those issues down with those 2. And if they consistently get to end game, these guys are doing very, very well and getting a huge amount of points, and that's why they're currently in first from day 1.
And finally, rounding us out, we had MDF, Monster D-Face, Chap, Coop, and Who Fishing currently in 5th place. Again, this is a pretty strong start to the day, but they do have to make up some if they're hoping to take down that number 1 spot, be the heroes that Monster D-Face is looking to have. But we'll see how that goes. Again, day 2 is just so very different, right? Like day 1, sometimes we see teams have this incredible start. They find themselves up in that top 5. And then for whatever reason, day 2, they just can't perform. So I'm really worried about which trios will have this happen to them today. However, on the other side of that coin, I'm very excited to see which trios are saying, okay, day number 2, look, day number 2 didn't matter. Today we're feeling fresh, we're feeling good, we have positive mindsets, we're ready to attack the day and attack the leaderboards.
Yeah, those trios actually attack faster. It's not like the top people are underperforming, It's just new people come through and steal the show. I'm excited to see who that'll actually be.
That seems to happen every single day too. There will be new people, and I want to also see who they are.
You'll love to see it. Now, guys, we'll be back to break things down after the game, but for now, let's meet our casters. We've got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Gentlemen, say hello to the viewing audience.
Here we have it. Time to get on it. It's your boys, man. We have another 6 games in front of us here. Aussie, how you feeling today? It's a new day. The players obviously get another stab at the Fortnite world.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, it is a new day, and it's going to need to be a new day for my pick day. I mean, they struggled, but I'm really excited. We talked about it yesterday. It's a 12-game format. We haven't really seen this before. Did they hit the VODs? Did they learn from their mistakes? And are they going to show up? I guess we're going to have to see, because we're jumping straight into games. We don't have to wait any longer, Monster. I'm so excited for today.
Yeah, this is one of those days where we're right on time, and the battle bus is already underway. The players are dropping down. I mean, we had a nice wide take on the map yesterday, right? There was battles going on all over the map. Stark Industries being one of those POIs that we tuned at one time, only being contested at some point throughout the course of the entire show. Looks like Lazy Lake still has that same kind of congestion happening there. We had some new teams come up though, right? Players like Walkman, Cozies, and Aminish coming out of nowhere, taking one of those early victory royales, but more importantly, staying consistent throughout the day. I feel like Heat 2 has really had some surprises for us.
Has had some really big surprises, and the biggest surprise I just saw then was uncontested Doom. So I don't know, I'm imagining that's Bully's team, who had that big jump up last game yesterday, popped off and got themselves back up into top 3. So I don't know, we'll have to see. I just can't believe how heavy the east side of the map is in this Heat Monster. I think it's one of the main reasons that is affecting Day, Miro, and Reverse so much out of that Dirty Docks area. There's just so many teams, but in saying that, teams like Chap's team, who are dropping in catty corners where there seemingly is about 4 or 5 teams on top of them, are still doing pretty well, so I don't know.
And the thing about Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day is when you look at their average elims, like, they're a lot lower than I guess you would think they'd be. 3.83 right now for average elims.
Yeah.
Trailing behind everyone else within that top 10 bracket. Like, and they're off by a fair margin, like an elim or 2 on average. So it is definitely different, right? They weren't quite in the groove yesterday when it came into popping off consistently every single game. I know we saw Miro go crazy, like absolutely sicko mode, I think in that last game to kind of close things out for game 6. So, it was there, but it kind of got turned on late.
Yeah, and I think normally they got most of their eliminations in the mid game. That's what we talked about in the previous weeks. You and me have been watching all these games, and that was their most notable strength. Daymir and Reverse consistently had usually on average 3 or 4 more eliminations per game on top of anyone else in the top 5. That was their strength, and we got the stat from the back of house, and it always usually showed they were one of the first teams to always get their big eliminations before the end game. So maybe those players being all around them is playing into it. We also saw a lot of similar zones yesterday though, Monster. We saw about 3 in a row. I think game 1, 2, and 3 all went to the woods, and maybe that's just not a good spot for them.
Yeah, it was definitely a weird day yesterday. Weeping Woods being the prime location for the first 4 games of the stream, of the show, of the day. But today, it looks like things are switching up a little bit here, favoring a bit more of a south pull. For what we know, though, right? The zone can still go any which way. It can decide where it wants to hover over. Here's Sumner, OW, Legendian, and Typhoon, another team that just found a fair amount of consistency yesterday. If you guys are just tuning in, this is game number 1 of 6, and this is your team that's in 7th place right now. Again, another squad that's just averaging endgame after endgame. I think they only fell 1 time, slightly short of probably where they wanted to be, but ultimately, they're making every game count.
Yeah, doing really well. And if you guys are tuning in, it's that top 8 is what you're focused on. That's who is going to automatically qualify into the grand final, which is tomorrow. And we've got a fight breaking down here, which is a big one. We didn't see this yesterday, Monster. Steamy was uncontested yesterday for pretty much the whole day, if I believe. And this is really interesting to see. Bully's team left this, didn't want to take this fight, went to Dooms, and now they have that uncontested. And the fight's still going on over Steamy. This is the POI, I think, more than any other in every region that always has 2 teams at it.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that Cozy, Cassius, and Chase, they were actually the squad that contested Stark Industries in the final round as well, because they haven't quite found success at any drop spot. They're one of the few teams playing flex drops throughout the course of the day, and I mean, it's not looking good for them right now. Chase already being down to no HP. It looks like Catchings is off by himself right now, getting the serious pressure of the 3-man teams pretty much swarming in, but hold up. Cozy looking to turn around. Okay, he is going to find Pose here.
Finds the angle, really good angle so far, but never mind, Catchings goes down, so Cozy and Chase have to do something big, and I love these Steamy fights. They're so exciting. It always falls into more of a box fight, but Zone is right on them right now. They need to be careful, and yes, they do capitalize on this. No, still has 1 player left to go deal with. Takes down Trap, and no, almost clutches it up. That turned out to almost be a 1v3 situation, and it is. It's good guy Nani, who had a really up and down day yesterday, Moss. They had some really good games. They had an 8 elimination first in their second game, but they're still in 11th place. So they're struggling for that consistency, but that's a very good start to day 2.
It's a great start. Way to clutch up. A team that's on the bubble right now that can't afford to drop any rounds is going to be able to make it off the drop here. So scary nonetheless, getting a team to land on you when you had so much free time yesterday. But it also is going to play into the favor, because being that one of the weaker teams in the competition dropped on them, I mean, it's going to grant them 3 points. So the real question is whether or not Chase and company felt like they, did kind of good there, if they want to tweak it and keep contesting, or if they're just going to result to somewhere new, because everywhere they're landing, they're not finding success.
Yeah, when you talk about 3 points right now, going into this first game of the day, there was only 6 points separating 10th place from 8th place. So there is only 2 team wives all of today in getting you into top 8 and qualifying. So yeah, 3 eliminations is really big. And man, reverse day and mirror, this is light and day. I'm going to keep making those puns, but this team looks so much better already. Look at this loadout. Is this still coming out of Dirty Dogs? They must have got either really lucky this game, Monster, or they've really gone back and rechecked their rotation route, because this is a totally different looking team in the mid game.
Yeah, it seems like something definitely went in their favor. You can see that it is a Dirty Dogs drop spot because the floppers that were in the inventory, if I had to guess off of that alone.
Yep. And
they're on an early rotate here. Day doesn't even have max materials, so they straight up capped out, hit the weapon upgrades, and then moved out. I think they're trying to make up for the fact that, like I said originally, they were down on average elims as far as what they were used to, the pacing that they were coming into this all with. This time, though, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment seem like the team that they want to pick a fight with. This is kind of scary, because they know this drop spot is contested by them. They know this is the collision course they're on.
Oh, that was so
to
smart. I was
Edgy.
gonna say, such a big wide split. Day Miro drawing the attention over on that big split on the other side of Stark, knowing that would make Edgy, Sentinel, Commandment peek up, and then would get the massive headshot from reverse. That was so smart. And I don't think they're pushing the fight. I think they're just happy with those tags, maybe, because, yeah, like you said, if you were looking to be aggressive in the mid game and have a straight 3v3 fight, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment is already not the team to do it on. And if they have Stark's loot, even more not the team to do it on. But good points there, and maybe this is the change of strategy, Monster. This is what I wanted to see. They hit the VODs, maybe early rotates, and not maxing out on material is their new strategy, because already it's working a lot better.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid, I'm assuming, all the problems that they had on their rotates before with finding players, fighting on these lines, and literally getting mashed out of the competition, losing all their drops. With the 2 vehicles, they are going to be able to play for some prime positioning, especially since they're on the move early. Here's another team in the top 5 right now, though. Kupu, Fishy, and Chap. Also setting up on these Sentinel bodies here, and you can see they have a nice spread out, trying to get the vision on both sides. We've saw them here. This almost feels like deja vu. The last time we were here, they used the movement so early. We were questioning, why would they invest so much? But I mean, they made it work yesterday, even amongst what I felt like was some questionable rotates, right? Some very expensive decision makings. But either way, here they are, once again, looking for tags.
Well, I think that was actually their best game they went on to win, to be honest. Like, I think that was the game they did really well. They got top 3 and a whole bunch of points on the back of Coop and Who Fishy. But yeah, they play a different game for sure. It's very weird whenever you watch Chap. He is playing a different game. He's got that big brain that sometimes I can't understand, but this seems to be their go-to spot. That is a consistency in their game plan. They like to set up here on top of the Sentinels, maybe have that extra mobility, even though, again, yeah, we didn't see them use it yesterday. I just think they know with how East heavy this map is right now and how many teams are coming out of near their drop, which is around caddy area, this is where they can set up and hold for their tags. They seem to be prioritizing rotating early and setting up for these tags early. So I hope if any team can improve from a day 1 into a day 2 hitting the VODs, it's going to be Chap, the big brain.
Yeah, and they're going to need it because they're actually 75 below the Storm Surge, now getting pressured by another squad off nearby. 14 players is the threshold that has to be met, or the Storm Surge is going to continue to do damage because it's way up and above. And that just means that there's so many squads right now that have to worry about this. Mira, though, not being one of them. You can see they're above it.
86 players alive. So NA East is just playing out exactly how we expect NA East to. And yeah, this is the game to worry about Storm Surge. This is the game where you don't have to worry about your own Storm Surge. You have to start looking for the players around you that might be desperate exactly like this right now. Damir and Reverse are being aggressed on, and this is an interesting fight. They really want this high ground. I have to think this team needed their Storm Surge tags, and this is how they thought they were going to get it. And maybe it was. Reverse goes down here. Miro's got no shield. It's up to Day to try and do something massive. This is so unfortunate for a team I expected more of right now, but never mind. Narwhal goes down. Day can still do something here. He drops out of the floor. He's got that purple pump in hand, but Miro has to come and back him up because Reverse has already fallen, and it's Lem's team that's rotated into here. It's Bank as well, so they play this fight so aggressively. Day has gone down. Miro is on a slither of health trying to hold off what is now another team rolling up into this fight as well.
Yeah, and the Storm Surge is actually going off for trapped up above. I'm pretty sure I saw him get tagged there, and you can see Miro's going to get found out as he tries to get away. It's not going to be enough, and for the team that needed the tags, they made it work. They found 3 eliminations in the process. Now getting collapsed on top of the ruins. There's another squad here, but either way, a big upset for our 8th place team, Day, Miro, and Versuke. That pushes them out of the bubble now. It puts them on the outside looking in, and that's so unfortunate considering they had the loot. They had such a great loadout coming in.
And I had a feeling about that. So at the same time, I want to say it's unfortunate, but I saw that coming as well. You know, with this many players alive, with Storm Surge threshold that high, there was going to be some desperate teams, and they just didn't cover themselves. They're up on the top, and they didn't identify the threat that was ramping up on them. So as much as I want to say unfortunate for the team that I've expected to do really well today, I think that was a bit of a misplay on their part, but it means they can fix it up as Who Fishy goes down now. So Chab, Coop, and Who Fishy falling into a little bit of stray here right now. This team seemed to be going really aggressive onto them, and Slays needs a lot out of this. Slays and Sav Toner, they don't have the best loot.
Yeah, and before this, that's because Who Fishy and them were on that Storm Surge. Like we said, they had to find the fight, and it seems like it draw too much attention coming in. And these guys have 4 elims, so Slays has found a few of them just from third-partying this, and now Coop's gonna fall as well. And that's the finish of them. They're out of the game right there. I think that was an instant elimination. Chap no longer being in the running as well. So if I had to guess, I thought from the elimination feed there, it showed the Storm Surge going off. So Chap got finished off by that, and that's it. These guys are done.
The full trio is out of there now, and that's a bit scary because now they were in 5th place. So our 5th place team and our 8th place team are already out of here. And they were some of those, like, top 2 of the top 5 teams, I'd say, come into this monster we were looking out for. So struggling a little bit, and it gets really tight. That 1st place, Commandment Center and Edgy are pretty clear. They still need to have a good day, but it's those teams that are in that 5th to 8 especially that are really close. But Exet, a team we haven't seen yet, currently in 4th. It sounds weird to say expecting more out of them in 4th. They had very up and down games. They had a couple of rough games going down to the crash pads yesterday, and man, did they turn it around. In the later half of yesterday, they just started using crash pads on everybody and going so aggressive, and it's good to see. They're a top tier team. They struggled a bit, but they didn't lose confidence as Aspect goes down in the feed, which is another team around that bubble area.
Which is crazy because when we say struggle, it's like they didn't make it to the final zone every time, right? But they were alive, and then you just see them get dropped when they get so close to doing the spectacular things that is the end game. So yeah, like you said, they did just enough though, just enough, and of course pulled in a victory royale, which sometimes it comes down to just that here. I mean, if you've been paying attention to all the tournaments up until now, you see like this top 8 is hard to break into. It's a lot harder than people think. You can't drop the ball as Shark gets taken out on the rotate here. A little bit of a letdown on the guard, and one missing wall is all it took to get 3-2-1 by another team in the distance. Oh, brother.
I think it was just that predictable movement. I think he went backwards and forwards through that area too many times, trying to carry the loot up, trying to follow the tunnel, and it just gets picked off there. But Bully and Slick, and that's a scary team now as well, because they know this is I think it might be a 2v2. I don't know. Bully and Slick, I don't see Iceeve, so maybe already fallen down. But Bully and Slick, coming out of Doom's domain, have definitely got a loot advantage over the XSET guys, as AV is looking pretty weak, and Shark had quite a lot of their loot there. I saw shockwaves, I saw cabbages, I saw minis. So yeah, just that slight slip of the brain, and he falls down there, as Slick and Bully seem to be really wanting to push in here or just do something.
Yeah, AV is going to manage to pick up a little more shield, so at least he's ready for the fight. If it's going to be a good old 2v2, they do have the advantage right now because of all the fully built metal. Something to work with here. You can hear bouncers coming out, so that team's already gone. The one that was just on the side of the cliff there, they're moving inside. This means that XSET's on a late rotate right now. They have to go and make a move now. You can see he's trying to set up for the crash pad bouncer potentially. No, he does have the shockwave. Okay, and they're doing it right too, right? They're taking the time to actually set this up so they can move straight and hopefully stick with one another. This gives them so much time. Flying over the mountain, so much value out of this one actually. Anton gets shot once right there. Well played.
Such a good bouncer shockwave. I'm pretty sure, I know Arkrim didn't invent that one, but I think Arkrim was the main person who coined that one. A lot of people call it the Arkrim shockwave, and it's so beautiful. Setting up that bounce pad on the wall so you kind of explode through it just gives you way more momentum. I've heard other pros talk about how they're not the biggest fans of it. Chat being one of them thinks it's too easy to see being set up in that position there, just being set up to perfection and looking like an interesting zone. It's very central, just another central zone. We're outside of the woods, Monster, but we're still very central on the map.
Yeah, definitely. This is looking like a very classic ending setting up to be unfolded here. And you can see how the mountain is really playing a proper role here in the game. How many bases are canopied up on the side, forcing everyone to sit down below. Those guys in the bottom portion of the map are going to have the toughest time to move upward if the zone pulls. Here's a team, 41 damage below the storage. Have to jump into something now, looking for any tags possible. Now 6 below. One tag is all it's going to take to at least stay alive for a little longer. But for how long? Because they're going to need more than just that. And that's how XSET gets taken out. It's by Yuzi, Skivvis, and Menace here, who had Storm Surge issues. So they get dived on.
And at the same time, as much as that's upsetting to see from such a top-tier team, this is making the leaderboard so exciting. We now have our 4th, 5th, and 8th place teams all out of game 1. So this is anyone's chance to jump up and have those big moments that we know they need to have. We saw Good Guy Nani win the fight over a Steamy. Let's see if they're still in it, because those teams, this is their chance now. They need to start picking up the pace, because they've only got 6 more games to do it as Walkman goes down in the feed. And that's our 6th place team. So you can just tell, if you missed yesterday, this is just telling you how close this leaderboard is, as now they get another elimination. And that is onto a Minish, which is Walkman's team. So massive switches up in the leaderboard in game 1.
Yeah, that's it. Now 6th is out of the competition as well. And I mean, you said it best. It's going to make it very interesting. It's looking like today could be the day of upsets. And honestly, with how many of the top tier teams are stomped out, that's going to make our bubble competition so good for the remainder of the day. It's like the pros and the cons. Great for the competition, terrible for the fans that are rooting for the big names, because now this game's already setting up to be different. It's going to work out, though, for like Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo here, right? So there are still other players that are trying to rank their way up. 4 elims already. It's a very good start for this mid game.
And that's what this broadcast is for, and that's what FNCS is for. We haven't seen a team game mode FNCS for a few seasons now. There's going to be a few names that we just don't know about who've been putting in the hours, and this is their chance to show up, and they're going to have to show up really big, though, because 12-game formats, that's a bit harder, because there's a lot of consistent teams up there right now, but it's a new day. Skittles, Zum, and Ronaldo need to have a better day than they did yesterday. They're still in that middle pack, which is where they've been when they played in the qualifiers, but they need to do better. They can't be 14th. They need to be top 8, and that's a great start to it. 2 shockwaves already too. If they can get this finished, they can maybe get some of that loot. They're in such a good spot, as there's 18 teams live, 47 players, so a decently stacked game, Monster, but NA's picking up the pace.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like people are much more in their groove, much more confident coming in with the new game plans. Remember, since it's day 2, they had the whole entire day 1 to look back at what went wrong, what went right, and how to manipulate the play style, the game plan, the strategy, and come in with a much stronger performance today. And it's looking like Ronaldo is doing just that. I mean, they are already leading in eliminations right now. They have to be up there with 5 coming into this final first moving zone. This is just a couple seconds to get going. And I mean, there's loot to their left and right. They might need to go pick some of this up, because if you look at it, they've gone through a fair share of it.
They've gone through a fair share of it as well, and they're on the opposite side of where Zone's going, but they're still looking in a decent spot, but they're on the low ground, and that's where I'm a little bit scared. This team, we've seen them perform well, but it's very rarely that low ground control. But then again, there's a few teams out of this. The team that we haven't seen anything about, and maybe it's because we've been focusing on the low ground, we haven't seen the eyes in the sky, is Centered, Edgy, and Commandment. As Menace is pushing forward, though, saying, pay attention to me. Smarty goes down here. He's looking for where the body went. Who else is here? Good Guy Nani still in the feed as well, and that is their team picking up the finish. They didn't get the elimination, but they're still in this. So this is a team we haven't seen much about, Monster, and they're okay, but they've got 4 eliminations on the board, but not a lot of shield. And no, it's not Centered, Edgy, and Commandment. They're on the low ground. We have a new potential team on the high ground.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm seeing players like Leo, Nate, Ved still alive there as well. That's a team that's also on the bubble here, 13th place. Here's Kyra, Strobe, and Gush. Also, just outside of the big question, can all these new teams with these big games, these big performances, all of a sudden thrust themselves up into a top 15, top 20-ish bubble mark? Because right now, the way it's looking with how many teams are in shambles and are falling, it's looking like it's going to be that. We're looking at a brand new story here. Kyra trying to get up on the wall. He actually grabs it. There's 3 behind it. And all of a sudden now he has to back up. He has to think twice about this one. Okay, time to get back to the teammates and play for the zone.
Yeah, he's playing aggressive there, trying to get a bit of a refresh, but you're right. He picked the right time to go back to his team. He needs to be careful because it's pretty split up as Aspect getting elimination in the feed too. So a lot of those names on the bubble are still in this
Edgy's
one.
down.
1,000 above Storm Surge. Edgy goes down, gets the knock on a Nobu, and that's going to be massive because that could be the siphon that Kyra needs. Doesn't have time to get the minis off. Maybe that extra 50 shield could do massive things there. As we have a solo on the high ground, we haven't seen this much, and this shows it's the low ground heat. We've been talking about this time and time again. There is one player on the high ground, and nobody is looking up.
Yeah, no one's looking up, but finally someone is going to break that structure out. It's going to be Good Guy Nani and Trap there, and you can see the crash pads coming in all of a sudden, going to create a little bit of chaos there. In the mid ground, though, trying to work his way up, Scented here is with Commandment. These two are the IGL/Tarpers of the crew. If there's anyone that at least knows how to navigate the end game the best in this trio, it's these two right here, especially since Commandment is the one who tends to take over the Tarps. Now, though, they have to work together as a duo right now. Menace still lighting things up, showing us that he has arrived. He is still fragging out right now, as is Ved.
Ooh,
finally,
good shots there right
nice
now.
Elam.
Big pick. Centered gets the massive elimination from behind, and that legendary pump with that epic Stark rifle is going to have a really good follow-up fire, and there it is again, another one. 7 eliminations right now, so they're doing so well on this low and mid ground, and we mostly saw them on height yesterday, but Ronaldo's still in this. Skittles is still there as well, but the fight for high ground's going out. Zuni's an Aspect are trying to take it, and they're going to need to take it as fast as they can, because they've still got some sharks below them. It's not just about getting the high ground, it's about holding it, but never mind. Commandment and Centered are running amok through the low ground. They don't have the mobility to take the high ground at the end, though, Monster, so it's going to come down to a good old firepower, but 13 eliminations between them. They've already done enough.
Yeah, and Aspect and Zunis have the advantage right now with a little mountain clip playing into their favor here. Strobe's trying to just move his way around. Sented's still alive, though. What can he do? Can he find a couple more Elams? They have such a big lead, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fall into 3rd place, and now it's a 2v2 for high ground. Aspect, Zunis, 200 HP for the bulk of them, and they have shockwaves. It's not looking good. It's going back and forth here into tracking. It's all in Aspect's favor. He's going to find one of the two. It's just a matter of they can close out at this point, and it's looking like they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, we got Kyga going way out of Storm Kyra, sorry. So they do Zuni's and Aspect, and Aspect went down in the mid game, so they must have got the revive off, and they pushed through and clutched up. I was going to say, that got a little bit scary at the end there, because the other team started handing around the shockwaves, and Zuni's and Aspect were using all of theirs to try and knock them out, so they managed to get game 1 win.
Yeah, definitely, and with 6 eliminations as well, so let's toss it over to the desk and see what they have to say.
Hey, what I gotta say is, that was a pretty alright start to NA East. Now, here's the thing. There's kind of a lot of small moving pieces. And what we have to do is take a look at these standings together. Because, yes, Aspect, Zooties, and NPen, they find themselves a victory royale, which is excellent. Especially here on the second day. That is such a confidence booster. However, we saw coming into the day that Commandment, Edgy, and Scented were kind of the pack leaders. And after this game, they did find themselves, you know, I don't know, 13 eliminations. So, you know, it's still pretty dangerous, Shy. I mean,
I mean, hey, 47 eliminations are almost at that big 5-0, and every other team has just started on 30 in terms of this first page, second to fifth. 141 points. Is it over? Are these guys just qualled and they're in first? They're going to hold it? Can anyone really say anything, Reese?
Yeah, they win. No, these guys performed yesterday. And from what we've seen across like a lot of the other regions, I think their point threshold, they have probably already qualified going into this game. But you know what? They're going to dominate. And that's what I'm going to say. So going over to our next page, 6th till 10th. Some of the teams that we've seen here completely pop off. We saw Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy kind of go down in the 2nd to 3rd zone there due to being pushed by some Storm Surge tags. So hopefully we're going to figure that one out a little bit in these next coming games.
Yeah, from like 8th all the way over to 2nd for NA East Heat number 2. It's looking like just, you know, overall a 15-point kind of game. Like, it's just half a game of placement really is what we're looking at here for these guys, and that's not much of a big of a difference, right? Anything could really happen in these next 5 games.
Yeah, and like one team we're not seeing right here is the TNA trio. You know, they performed, you know, not up to their standard, we'll say, so far over the last 2 days. Their qualifiers run has been really incredible, and they seem to be just kind of running into those fights in the early and mid game. In their average that they run into fights over the qualifiers in round 3 was 1.7 eliminations before round 2. Yet so far across yesterday it was 4.5. So they're obviously kind of struggling a little bit more in that early and mid game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's not clicking, but listen, they still have 5 games to make it up. It can be done, no problem, but they have to figure out whatever that is that's just not letting them get that momentum they need to get things started. However, with that being said, let's take a step back for a moment. Remember, we've got 7 other regions going head-to-head, so what we'd like to do is kind of jump over to OCE in Asia and see how things went for them, because we already have the top trios that are moving through. Jinx, Alec, Worthy, 200. Oh my goodness, 278 points, 3 victory royales. Bro, wait a minute. This is actually wild. Is the first page 1, 2, 3, 6? Okay, the first 5 trio. The first 5 trios. I've never seen this before, but we're seeing a VR from all 5 top trios. Is that the first time we've ever seen that?
Across 12 games, maybe? I'm thinking off the top of my head. I'm thinking off my top of my head, but you know what I'm looking at is the kind of 1st to 2nd breakdown here, where 4 victory royales and still placing 2nd. You know, that Jinx, Alec, and Worthy trio is absolutely dominant. They have been for the longest time that I can remember. Jinx, 2-time FNCS champion, so not surprised at all to see them on the top.
Past that too, from 6th all the way to 8th. I believe in OCE for the Heats, it's the overall top 16 that moved through. So all these guys are looking good to move through to grand finals. Still, if these are half the teams that are playing, are those top 2 teams the ones to look out for in those grands? Are they going to just do the same thing again, right? Like, is there even anything anyone else can do? I mean, they have this experience now of these 12 games, but like Reese, there's like, you know, only so much in just this heat you can stop these top 2 teams from really doing anything they want.
I think they're going to take away with it. You know, I'm going to be real. I think coming to the grand finals, teams who we're seeing at the top in the heats are just going to be consistently doing that again in the grand finals, because these teams that are up there are just the most consistent teams who are just consistently winning all of these other tournaments, doing very well in the qualifiers, etc. so far all the way through. But moving into Heat 2, we've got Muzz, Radius, and Speedy on top right now. 245 points, 3 victory royales.
77 Elims 2, Basil, Vortex, and Jace have 2 with 75. I'm just trying to look at the game styles here, from like, you know, Elims to VRs to, you know, some teams don't even have a VR, like Bowler, Tui, and Dylan over there with 0 in 4th place. It looks like on Heat number 2, there are a few different play styles that really made it over to that top 5.
Yeah, and in 2nd, we saw Will, Ronan, and Fluxy there. A team that's really on the come up right now, playing very, very consistently. They had 2 victory royales and also a lot of placements in the 2nd, and also a ton of games in their top 10. They actually had 3 games in a row that were 2nd. So very, very good, consistent placement from these guys, and I'd like to see more of them in the grand finals.
And we'll see exactly how those grand finals look for OCE, but I believe we have Asia to look at as well to see how their heats went over all the 2 that they had over there over 2 days. 12 games of pop. We'll see exactly who was first on that side. We are going to be looking at Drasna, Mogrel, and Riddle Bob over there with 4 victory royales, 280 points, and 95 eliminations.
Oof. these guys were slaying out, having 95 elims. 4 victory royales, very big, and these guys were doing very, very well through day 1, where we kind of caught up on them then, and also in qualifier 3, these guys were really, really performing there too, along with Seek, Peter Pan, and FaxFox, a name that we see a lot in 4th. And as you can see, if you count it all up, 11 total victory royales on this page 1, and there's our 12th one, sorry, down with Zelfer, Mister, and Potengral down in 10th.
We'll see the man who was the talk of the town, the trio that was the talk of the town overall for Asia in the qualifier weeks. Q-Jack, Wildhawk, and Nator will be there in 6th, so maybe taking a little bit of a 2-day off type of vacation before the grand finals, because even if they're playing on their average type of game style, they're absolutely insane. We'll see over on the next seat, though. It's O'Rainey and his trio all the way there with 301 points, so close to 100 eliminations and 5 victory royales.
5 victory royales out of 12? That is impressive. That is impressive. Equally, roughly the same eliminations as the first heat as well. So really impressive from this trio. These guys were very, very consistent. And what we've seen out of these 2 heats alone, there's 3 or 4 top teams who are performing in this kind of format. This trio, Rainey's format in particular, obviously hugely ahead of the game, and I wonder if they're going to be able to continue that into the grand finals. Does this momentum that they've built up here fizzle out, or do they just continue with that?
Yeah, like the main thing is that theme, right? Like, you're going to have to break a pattern if you're anywhere here on this page from 8th to 10th. If you're Reality, Ryle, and Taxton, like, you're going to want to have the top teams not be able to do exactly what they do to win. What does that look like for these teams who are kind of on the back half, on the lower side of qualifying? How are they going to have to improve to win overall? That should be on the minds for the majority of these trios in Asia and OCE, Middle East as well, as we'll see it coming up, because their game is slightly different on who gets to go in and how.
That's right, gentlemen. There is a lot going on in these other regions, and it's kind of sick to just get these snapshots of how things went over there. I'm excited for them. I can't wait to see how they perform over in Grand Finals. Tomorrow, we'll have that update as well as the day following. But, of course, you know what time it is. We want some more Fortnite action. We got the Battle Bus already en route, so we got to buckle up. Let's go, Fortnite fam. It's time for the next game. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. It's Monster D facing Aussie Antics here for game number 2 of NA East Heat 2, Day 2. Aussie, that last game was a very interesting one. The big names fell early, and there weren't many left to ride out the wave at the end. But we did see that Commandment sent in, of course, Edgy managed to break away with a little bit more of that lead. So it's getting interesting, though, from the bottom down.
Yes, it's that story we're seeing this heat over and over again, is which is the team that can take high ground, because there's just no set one team up there.
Yeah, definitely. Take a look, though. Here's a look at Aspect himself dropping just upside of Risky Real. So actually, they take the Ruins. You can see how much wider of a split that they controlled than I thought. I didn't realize that they controlled the Risky section as well for their drop spot. This is a spot by itself can house at least 2 players and get people pretty situated. So that coupled with the Ruins loot and all the fishing spots, I mean, I'm surprised that they weren't even, I guess, a bit higher coming into the competition today. Now, though, you can see things are settling. Everyone's rotating through. Their last performance actually bumps them up to top 10 as well. Just think about that. 69 points being that cutoff mark. Or actually just a little higher than that. I'm going to have to get these standings refreshed to points in full, because now that I think about it, it's even that much more. Scented and company up at the top have 140 plus points coming into this. Here's Kiosk.
They're just playing the most consistent Fortnite on the day right now. They've just shown that versatility at every single play style. That this is a team we saw perform really well yesterday, Monster, who didn't have a good first game, I guess. 2 points, but they picked up pace yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely managed to pick up the points, because they somehow came into 3rd from yesterday. And I mean, with today only getting 2, it really sets them back, right? We talked about how many teams were falling, like all these top tier teams. There was a good bulk of them. These guys being one of them that fell by the wayside.
Yeah, they fell by the wayside, but such a good drop spot that I think will be pretty consistent. As this is a team that, especially a player Lazar, that I wanted to see perform really well today. Strep a little bit on the come up as well, but maybe this is the story of why they're going to struggle, because yesterday they had this uncontested, and I see not just 2 teams here, I see 3 and even a 4th team lurking in the bottom left. So maybe a story of why today isn't going as well. 7 points, not bad though. The edit's coming through though, and geez, Shroud playing this one fast, but gets coned in the box now. This player is definitely aggressive, but look at the edits, and Lazar follows up. The big shot comes through from Shroud. Lazar has to fall, but he was backing up his teammate. He jumped in as quick as he could to try and take some of the fire off him. So I think a good sacrifice there from Lazar, but there are so many teams lurking around this one that I don't know how they're going to go. That team down towards Helly is looking a little bit scary, but Shroud comes through, and never mind. They close it out nice and quick, and they're going to have to get the revive though before another team fights in. Strep now is down there fighting off somebody as well.
Yeah, that was a proper exchange though. If you really think about it, that one was so worth. You get to get a player down, conclude the knock, and then save your teammate all in the same process. But for how much? How long was it worth it? Because another team's pushing in. Frost is actually going to get beamed for making a rotate on in. He's going to expose himself. That same team shooting from the, what's that, the hillside there inside the inland, closer to the zone, is going to make it a little weird. But it seems like they're going to finish this one off. He's going to follow right through, and Frost's spy gets taken out.
There's one more now. He's pushing straight in. That's kind of what you want. Honestly, like, it's what that player has to do. You have to full send it and try and get just a big player, a big shotgun shot, but it works here well for Lazar, Strep, and Shrouders. That's 3 eliminations on the board, and that could not have been finished up any quicker, because now we see it. Carey and Pamstow are pushing in. They heard all those shots, and they are hunting, but luckily they dip quick enough, and even in the cars as well. Just a better way to get out, as we see Chap, Koofishy, and Coop still doing the same thing out of Caddy, and they need that vehicle. This is the sketchy part about Caddy corners though. There's sometimes the vehicle spawn here that doesn't have any of the available like driving. It has the tire lock, so I don't know, they're kind of lucky they've been getting this every time, because this has been huge from their rotates. As based on that line monster, I think we have another wood zone.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is the vehicle you want for this kind of terrain that it's playing off of. They're gonna have to go far and wide here. He's gonna hit the gas can, a little bit of a derp there, but I mean, they're good, right? They have it fully gassed up. They're ready to rotate. They're going to make the move here. I was actually getting some bad memories of the time that they were filling up the vehicle and Hoofishy got straight head sniped. We had that highlight happen throughout the qualifiers as well. So you can see he didn't learn his lesson from that time. He still is going to gas it up out in the open, but it's all good. They're going to get their rotate. And I mean, for what it's worth, they've been maintaining up there, but it's still close. There's a 4-point difference between their placement spot and jumping them up to 6th and almost 5th place.
Yeah, they seem to have one big game, but I was talking to Chap last night, kind of figuring out what exactly went wrong yesterday. Not wrong, because again, I feel bad saying that. They are in top 8, but Chap was saying particularly, with this heat especially, the zone they dislike the most is the wood zone. It makes them have to come past teams like Ronaldo's Skittles that are here, and you can see on the mini-map right now, there's already 4 and potentially 5 teams setting up on this edge that Chap's team has to come through now. So they really don't like these zones, but they've now had so much experience playing them, you can't use that as an excuse. You have to try and figure out some way around the adversity that you have in front of you, because it's a 12-game format. If there's one area of the map that you're struggling with, you have to overcome it.
Yeah, not only that, the way the dynamic of these wood zones work, teams just get closer to one another because of all the line of sight blockage. And as I'm talking about that, Ronaldo's literally setting up a super close ambush. He's going to get to this bush here. And lucky for him, the team was just outside the distance to hear the audio cue of him entering in. Ooh. And there it looks like they're baiting the drop. They're going to be able to see exactly when that drop is popped. There it is. The audio sounds come out. Zum's playing a completely different angle right now. This is an ambush if I've ever seen one, because you have Ronaldo super close by.
They have to be careful, though. We've seen this situation before in trios. With the mobility you have in the game right now, you split up this wide. If a trio identifies that and they want to play aggressive, they can crash pad, bounce a shockwave on you, and they can just swarm you, and your team that's too far away can't do anything to react. But it looks like Ronaldo is aware of that. He's kind of boxed up and he's pushing back now. But we've seen also earlier today, Reverse pull off a really good snipe for their Storm Surge with this similar strategy. So I think it worked out, but they're spending a fair bit of time right now. And I think this is where we're seeing this team struggle a little bit, Monster. They're prioritizing these edge fights rather than really trying to get that good position in the zone, as we now see Kyra in a decent spot here, but right next to a team that has been playing very well of good guy Nani.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see they have a little bit of a stretch here to get to the new zone. He's going to work his way towards his teammates. Remember, this is where Aspect was just dropping right around this risky Reels area, so you have to assume they are so close, hovered up, possibly inside the ruins there. Gonna have to use some chug splashes. This is not ideal using your heals this early, especially on zone 2 already getting tagged up. So I do wonder, how have they been able to manage their Storm Surge? They had a good game last game, 26 points coming into this. You saw them all the way. I think they had, what, second, right? Strobe was at second place, taking out Scented on the Storm line in that big fight. So they managed to figure it all out, even on this super wide rotate.
Well, yeah, so if you think they got 26 points today, they got less than 50 yesterday then. So they've gotten over half their points in 6 games in a single game, but they have to keep up that momentum. They got to prove that this game wasn't the lucky game. This is their now consistent, because if they don't keep it up, they've got a pretty decent margin to overcome. They're not that far behind, only 12 points off top 8, but when they only managed to get less than 50 yesterday, day 2 has to be very different for that team.
Yeah, it has to be very good for them, as it does for Ronaldo, Zum, and Skittles here. It has to be very good for them as well, because last game, they did inch their way up just a little bit closer to qualifying their way through these heats. Remember, top 8 move on from the heats. It's already a whole day. A whole 6 games have already passed. This is game number 2 of day 2. So this is the final moments. These are the last chances for anyone to really put up the points. As you can see, there's a team inside the bathroom. He's actually sitting behind that wall. The silhouette there, we do get the pleasure of seeing it. Ronaldo's spidey senses are going to kick off a little bit there. You can see he's going to play it safe and block out anything that could potentially happen.
The fire trap's coming out as well. So this team is definitely playing the defensive game, but Zum's got a nice little angle up here. A cheeky one drops down. He's going to try and find this opponent. We see the fire trap there, but Ronaldo's really good in these situations. He is good at the box fights, and right now, they're playing this so perfectly. They've pinched this team between all the other players that are in the woods who are now taking shots at them, and that's what opens up the fight for Ronaldo. This was such a smart fight. There is no way that was a coincidence. Ronaldo definitely took that fight on the south side of this, because you can see that team that's in the woods was going to take shots and pinch them between the teams, and really smart work here from Ronaldo, and 24 points in 1.5 games, Monster. That's way better performance than yesterday for these guys.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that last game, this game number 1, it went so well for them. They actually picked up a fair amount. Obviously, a 23-point game is massive. That's such a huge swing, considering that you have to close the gap and then catch up to the distance here. But hold up, though. There's still some players to be left had here. But the zone line, oh my gosh. Great shot from Ronaldo. That's going to really, make those guys second-guess firing in now. Remember, they still have to rotate through them. The clock is ticking. They're literally running out of time now. If they stay here for too much longer, it could work against them.
Yeah, I think this was kind of one of those situations. You got your elimination, you got your loot, you're feeling good, make the rotate. Don't overinvest. Don't tunnel vision where you just kind of block out all your peripherals and just look forward. But Ronaldo really wants this one. It is a solo player, I believe, right now, because I'm only seeing one player in there. I know they've only knocked one, but this could have been a duo. But yes, Ronaldo does identify they've invested too much into this. Like you said, Monster, they have to rotate. And for an area that is incredibly wooded, they found themselves in the one area that is very, very open. And oh no, it's the XZ team that's looking in on them. So we know they have the aim, but this is perfect for Ronaldo's team. That solo player has actually gone the opposite route, taken the attention of the XZ team, and now they get to rotate the other way for free.
Yeah, that's perfect, and it doesn't matter what happens here. The XZ team have control of the reboot van in this entire area, so ultimately this is a fight. A player like AB exactly should jump into it. Oh my gosh, drop kicks Aperta there on the storm line. There was nothing he can do. A little too much firepower here, and that was all she wrote. On the other side, another weak team, though. D-Mur and J-Free, I think they're getting tagged up by Storm Surge right now, because you can see they both took damage simultaneously. Yep. Yeah, and they're still getting pushed now, too. Ooh. It's not looking good for them.
Well, this is a fight that isn't looking great either, though, as well. It looks like somebody's down. I think this is Chap, Who Fishy, and Coop. It is, and Coop's gone down. So I think it's going to be on Chap and Who Fishy to do something big here. And also, Coop had that epic pump shotgun, so he had a lot of the firepower, and now being put to use on Chap. Aminished opens the edit. Chap, Coop, and Who Fishy in a similar area. We see them struggle around this center map, and I was saying it there. They really genuinely are struggling with this zone.
Yeah, they're having a hard time, and you can tell it's at the same exact time as well, right? It's when the storm surge is going off and teams are going a little bit psycho. They're looking to get into the box, really press the issue. It seems like the passive stance from Chap, Coop, and Who Fishy is just not working, right? Them waiting for players to dive on top of them is really working against them. Who Fishy now being the last member alive of the trio, off on the side inside the metal, just waiting things out because his two-man team's down. He's not going to be able to get their cards. Walkman, Cozies, and Aminish, they have been playing a fantastic set of Fortnite, at least coming out of day one. They had a rough start today, if you want to call it that, but, I mean, this is already picking things up, making up for the gap.
Yeah, they've got to pick up things, though, as well. So they've got 2 points on the board, and that is diminished 2 eliminations, but we know this team can fight. They dropped our highest elimination game yesterday. I don't think anyone beat it in the end, Monster, but 16 eliminations either way was massive from this team. So you have to think that they can drop those big games, but that's also why they're up there in the leaderboard, because of one really especially big game. So unless they can replicate that, they're going to have to find some consistency. As Who Fishy now, as a solo, you've talked about him, Monster. I know you love Who Fishy as a solo player, but he's got a tall ask in front of him.
Hey, I mean, he's one of the most aggressive on the NA East region. He has some stats to back it up, too, right? Being one of the quickest to ever kind of kick off a battle, finish off the eliminations. He holds some dirty records for that. But as a solo, I mean, when you have a whole trio sitting on top of you right now, waiting for you to come out, there's nothing he can do. Like, he literally is, you know, a sitting duck here. He's literally sitting in the zone waiting, trying to see if this trio is going to move out. They have the zone favor. Like, it's not going to last very long.
Yeah, and I don't think he had any of the mobility as well, so he's going to have to try and walk straight through this team, and they have the mobility, and surprisingly, there's actually not a bad spot to be, and there it is. Who Fishy just goes down to the Storm in the end. There's nothing he can do. Tried to sneak his way out of that one, and they're hanging up here on the edge, though, so the next rotate for them could be interesting, but I see the shockwaves, I see the crash pads, they have the elevation, they've got a bounce pad, they should be able to make this next rotate, but I don't even know what's happening here in Heat 2. I feel like we're just on replay here in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, you never really know what you're going to get in Fortnite, right? It literally is a coin flip. It's a toss-up. It's a roll of the dice. You don't know where the zone's going to end, but when it does tend to end in these same areas, in my opinion, I think this works for everyone. You get basically a simulation. You get to run this strat, and then you get to run it again, right? And then you get to run it back again if you made a mistake. So for what it's worth, players should be, if anything, finding more consistency, but it seems like those at the top, those at the bottom really hit the drawing board yesterday, and everyone's being thrown for a loop right now. As this camera, the wide shot, we get to really swing around and see who is still in the running. There's the same big names as there was last game, except this time it seems like people have made it just a little bit further.
Yeah, and Keox's team right now, Gonzo's setting up, and this is where they're going to get their damage in, but these teams going too fast with the mobility, and that's the scariest part. When you're on those edge zones, and yeah, you have the mobility, but all the mobility in the game right now sends you really high through the sky, and there's not much you can do if someone gets a beat on you, but Goosh goes down here, and this team looks really good on the edge. They're up at a nice base, but they do have Daymir on reverse below them, and that's a very scary team that's looking healthy, because that's a kind of a piece we haven't seen play into these end games too much, Monster. A really healthy TNA team can shake up the end game so much. We know how many eliminations they can drop. Their issues are being in the early and mid. Once they get to this point, though, this is where they're in their element, and it's really going to scare off a lot of teams who've been doing well. Some of those less experienced teams that have kind of been, I don't know, renting space in that early and mid game, but we'll have to see how they go coming into the end game now.
Yeah, and the true problem for Daymiro and Reverse 2K is that they're rotating into too many teams on average as they're trying to get to these new zones, and that's what's holding them back right now. It's all that conflict, right? All the friction on their way in. I mean, the last game we saw, they tried to make the early rotate. It didn't work out. They got mashed on when the Storm Surge came through, and they had the best loadout you can ask for, literally. Gold pumps, purple pumps, everyone was fully kitted. I think Reverse 2K was the only one without the power shotgun, and even then, they just didn't win the PvP. So long as they're not off their mental game, they should be A-okay, as Typhoon is going to get on his game right now. That's the second elim for them, a downrange one, and they really need that, because they have quite a ways to go to jump into the bubble.
Yeah, they've also got quite a ways to go into the next zone. They are stranded right now. There is no one around them. I'm interested to see when this next zone shows who got it, because where they're sitting right now is not a good spot. There's no one around them. There's nothing to hide behind. There's no heals, but okay, they actually got the zone pretty decently. It's not too far. At least they're rotating into the woods. If it went any further across out in the open, it would have been messy, and teams are already making their rotates. You see what must have been a nice bounce pad shockwave coming out from that pink team in your bottom right, and everyone's trying to make this half-half as we have 20 teams, 55 players, so a pretty stacked game, and Shockwave's been handed out, and they're hopefully going to make this straight in, because this is going to be the sketchy part for this team.
And the big issue is, you can see the loot. If Typhoon's only coming into this with 17 builds, then that means his teammate doesn't have a lot to share. So this is going to determine a lot for that squad right now. Remember, they are in 6th place. The River's going to work out for them. They actually collide with Reverse 2K on the rotate through. Typhoon does have a little bit of high ground as things are going to catch up here. Let's see if he manages to back up his squad or get into a fight. Yes, he's going to jump right down into the rest of the bulk. And I mean, at least they're together. They're going to be able to recycle some of these builds, but they do not have a lot left as a squad.
No, they're going to have to look for a refresh, and just like that, they boxed onto a wall that wasn't theirs.
Reverse
The
2K.
cardinal sin in Fortnite. You just can't make that mistake at these levels, and I talked about it, how this team would shake things up in this endgame, and they did just that. TNA Miro taking down TNA Legidian, the newest signing to Team New Age, being welcomed by the old guard.
Yeah, 100%. Typhoon looks like he's going to get picked up, but Reverse 2K doesn't want to let this one slide. He wants to continue the hunt. You can see they were taking walls there, but he is going to get picked up, and they managed to slide out. This is a crucial couple of points that is going to pretty much get away right now if they do allow Summer and Typhoon to slide out of here. You can see Zlem is one of the other ones that fell to Reverse 2K right now, so Reverse really turning up right now. Summer fires back, though. Massive shot, 130. Can he actually clutch the situation up for his squad mates? This is going to be very, very close, and it means a lot, but no, he's not going to be able to do it. Reverse 2K instead. Miro managed to follow up and conclude on the eliminations there. They needed those points. They went from 8th down to 12th just from falling so early in that last round. So the couple more points now is going to get them one step closer to the 8th place threshold.
I think the Obs team's hooking me up there, right? I love when you make a prediction and it comes true. I want to see TNA just keep running through teams in this endgame, show why I picked them, and show why they were one of the most consistent teams going into those first 3 weeks. As Commandment sent an edgy 110 below, this is not a position we're used to seeing this team in. They have decent meds, but they've gone through all of them, 18 builds, so we've got some absolute juggernauts in this endgame monster who are kind of looking desperate.
Yeah, for a trio that lands at Stark Industries as well, they have one of the greatest positions for early Storm Surge tags. This is not normal, but it's okay. Commandment can even the playing field right here. He can score it up right now, and now they're only just a few damage below. He's going to be able to get this Elam. That's going to be the first one for the team. On high ground, once again, though, Zuni's, Aspect, and Npen managed to figure it out. How is it that they got it game after game? I'm not sure, but all of a sudden, today is looking like a great day, too.
Yeah, we got a lot of good teams in this one right now. I'm seeing Exit on the low ground. We got Scented Edgy and Commandment got a bit of their refresh shockwaves as well. So maybe high ground is just being held for them at this point. They see that loot. If Scented can get in here and find something, this one shot in the back though. He's put himself in between a lot of players. So there's going to need to be some clutch mechanics. And no, he gets stuck in all the edits and he has nothing he can do. They go down. That's only better for Aspect's team on the high ground because that's some juggernauts taken out of it. But they're still 2 alive. So they're just wounded. We've seen what those 2 can do together last game. Can they do it again? As TNA right now on the second height, just harping their way through. They haven't done anything crazy yet, but things on top of this hill are about to get dicey. Everyone's get funneled into that same layer, and this is where you see players like AV now just trying to just hunt players down and get their easy elimination points. It's just going to be an absolute mechanic off here.
And you know what? Miro with the shockwave play for height now as well. And he finds 2 eliminations. So Aspect and company out of the game now. All of a sudden had to give it up. In the low ground, though, it's Xset. So all of a sudden, we're seeing 2 completely different dynamics. Xset in their groove, in the comfort zone. TNA boys on height, literally in the same situation. We finally see them so healthy and with enough space and material to hold this out. This is going to be a very, very good endgame. AV is turning up right now.
Currently, this 3 box is giving you the story of this game perfectly. You have the Xset guys, the kings of the low ground down there working their way through, and you have Miro, Reverse, and Day on the high ground. They need their biggest game. Team New Age on the top, they're the ones who need the big games. They're the ones you're cheering for. Xset is doing work on the low ground, though, picking up what they can. They take down Aspect. AV's in the box, but he gets out. Shark has gone down. It's AV and Knight, and that's what TNA needs. They need these big names to be wounded. They aren't going to be able to take down a full trio as easily, but Miro, Day, and Reverse, they don't play the high ground like a lot of other teams. You see Miro jumping down, finding the angles, being so confident and so aggressive. I don't think anyone is going to be able to overcome them here.
No, and this is why Miro literally runs the league when it comes down to eliminations. He gets down, he gets dirty, he's willing to get into the trenches and make these games close, and they're doing just that. They have such a dominant, let's just look at it, 9 eliminations already, trying to hit the double digits, except being a man down. It's not looking too hot.
It's going to be a fight for second place. Can Pulse secure the second place? Can AV do something massive? I don't want to count him out. AV can always bring things back, but it's going to be so hard. He has everything against him right now as No Miro comes through and he takes down Knight in the end, but I believe Xset comes in second, and that's the big game. Obs team, I love you. Thank you. That is exactly what I wanted to watch. I wanted to see TNA get to endgame and just highlight how good they are and how if they can do that consistently, that's where they're going to jump back up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and that was the story there. They actually finally pushed through that early and mid game. And I mean, we talked about them switching their strategy a little bit. it paid off there. Finally, they got past the wall with enough material, and they were never looking back at that point.
Yeah, all they got to do is make it through the mid game. They proved it just there. This is why you can't count them out. And they were around that top 8. It's just because we expected them to be even higher. 1 or 2 more games like that, and they should have it secured.
Yeah, and that's the question. Can they continue to hold it out to hold top 8? We'll see what the analysts think right now. The best minds in Fortnite to break it all down, because it's happening.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. They've done it. They put it together. They made it past adversity, and the TNA trio find themselves the victory royale. Listen, guys, they came into that last game. They fell 29th with 2 eliminations. Their first game on the day was a 2-point game. Now they said, listen, guys, sorry about that. It's just a slight mix-up. We crossed these 2 signals. We didn't quite communicate correctly. We got the VR. That's what you wanted? Is that what you want, Zeke? Yes! Yes, TNA trio! Reverse 2K, yes! This is what I like to see.
Absolutely. There's one word that can define these guys all the way up top now. It's pressure. Pressure from the shots on height. Pressure from their position overall, just from where they were split. And then pressure to perform after that first game. And it lands them in the top 5.
You know, not quite up in the top first yet, because Commandment, Sendedeji still hold that by a massive 34 points. Didn't perform as well that game, getting 10th, but still picking up 5 eliminations. They had a little bit of a difficult game. They had no eliminations going into the first moving, and they were below Storm Surge, something this team really isn't normally set out like. So they kind of just box dived, picked up a couple of eliminations that way, and that kept them going. So given the circumstances of not performing very well up until the moving zones, they actually pulled out a really good game out of that, picking up 5 elims and coming 10th.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep it interesting, you know, maybe give Exit a chance to catch up, who knows, but so far, day 2, they have a good overall performance. From 6th to 10th, it still kind of looks locked in on the trios we're seeing in this page. Walkman, Cozy's, and Diminished haven't really moved anywhere. Ronaldo, still 10th. I feel like Slick and Legend Dion swap places, but both those trios have been playing pretty well on both days. Bully's obviously picking up a win on day number 1.
How do you think Minish warmed up today? You think he played a bit of Team Rumble like yesterday?
Maybe.
They're hot today as well as they were yesterday. So whatever they did yesterday is clearly working out for you. But going over to the next page, 11th to 15th, you know, we see Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy just kind of stagnant in that 12th place slot there. They got 0 points the last 2 games, so hopefully these guys are going to be able to turn that round. You know, these guys are capable of high elimination games, getting up high in the placement, and even the Victory Royales, so it will be good to see them jump up into that top 8 slot.
And we saw Kyra's perspective last game. We also see W Carey and Artsy with Pam still here. Names all the way from the old times of Fortnite, the first ever Winter Royales, some of those skirmishes on lands, etc. Over there past the 16th place, people still looking to qualify for not only the top 8, but wild cards are people like, or trios like Stroud, Strep, and Lazar P. We have 8mon, Beef, and Khmer. We'll see if these guys can elevate it up. It's a very close game there, just a 2-point differential from 59 to 57 points.
And you hit the nail on the head, right? It's like you got to try and make top 8 or you're going to be seeing wildcard. Don't forget, Fortnite fam, placing 9th through 16th will automatically push those trios into a wildcard match before the regions begin, before grand finals begins tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. It's going to be absolutely insane. One final shot. Now, gentlemen, we got to talk about this TNA win. We got to get all of the angles as we did back in EU, so break this down for us.
Yes, multiple angles, but they all share the same theme, and that is pressure from the TNA trio all the way up top, and how that pressure made Xset crumble on the low ground. Here's kind of a wide perspective, a bird's eye view of how that game went. Everyone on the same, basically, tile or lair, shooting the same box, not letting anyone peek over at height.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. But these guys only picked up 4 eliminations in the end game, the TNA trio that is. So very unlike some of the other trios like we've seen, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, managing to pick up 10 in one of our games from yesterday over in EU. So what was the difference? They didn't manage to keep a big split like the other guys did on that region. You know, these guys are staying very, very close together, but the reason for that is because they don't have enough mats to create a large split to get these different angles from and to pick up those eliminations by pressuring different walls and floors.
Yeah, you can surprise people though if you end up doing a split like Miro did last second. Here's the effect of that pressure from Knight's perspective, the team that ended up coming second place. He found bouncers and 4 shockwaves. You could assume that he could easily take height, but right there, even letting his builds go for a split second, trying to change layers, he gets beamed down. He cannot handle more of that pressure coming in from the next player. Too good shot from AV, but because of that, because of all these distractions, he had the best tools to win the game, could not use it, out pressured completely.
Yeah, and that, you really nailed it with the pressure kind of analogy there, because look at that, 1 split second, him taking off his builds, and his HP goes from 150 down to 34. And it's just that slight bit of pressure consistently from above, over, spray, that really paid off.
And it's those
the big
micro...
thing too,
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, this is the last thing to embed it to your guys' minds, right? If day one, these guys were kind of like a car, right? Their check engine light was on, they were out of fuel, right? And something was tinkering on the back wheels. Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K are back from the mechanic, and it's time to drive, because so far, they're playing really good from game 2.
You know, I don't know what it is with us in these car analogies, but here we are. With that being said, you know, let's shift gears a little bit, and we'll take a look at Heat 1. Don't forget, we've got 4 heats happening almost at the same time, so we got to take a peek over in Heat number 1. You've got Jamper, Bugha, and Avery. Don't forget, this is a cumulative leaderboard. So right now, after their last game, they're holding down the number 1 spot, 30 points ahead of Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, at least for now. But we can't count these guys out either.
Not at all. And still, on day number 1, a 7th place, a 4th place, Jamper, Bugha, and Avery are just saying that if you want to catch us, you're going to have to start winning and winning consistently. That is very hard to do in Fortnite in general. Super difficult, almost impossible for any other teams in this heat in this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and you know, they started off the day 4th of 4 eliminations, and we kind of talked earlier on about the fact that they've turned around their strategy. They weren't managing to get that many eliminations in the qualifier, but they turned that around. The game 1 of today, technically game 7 overall, you know, they seem to kind of get a few elims but still get that placement, so I was wondering if they're falling back into their old kind of playstyle, but no. They come with 10 eliminations in 7th, and if they'd managed to get further, deeper into that game, they definitely would have picked up a lot more as well, so clearly these guys are performing very well today.
Another team performing very well too on this space, specifically Tragic, Snake, and Simple. These guys ended up coming second in the game that they just played, 5 eliminations as well. So maybe also dealing with some pressure from height at the same time, dealing their own pressure down. It will be the top 8. So Divine, XNB, and Foppy will be rocking hopefully a hashtag Foppy win and some banana skins to play over in their game. We'll see how crazy they're getting. But heat number 1 is still very interesting all the way, I hope, to game number 12 / the 6th game of the day.
Hey man, don't forget, we got some of that action here for ourselves as well. We have another 4 games up on deck. Now, of course, to keep up with the car punts, we got to downshift. We got to pick up the pace here because we're reaching that halfway point. Let's drift into this corner. Let's head on back to our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Might be drifting, but we're off to the races here because game 3 is underway. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics calling the action. I mean, it's kicking off already.
Oh, yeah, it's looking like a drag race start out here. Ronaldo and Misty Meadows finally contested, and I wanted to see this team kind of pick up the pace right now. I wanted to see them hit the next gear, but I don't know. We'll have to see. They're kind of going to... It might slow down there. They might have to hit the brakes as well, because it's a 3v3, and it's a straight-out fight, but... They have Misty Meadows seems to be controlled compared to the team that's pushing in from the hills, which is not as much loot. So, I don't know. As we're tuning in now with Kyox, and things are going very wrong here.
Ooh, this is scary. 2-man down. The question is, does he have the card? I don't think it matters because there's a team swarming in quickly. You can see the island that he controls. Looks like it's getting taken over now, invaded. How's he going to be able to defend these players off? Catchings, Cozy, Chase. They're all creeping right up. Yes, they know he's trapped in here. There's no way, right? You don't clutch a 1v3 situation. It seems kind of impossible. He doesn't have much, and in they come. Here it is. Yeah, it's just going to be attack.
It's looking like an arena match. From the side perspective, we see 3 people pushing 1 person. I'm seeing massive builds coming out at Misty off the bat. Like, what is going on here in this game? Game number 3 is just completely different to every other one we've seen. I think people have identified that, you know, they're 8 games deep in a 12-game format. If things aren't working, now's the time to change. You can't just think the same thing's going to keep working, because look at this. Again, it looks like an arena match. Skittles now goes down here to Frosted Spy. Is this 3 teams here, or is this just... I think they're all split right now. Zum's trying to work his way back across, but he's being held. So Ronaldo's going down, Skittles is going down, so Zum has to win a 1v2 to try and clutch up Misty, and this could mean the entire tournament for them.
Yeah, it's so bad because they've had it uncontested for the majority of the run here. Remember, they are in top 10. It's so sad to see them being just dived on like this by multiple squads, because now all of a sudden their run is in question, but they still have so many more games to go. Finally, Ronaldo is going to get thirsted there. It's a 1v1. What can Zum do? Zum is at a little bit of a disadvantage, and yeah, he just gets bested by Jays here, who's going to add a little bit more to the injury, the BM.
And this is hard because this team only has 3 points and they have 3 eliminations. So yes, this team had 0 points in their first 2 games, and that's why they've changed up the playstyle. That's why they're getting desperate and they're dropping at Misty Meadows. And this is not what you wanted for Ronaldo's team, because if a team's desperate like that and they drop on you and you clean wipe them, they might think about going somewhere else. But they just won. They now have a 100% win rate at Misty, and they've now gotten 3 more points than they did in their last 2 games combined. I think they're coming back again next game.
Yeah, and the crazy part about that is that other team that we saw on that little island just north of the Misty was Chase, right? They were landing at Steamy Stacks. They were landing literally at Stark Industries. Now they're landing down here. They are landing everywhere that they want. They're just trying out drop spots to see what's going to stick. And that's another squad that, again, switched it up and found a little bit of success. So they're probably also going to want to land in those new drop spots, which means that it is not looking good for Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo at all, because now 2 different teams found a small bit of success down here.
But this is clearing things up for Daymir and Reverse, because as much as that's still more teams dropping on the east side, at least they're dropping more towards the south to southeast side. So this part of the map is clearing up a little bit for Daymir and Reverse, and that could be the difference with why they did so well last game. So they're already looking a lot healthier, and it's crazy in these 12-game formats they shift up so much as everyone's trying to figure out their drop spots, figure out their strategies, and everything changes, and people are trying to adapt. But a team that hasn't had to adapt at all because their strategy clearly works, and they have just drilled it on repeat over and over again, day after day, week after week, since this season started. It's the XZ guys down at Fortilla, because they're looking breezy as always.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, when you tune in with them, like you said, it's like a drill, right? It's a shotgun. It's going back and forth over and over, because this is their strat. They play the coastal region as much as they have to max out their material, get their loadouts to where it needs to be, their entire team, and then they push fights. They either go straight up to Holly, and in some instances, they'll cut inwards to the woods here, where you saw in the previous game where they just held out the players. And I believe it was Aperta who found, or AV who found Aperta on the storm line where Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo were. So it just shows that they have a very, very sound strategy, and they execute consistently. It's got them up to second place so far.
It's got them up to second place, and they're looking pretty good, except, but I don't know, we got to start talking a little bit about grand finals too, Monster, because some of these teams are looking it's looking likely they're going to make it into there, and this has been a battle for who is the low ground team, and they want to really push some of those teams out that are going to give them a big run for it in the grand finals, as Aspect and Zuni's right now. This team's kind of been all over the place, finding success in every single aspect.
Yeah, literally, their last 2 runs, they have been on fire already. Now, all of a sudden, throwing themselves up to 3rd place. They've thrust themselves into this competition. They were in 11th or 10th when we started this series off here for day 2. So, you know, another squad that was there, but we weren't quite sure. They have literally managed to found their groove in these last 2 runs. And it's been off of the backs of playing for high ground, right? Like, we didn't see a lot of high ground dominance out of day 1. Today, we're seeing it so much fall into the favors of Zuni's Endpen and Aspect. It seems like, I think they figured it out, like, yo, no one's really alphaing up here. Like, if we just do it, I think we can, you know, get away with it. And they have been.
And it's crazy to think, because they're not coming out of a mythic drop. I know that conversation has just been drilled and drilled and drilled, but they don't have any of that guaranteed massive mobility that some other teams in this lobby do, because there are good teams that have these mythic drops. We haven't focused on them too much, but Centered Edgy Commandment over at Stark, and now Bully's team having uncontested Dooms. I mean, as I say that, it's looking like there may have been some teams rotating through here. They're not the ones that are offering up that high ground. Right now, it's a team at a drop that's strong, but it's not incredibly strong, showing how good they are. And I have a lot more confidence for them coming into grand finals if they keep their spot in this top 8.
Oh my gosh, this world map there on the bottom right is going to give you an idea of how many squads are up by the Doom's domain. I'm looking at 2, 3, 4, roughly 5 or so teams hovering around this general location. If one firefight breaks out, it's over. Everyone's diving in, and the problem is the zone is going way south here. So good guy Nani, Posed, and Trap, as great as they have been having their run today, if they just get the wrong idea right now and take a fight, it could truly backfire.
I'm just thinking about who's going to get in the vehicle or who's going to rotate first. Because if you can get ahead of this giant team just bulk and you can hold them out, you're in such a better position because you want to avoid exactly what you just predicted, Monster. So right now we have Slick up on the high ground, and this is the team that drops dudes. This is Slick, Ice, even Bully, who are here around the edges. But honestly, I don't want to see them take the fight. Yes, it is. Looks like Trap's team's going to, go for my playstyle. Whoever gets in first right now is at such a big advantage against all these teams that are pushing really far south.
Yeah, it's time to get on out of here. You can see Bully using the vehicle as well, just to get ahead, out-angle any opponents in case there were any here. And that's just kind of how it's going to play out here as he's on the move. Pulse and Larson are a two-man team trying to rotate on out, playing the river works. And yes, Bully just playing ahead of the curb here to really clear out the location. Now he comes back, doubles back to pick up his teammates. There's still possibly someone in the zone. Maybe that's a henchman, actually. Never mind. But yeah, it's time to get the rotate on out. And they have just enough material to also be set up too. So they're looking very much comfortable for this endgame.
Yeah, but 2 points right now in 2 games. That's a really poor performance from a team that showed they could drop massive games yesterday. And we haven't seen the Dooms domain too much, but I'm pretty sure they still have it uncontested. And I think it does show when you talk about other regions like Zate's team. Obviously, I think in heat number 4 right now, just absolutely running amok out of Dooms domain. It's not as easy as just getting it uncontested and you win every single game. It shows that some of those teams are very, very good at how they play the end games once they have the advantage, because Bully, Iceve, and Slick have shown they can do it, just not as consistently.
Yeah, I mean, they've slipped down to that 8th place, so they are literally on that silver lining now of either seeing the brighter days or falling behind. And honestly, if there's going to be an upset, it can happen here. Iceve tries to go for the sniper shot. He's going to miss it. I wonder if he did have a perfect line of sight here, or if it was just a shot in the dark there, trying to see if the hero's going to stick. No, they're going to jump back in the vehicle and play for the zone instead. Once again, though, just shows you how many teams are back here. And they're still indecisive. Look, they're wrapping around. It seems like they're going to possibly set up to cut these guys off and go for the fight here. You can see the sniper shots going back and forth. A bit of a drive-by. Builds are coming out, too. It's going to cost them a lot. Remember, this vehicle here being the moving factor. They have to ditch it. They are going to get out.
But this is it. Now they're kind of pinned in that position that I didn't want to see any team get in. Now they've got the teams that already got in front of them holding them, and they're still going to have a bulk of those teams pushing from behind as well. And this is where it comes out. This is what it is. It's the mid game that sets you up. It's not always about how you play the end game. It's those decisions you make right now that are really going to affect and have that butterfly effect out. Because if you've got to use mobility, if you've got to use meds, if you have to take a fight you didn't want to take for Storm Surge, it's just, this is the most crucial part of the game right now. And Aspect, NPen, and Zunis look like they've got everything under control.
100%. Things are starting to settle now. Like we said, this is a hard southern draw in the zone here. So anyone who got here early, anyone that's got these prime positions like NPen, Zunis, and Aspect here, you can see are setting up and recapping on material. Not only that, they're building a fortress out of these drop spots right now. These are some great locations to have control of. One of the few that you can actually have a little bit of that elevation and be able to see all of the inner linings of players that have to move into the new zone line. So you can see that on that bottom left, Aspect is literally finding tags after tags. It's enough to keep them above the surge right here.
I think I need to take back or reassess my earlier statement about the Ruins as a drop spot, because they're all looking pretty stacked. They've got the legendary pump on Zunis. Aspect has almost a full stack of shockwaves, whether that was 4 or 6. So never mind, they're actually looking really healthy. And it's more about the tags. So they drop center maps. They can rotate early, but this is the part where they're playing it so well. And we've seen, I don't know, I can't really think of any other team in other regions that have been so dominant out of Ruins. Correct me if I'm wrong, Monster, but they definitely seem to be the team that's figured out this strategy the best.
Yeah, since the removal of the vault and the way things kind of, it's been a bit redesigned. Yeah, the Ruins hasn't been as much of a dominant drop spot. It's just been outweighed by some of the other locations on the map. But for what it's worth, we're seeing the consistency unfold here, and it's looking pretty good. Now, the real question is, yes, they're having a lot of success here in the heats, but grand final settings, things are going to change. You're talking a much higher caliber of players, so they might just be having enough to get away with it in this level of difficulty setting. But once you move into those later portions of the tournament, coming into tomorrow and Sunday, that's where the real question is, can they continue this momentum? As it stands right now, they're not completely safe yet. They're up there. Maybe another really big game will solidify it. But as it stands right now, they still have to put up.
they're going to have to put up. And yeah, that's what you want to see, those big performances and that consistency. Because yes, this is heats right now.
Ooh, that's
you
Bully.
need shots like that. Bully goes down. I talk about the mid game being so important. That rotate in the car, that later rotate to try to get to center costs them so much there. And Stroud gets the knock as well. I think the finish, the completion there. And Icey's not looking much better. Slick is there as well. Bully went off on his own. He was in the, we'd call it the ute. I believe you guys would call it the truck. And it's not exactly a 3-person vehicle because the players in the back, they're very exposed. But yeah, it's a rough one and it's just coming true. But this is a hopeful sign for another team who we really want to see perform here because they were in the top 8, starting to slip off the pace with 2 points. They need a really big game, but they survived the most treacherous part for them. This seems to be a little bit past when we normally see them struggle, Monsters. Usually the zone before this kind of coming into zone 3. I think if they've made it to this point, hopefully they're going to be all right to make this end game because I really want to see how they affect the end game.
Yeah, and it seems like they won that mid-game fight, the one that was troubling them, at least in the first 2 rounds of what day 2 was. So with that, that's a couple points in the right direction. And then, of course, now they actually have an opportunity to jump back into the standings here. They slipped. They went from 5th place down to 12th place. That's the difference of a game or 2 not really accumulating anything. All of a sudden now they are a bubble squad that is not looking likely to qual for the grand finals. To get to first right now, what's that? A 12-point leap. You literally need a pretty hefty game, and you need everyone else up there to not really accumulate anything. So this is a tough ask. They have really set themselves behind just off of the fact that whatever happened those first 2 games, not winning those mid-game fights, truly have set off their momentum.
Yeah, and this is a team or a player, especially with Chap, that not only is used to making grand finals, one of 3 players in NA East to come top 6 every single time he's made it there. So for Chap's team just not to make grand finals at all would be a massive upset. And for a player that's been around since the beginning, the pressure to just constantly perform, otherwise people start, you get the whispers of washed. We heard that around Booger for a while, and his team kind of pushed those whispers aside. But if he doesn't make grand finals, that is going to be a massive upset in NA East. But this is a pretty difficult heat right now to make it through. There's some big names jumping up there, but there's also some underdog teams that I don't think they're fluking a monster. They're really just players that we need to start focusing on, that coming into today, at least I didn't have my eyes on, who are consistently performing. Aspect, Zunis, and NPen, definitely names we all knew about, but I'm going to admit, you said you've been following Gonzo a bunch. I'm so impressed with their team, Walkman's team, even Trap, Posed, Good Guy Nani. There's so many big teams right now who are just making a claim for being better at the moment.
Yeah, and these are like people that are literally what I like to call tier 2/tier 1 knocking on the door of top tier, right? You're talking about these upper brackets of players that have been seriously seasoned and been a part of the community for such a long time. Literally the grind, you can finally see it start to pay off. That's when the players like to say the grind is paying off. Yes, literally they're becoming some of the most elite players, and honestly to perform in a heat setting, it is so impressive. It is so impressive because this could easily be like a grand final style stage. You have just enough big names, you have just enough mid tiers and heated players on the come up here. As we talk about it though, Notting's going to be one of the few that's going to fall here to the vet scented on the other side of the barrel. And that's because the pressure's coming in as they're trying to make their rotates.
And what we've seen in these heats is a bit crazy because you do have those teams that make things more tumultuous. They change their drop spot. They don't have the same strategy that the top tier players have. And sometimes that's harder. It's same as if any one of you guys watching at home play Fortnite. Sometimes it's harder to beat a less experienced player because you can't predict what they're going to do because they don't know what they're going to do. And that's where things go crazy. Players get desperate for Storm Surge. They make plays you didn't expect. And you have to adapt that and you have to overcome it. And that's where the mechanics really come out, less than the game experience. And I think that's where we're seeing some of these teams, but Zuni's, Aspect, and NPen in such a good position.
Yeah, definitely. You can see right now, 7 seconds until the zone reveals itself, guys. Here it is, 500 damage above the threshold. They don't have anything to worry about. They can just hang out here. If this half in, half out zone lands on top of them, okay, it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. Statistics show for this team specifically, they don't even need the zone to be on top of them. If they've decided they're going to win the game, they're just going to go do it, right? Like, their stats prove that even against all odds, if it's a good game, it's going to be a good game consistently no matter what. Here it is, though. The great rotate all the way across. They get right inside of it. It perfectly works out. And they don't even get shot at from the high ground squad. I do wonder who's up above that had their guard so nonchalant here, right? Just like kind of vibing out, not really putting up the defense, because they just really took a lot of territory here.
And that's what's so crazy. I think this team has figured out one of the strategies now. If you take high ground a little bit earlier, yeah, even if you don't get half, but here they go. I was going to ask if they're going to go up for it, because right now, height is such a big advantage, even in the earlier zones, because with all the mobility right now focusing on verticality, if you have, like you saw there, a bouncer shockwave and you're already higher, you go so much further and you're above a lot of the sight lines. But yeah, a little bit of a misplay from a team that did so well last game, Reverse, just to give up high ground like that, and Bank falls there. I thought that was potentially going to be Team New Age, but no, Bank goes down, and Zuni's is clinical with the green assault rifle.
Yeah, he's doing his thing right now, and that's what happens when you play just that passive. Zuni's end pen aspect noticed it about as quick as I did. I was like, wait, the high ground didn't even look down. They didn't fire or anything. They're like, yo, man, we could take this, and they took full advantage of it. That's a game that this could be a game that is literally going to be their qualifying game. This could literally set the pack up. They could set themselves up for so much success now. And the knocks are coming back to back. That's another one. Will they get that one as well? I think so. I think that's going to fall into their team there. Zuni's end pen. Yes, that's onto Suscript. So that's another one for them now here. This high ground hold is paying off so well.
6 eliminations on the board already, so they're really racking them up, and high ground doesn't normally get this many eliminations at this point. It's right in those second rotating zones, as I see Coop, Hoofishy, and Chap still in this. They're looking healthy. Team New Age is down there. Reverse Day and Miro. We have Xed. This might be it. We have Edgy, Centered, and Commandment. This might be the game, Monster, we were hoping for, that we haven't really got until now. We have all our big teams up. They're all healthy. Who is going to be able to cement themselves here in the last part of day 2? Because now's your last chance. Chap, Hoofishy, and Coop, I think, have more pressure on them than any of the big teams here, because they need a big game. These other teams can really push ahead and give themselves more of a buffer, but their pressure is on for Chap's team.
And actually, I just noticed on that wide shot, Reverse 2K was so lit up as well. Scented, though, jumping into enemy's tarp here. He's going to go for the control. The whole squad is on one right now. They are literally looking to W key their way on through. What is it that they need so desperately? It's material. Okay, they're playing for an impact right now. This is the scariest thing you can see right here. A full trio committed to catching an impact, and they're W keying for it in the end game. Like, you don't see this very often, but oh my gosh, that's such a treat right here. And they're still going. They're literally bullying this entire tarp right now. Who is this? Is this
Chap's team? I really hope this isn't Chap's team right now, because it's the skins that I saw before. Maybe it is. We might be able to have the answer right now. No, doesn't get the knock. The 180 doesn't go through, and they do get knocked. No, it's Carey. Carey takes down Edgy. It's not Chap's team, and this is a full-on fight. I talked earlier about being hard to predict what unexperienced players are going to do, because they make weird plays, but this was a strange one from Commandment and Centered. But like you said, they needed a refresh, and that's just how this team goes about getting it. I don't know. It didn't work out the best in the end, but super exciting as they are both still alive. Xed's team is a full trio beneath them, and Chap, Hoofishy, and Coop are looking really good on that edge. They were all full health, full shield together, and that is where that team performs.
But once again, we see Commandment and send the two IGLs, literally the most flex players on his trio, alive. And he's going to find another impact elimination to literally refresh him and keep him back in the game. The last time they operated as a two-man team on this day 2, they got a 3rd place, and Centered was the last to stay alive. It's looking so good for them. Chap is still alive. We can confirm that. He just jumped down right there. Xset full trio up as well. Npen and Aspect still in this game here as well. And now we get to see their perspective. Another frag for them too. And they're just dropping these mid-round teams. That's it. That's the rest of Zlem. They're out of the game now.
This is the battle for low ground that we knew this heat would create so far. There are so many big names down here, full trios working their way through, just showing the beautiful layer swaps, the control, just the understanding of how to play these really congested areas where other players would get lost. They know exactly where to go. It's almost like they can see the players through walls like we can. They just have this other level understanding of where everyone is and where they have to go. And they're prioritizing this very bottom layer right now. They're not switching. They're not going up. It's shotguns out. Who can they find? And there is another trio on the other side of this wall as Walkman gets knocked and Aspect goes over the top with the harpoon. Days in the feed, takes down Commandment. Aspect drops in. Npen has to do something big because he is getting swarmed by the Xset boys as Chap, Hoofishy are both up down there as well. Hoofishy is now low health. Chap has got all the health and the shield, but he's going to have to do something really big. Coop's in there as well. This is the battle for low ground we wanted, Monster.
Yeah, it's such a messy fight. Chap's actually going to find one there. Fishy's going to get traded out, and he's down as well. It's Xset, though, with 5 HP, 3 HP. He's going to fall to the zone, and now Shark and AV are all that's left. I believe Reverse 2K was somehow still up as well, as he found Scented somewhere amongst that entire mix as well. So he's out of the game. But now it's looking like what's left of the teams. Reverse 2K as a solo, operating on one layer by himself, a full trio up above. Depending on what Reverse 2K does here is going to determine how this game plays out. But the low ground Xset is going up for high ground. It's a battle with shockwaves here.
Strep's going up for it right now. Reverses dodge this one. I think he drops onto the low ground, so Strep's on the high ground, putting out all the pressure. Lazard takes down AV. They get the capitalize, so it's 3v1v1 right now. Who is going to come out on top? Because right now, it looks like a battle for second, and who's it going to be? It is Reverse 2K takes down Shark on the low ground. He gets the second place. That is a first and second. He could do something here, but no, it is just too much to overcome. But what a big performance from Reverse. But Strep, Stroud, and Lazard, they get the win, and 9 eliminations, I think, is that their first win, Monster? What a big performance.
A massive one. Like, such a great day for them, too, right? Like, 48 points today. Talk about huge. Let's toss it over to the Desto to see what they got.
Thank you so much, MDF and Aussie. I love the synergy between these two dudes. They're so good. They brought the hype. I love it. That's game 3 in the books. A very nice VR, but, you know, as these guys kind of called out, wait, was that Reverse 2K in second place? The trio fighting 8 more eliminations. So it's very difficult to be, like, excited about the VR, because you're like, oh, snap, a VR. Oh, yeah, and you're, like, looking around, you're like, oh, wait. Yeah, Reverse, wait, they came in second and they got 8 limos? Oh, no, they're just going to be up there on the standings, aren't they? So we got to take a look at the standings, see how things are unfolding here. Don't forget, we have a cumulative leaderboard. So we had 6 games yesterday. We got the next 6 today, and we're already 3 games down. With 8 spots, we see Commandment, Scented, Edgy. They're still up there. They're still holding down the fort, but you got the Xset trio closing in. The TNA trio, they're closing in more. There's so much back and forth here. I feel like they could catch them, but it could still go either way.
Listen, it's kind of like a skyscraper in this top 5, and the clouds are the top floors kind of, you know, moved away. Xset's there in the penthouse suite, but it's like Edgy's trio that are gargoyles now. There's statues here. They're not moving. They're not going anywhere if they keep playing like this over and over again. Yes, Daymiro and Reverse 2K are here now in third. Aspect off of that win, and a lot more is at the top 2, but the top 5 are brand new now, and they're going to stay.
And Commandment, Edgy, and Scented are, you know, staying in that top spot, as you said, but, you know, they're not actually performing as they did yesterday. They've come 10th in the last 2 games, but still managing to pick up a few eliminations each time. 5 and then 7 this last game. So they're having a little bit of struggle in their mid game, but definitely managing to kind of pick up a few eliminations, but not really managing to secure that top 10 placement.
And Chap was there too in that last game over at low ground, popping off, getting 2 elims back to back. That'll up the elim counter to 32 for Chap, Coop, and Fishy over at 7th. 108 points, but just look at how close it is over there. 109, 107, 102, and then 97 for Laynad, Acreon, and Smarty. I mean, these are teams that you wouldn't expect to maybe be top 10, depending on who is in this heat. But still, these guys are performing time and time again. And now they're kind of solidifying their spots, but still they're so close and there's so many storylines, and I'm freaking out. Like, oh my god!
Welcome to my life.
Nani, Posed, and Trap, we've kind of consistently seen these guys actually on high ground, but not able to actually really maintain it all the way through. But the team that just won that last game, currently now in 12th, Stroud, Strep, and LazeRP. These guys kind of popped off that last game, picking up the Victory Royale with 9 eliminations. Their games before that, not entirely very consistent at all. They only had 2 games in the top 10, both of them being 7th, and not really any high elimination games either. So right now, that was a really big game for them, and they're going to need to get another game, at least one big game and some consistent games in the next 3 that got coming up if they want to get that top 8 slot.
And I called them out. They were on this page at 17th, like you mentioned, Reese, and I was like, you know, it's interesting that they're here. They were talking a lot over on socials, or just like, you know, having beef with some other teams, saying they were kind of big shots, and now they're finally showing it, right? Getting that big win, maybe getting momentum and landing at least in the wild card slots, maybe even top 8 if everything starts to go better and better in these last few games. Still on this page, 71.3 way tie from 16th to 18th, and then 57 to 53. Every shot will matter. I paused there for a second for dramatic effect, but every single shot, every single moment will absolutely matter.
What we saw early
That's
on
right.
EU, it literally was one shot. One pump shot
That's
could have
true.
qualified a team on there. So a same thing could happen here easily.
That's what happens when you have a lot of these teams going head-to-head, right? And for you guys at home, watch that elimination feed, right? You watch two teams clash. The one that walks away, they're going to be able to continue racking up points, while that other trio that fell, they just have to take a back seat and think, okay, well, what did we do wrong? What are we trying to fix to not make that happen again? Now, gentlemen, that last game, Stroud, Strep, and Lazard got the VR, and I feel like they just kind of put so much pressure on Reverse that they just kind of eventually kind of squeezed the life out of them, right? They just made it so difficult to find the VR.
Yeah, that last game, we really wanted to, you know, possibly watch all that low ground action because it was the dream kind of moment of all these low ground teams fighting. But let's actually give a chance to see how Strep, Lazar, and Stroud break down pressure for a win. They kind of singled out Reverse, but most importantly, they broke the pattern of the AV Classic of having the Shockwaves that low, waiting to take height in the final zone, winning out a game. It looks like any other day. Strep was ready for it. He gets a counter off with his own Shockwave, not letting AV survive. All three people jump in the box, get the pumps down, and they're like, no, no, no. We know who's in this heat, and now we're here to play height and stay on it no matter what.
And if you are in a heat like this, where you're aware of teams who are really big low ground players, you know these guys are going to have shockwaves. And if you're playing height for the entire moving, you can see right here, as soon as he hears that shockwave and he lands, Strep says, my height, I'm taking it back from you. He shockwaves straight up, does the exact same thing, counters the play with his own shockwaves that he's been holding all the way through the moving zones for this exact reason. Or if they didn't try to take it back from them, he could have just thrown those onto the players below. So there was no need for them to use them in the moving zones, but they've definitely managed to hold them out for the right reasons.
Yeah, and the best thing about that too is they actually let the last two players, Reverse and Knight, fight each other before dropping down and really getting into that 3v1 scenario. So that was very smart too, very patient. I hope that patience pays off even more in these next few games coming up, because if this is a team in the top 8, grand finals will be really, really interesting.
I mean, and you gotta applaud them, right? Because as you said, Reese, there's like this predictability factor you can kind of see. It's like, hey, we know they're on low ground. We've seen, like, they made an entire video on these guys. If they're gonna shockwave up, I'm just waiting to hear that sound. Now, real quick, we are gonna check in over on heat number 3, as we kind of talked about throughout the broadcast. We've got other heats going on at the same time. Slacks, Acorn, and Jock. Remember, they started the day on over 200 points, all right? And now they're just kind of keeping that momentum going.
The only double digits these guys know is eliminations. Their placements have all been... The worst placement they had has been 4th. I'm going to run it through. This is not the Heat 3. This is Slacks, Acorn, and Jack Heat. I'm going to say it again. 1st, 2nd, 1st, 1st, 3rd, 1st, 4th, 1st, 3rd. Like, what?
Bro, I
what?
don't even...
I'm mind blown. I'm honestly mind blown.
Oh, what's that? I'm getting multiple calls in from the people of planet Earth concerned for the mental well-being of every other team in this heat having to play with these absolute gods in first place. Still, you cannot ignore the fight for 8th place. Jerez, Non-Statsy, and Crip are there, 107. Still, that kind of 2-point differential. It's always 2 points here for top 8, and we know how hard it can be. Some of the best teams ever in quals don't make it to the top 8 from EU. We saw that happen in heat number 4. It might happen in heat number 3. Mega, Riverson, and Dubs right on the brink. But still, if there's a team up top taking all those points, where do you even get them in these games?
This is what happened when one team is so good they could just hoard the points, because they just can. There you go. You like to see that. Anyway, Fortnite fam, as the action heats up, we got a cooldown. So we're going to step away. But when we return, we'll have the last 3 games here in NA East. And at the end of the day, we'll have all of the results from the other heats. Get up, get hydrated, come back, and we'll see you for more Fortnite.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reset back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. And we're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame, and this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into two separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zate, Saf and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zate and Saf building over onto another area so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zate, Saf and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zate, Saf and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zate hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zate does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zate actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zate. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players at contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zate was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zate and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zate ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the Victory Royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zate didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, it would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the Battle Boss. Beep, beep.
Hey yo, what up Fortnite fam? Welcome back to continued coverage here from us on the analyst desk. This is the FNCS, and it is time to hop back into games. You got me, Zeke, you got Reese, you got Shy Wager, 2 of the best minds in all of Fortnite. And don't worry, we'll come back after the game is all said and done. But for right now, it's time to get back into games. We've got 3 left, so let's toss it over to our casters to take us in.
There you guys have it. We're past the halfway mark now. It's time to get into this last half of the tournament here for day 2. Small Deep and Aussie Antics, and it looks like we're jumping straight into the action right now. because, yeah, there's only a couple players left. 71 players remaining. My gosh, talk about a heated start.
It's a heated start. This is the most important half. This is the last half of the second half. So technically we're in the last quarter, and right now this is where you need the sprint finish, because some teams are gonna have to start sprinting. There's a few jogging at the front. Commandment, Sense, and Edgy should be okay, but some of the teams that need to step up, Chap's team being one of them, they're right on that bubble, but they need a big last few games, because if they don't get one big game now, they're really leaving it to the last couple, and that's a scary spot to be in, Monster.
Yeah, they got to make that decision. These are the games to finalize your decision of whether or not you're going to be a team that pulls the top 8 in the grand finals. Here's a replay of one of those big moments right now. Versatile, the entire Versatile team actually contesting the draw spot. That's Chap, and no, Chap's going to fall here. And it looks like their entire team was picked apart.
Oh no, I'm talking about them needing a big game, a sprint finish, and man, they've pulled a cramp up here. This is just going to stop them so quick. They're now depending on 2 games to really jump up. They're in 8th right now. And when I say they're in 8th, there's only 2 points separating them from 6th. So they could have had a massive game that really pushed them into securing it. So right now, all the pressure is on them on the last 2 games, but there's still 1 player alive, maybe can do something, but this is not the start you want. And no, Who Fishy does go down. It's a 3v1. I counted him out early. He does some great things, but it's a tall ask, and it's not it, Monster.
Yeah, and I hate to say this, but that was your team in last place, in 33rd, bottom of the barrel right now, really trying to scrape through and, just catch whatever highlights they can at this point. They're going to take out your 8th place team or your 7th place team, soon to be a lot lower now, depending on how the lobby unfolds. Here's Strep, Lazar, and Stroud, though. We're jumping right back with them. This is the team we first touched base with. They're doing pretty decent today. Actually, they're doing really great today. 45 points today already being accumulated. Not too bad for them. I'm trying to scavenge the leaderboard here to see where it puts them. Okay, that slaps them right on the 12th place, so that's not too bad.
So 91 points total, which means they got pretty much 45 points. They got, 46 points in their 6 games yesterday. They're now 45 in 3. So that's really good. If they can keep the pace up now, they can jump from 12th into 8th, because there is such a small margin between that. There is really only 20 points right now, or even less, between 12th and 8th. So as you can see, XZ's team, though, in a different area. I guess they hit the early rotate. When XZ AV has Shockwaves going into 7th zone, his trio averages 3rd place. What an interesting statistic. We talk about power items, and I guess then a drop that doesn't really have that guaranteed shockwaves, and that's pretty important.
Yeah, more importantly, it's the fact that he can perform with it, right? We already know, the Doomsday Means team that's been landing here, Bully and company, they've been struggling to really figure out the formulas for success, even though it's been uncontested for them as well. So it is just a matter of what you do with what you got, and the XZ trio manages to always make it work because they're low ground warriors. They tend to, figure it out even with a little bit of height. This is game number 4, though, ladies and gentlemen. You can see this zone is not one we've had the pleasure of casting over very often this weekend, because so far it's been nothing but center and southern draws. This one's going to be way northeast here. This is probably the 2nd zone we've seen like this up into this competition. And honestly, it feels like yesterday too. Yesterday we got these northern zones in the back half, so it's kind of like a mirror, literally a mirror of the competition from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm actually almost positive it was game 4. We jumped out of the break. We got a far northeast zone, and then game 5 we got a northwest. So if next game goes northeast, I'm sorry, it's just the coincidence is too much at this point. But some of these teams have to overcome it right now. I see XZ way north. They pulled off a big north rotate. Obviously, they could have stuck to that west side of the map, but it's gonna make some of those teams struggle. The team that I'm really having big eyes on right now that I don't know, Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo. They're in 13th place. They drop it Misty. This is a tough zone. It's a tough ask, but what's been happening hasn't been working. So maybe something about this is what they needed. I don't know. I'm hopeful here. It's a team I've been cheering on. I don't want to say the underdogs. It feels so bad, but creating a new team the day of week 3 qualifiers, qualifying outright top 15 coming into this. I just really wanted to see them have that Cinderella run all the way through, and it's still possible. And there they are. Zum and Skittles are up, but it looks like they're missing Ronaldo.
I was just about to ask the production team if whether or not he was up, and yes, he is. He's right inside the storm line. It's good. Oh, this is a dicey rotate for them, a late one at that. He does have that banished bazooka. He's going to have to hold out on using it, though. There is the congestion of players nearby. No. Yes, they have their sights on him, but he does have that sniper in hand. We already know he is deadly with this. One shot, though, That's it, right? So as he plugs off these shots, it's going to give away the sound cue to everyone nearby. He does not even have enough material to actually make the rotate here. He tries to go for the snipe. No, he's not going to find it.
That's his last bullet.
This is such a scary spot to be in.
This is the definition of shambles. His in zone being held out because he doesn't have enough builds to even make a 10-minute run, and the bandage cannon, no, Ronaldo is going to go down. He can't get down. There was bandages down here as well. There was 2 sets of bandages. No, that is such an unlucky situation. He ran out of sniper bullets. He had no mats, no shield. His bandage cannon wasn't even refreshed. Like, when you talk shambles, that is the shambles of shambles situation.
Yeah, and he had his team. The sad part is his team is so close by, right? And there's really not much they can do about it. Skittles, though, trying to put down some fire right now. Seems like he was rebooted back up. You could just tell from the fact that he has a pistol in hand. So it seems like they were just picked up off the reboot, and they're just trying to figure things out right now. He's driving in circles to wait for his squad mate. If you guys are curious right now, Zum has to get in the vehicle. Where are you? But okay, here it is. A little bit of a swing around now. Zum getting to the Doom's domain here. The zone's already pulled out, too. Like, they need to go.
Yeah, zone is going right now, and they really need to go. So this is going straight over to Craggy, which could be a very, very exciting endgame because it could go up that big sheer Stark Mountain cliff that kind of looms over Craggy Cliffs. And who's going to be on top of it? Because right now, this is not the zone you want to be late rotating. You see teams up there, right up there in the points, like XSET's on 52 points today. They're moving early, and that's what every team should be doing because this zone is going to be an interesting one. It's got water, it's got the ocean, it's got craggy buildings, it's got Stark Mountain. This is going to be a tough endgame.
Yeah, definitely, and it's not looking good for the XSET team right now. All of them get punished on the peak right there, and now they're forced to fully heal up. They're actually lucky they weren't collapsed on off of that, because normally if a squad finds that many tags on, you feel the bit of confidence to go ahead and dive in, but being that they're on the storm line, looks like it's going to buy themselves just a little bit more time. On the other side is the Noble squad. So, okay, as I talk about it, this team does take the opportunity to branch on over, but AV's going to fire back. AV's going to drop Nobu's beef there, and he's down. That's one of the Nobu boys. They're out of the game. That's enough for them to actually gain favor in this battle.
Yeah, they get a big bite of beef, and they needed it because that's some extra loot on the edge, and they weren't kind of tapped up on materials. 130, so they're still 20 builds down, but looking pretty good. Oh, and they get a zone nice and close. I was going to say they need this because there are so many teams on this edge, and I don't see too much mobility. We just saw that stat. AV doesn't have the shockwave, so can he do something without it? Maybe Knight has them, maybe Shark has them because they have the meds. They got a decent amount of material, but I'm just not seeing the mobility, but they might not need it. That zone is pretty close, and they've got some extra metal sitting right there.
Definitely. You can see they're still on the hunt, though. Oh, no, the big mistake. He's going to step onto the ramp, almost gets them dropped into the trap box. It's actually Skittles and Zum up above, one of the few teams to rotate in late. We already know they have some of the worst loot in the lobby. We got the preview over at the Doom's Domain, but they're going up. The aggression is coming in. It's not looking too good. AV's got his number for him. Here comes the peak shots. Knight's actually going to get dropped in, but down comes Zum as well. How's this all going to play out? He's looking for the big tags here and a save onto his teammate, so a little bit of a hybrid situation, but, I mean, Skittles is all that's left here.
And he's gone right back down onto ultimate low. So AV and Shark are in their comfortable position right now. They get the finish on the Zum. So Skittles is still up, but it will be a 2v1 situation. I think Shark's probably going for the revive. AV's holding the walls because he has the best health of this team right now. Best health and shield and that epic pump shotgun to really fend off Skittles because they're going to need to. And this is just wasting more time again before the rotate monster. So I don't know. It was maybe worth the elimination for the XSET guys, but I really want to see them just get into the next zone and play it safe because this is where things could go wrong. They don't need an insane game. They just got to keep making end games.
Yeah, and little do they know, that's like a completely different team, right? When they initiated that battle, it wasn't the original squad. Like, those guys were already gone. That was just what was left of Zum and Skittles. But either way, they are going to have to make this rotate here. They're going to face the cliff lip because they're on that beachfront. On the high ground here, though, Zuni's, Aspect, and NPen do have a piece of the height on the other side. Once again, Reverse 2K, Miro, and Dave find themselves in one of the most prime situations and bases on the map right now. So, literally, a mirror-dominant hold from the two teams. Bank as well being one of the ones that are right on top of Aspect, NPen, and Zuni. So, this is similar collisions from the last game. Similar players crossing paths right now.
There's only 3 points separating fourth, third, and second, and Aspect is one of them. Never mind, these points might be going a little bit further spread right now as Aspect gets taken out. He gets grabbed and pushed back into this big base, and they're going to try and get all that loot, and that's a bit of a misplay from Aspect. We've seen them fighting so well today, and Zuni's and NPen have to do something big on their own right now because they're looking pretty good. They've had almost 5 average elims a game, and they're getting wiped out right now. Narwhal, the newest signing to Team New Age, Bank and Zlem just running through them and grabbing all that loot, and these are the fights you need. It's when you clean them out so quickly with really not any kind of repercussions as Xset make it in. They're all healthy, so they prove me wrong. That was a smart fight to take on the edge of zone.
Yeah, and I think that was a little bit of revenge there. Like I said, in the last game, NPen had half in, half out and caught Bank on the rotate, so little ironic that they cross paths again and take one another out. Ultimately, though, Aspect and company do have enough points. Let's see, though. Here's a team that needs some points. They haven't had a good day today, but all right. They are going to find their first points and elimination of the day here. That's a good sign for them, but I mean, it's Sampa, Tetra, and Exom. This is a veteran squad right here. Sampa's been around for quite some time, so it just seems like they just haven't found their footing. Yesterday was a day that was going a little bit better for them, but man, talk about slipping behind out of the bubble now and really trickling your way down the wayside here. This is the back half, though, right? There's still time to have 3 great games, so you can't count anyone out just yet.
Yeah, I'm looking for the big names right now. I'm trying to see if we've got Team New Age in there somewhere, because that first place and a second back-to-back, they've got the momentum. They're feeling hot, so if they're still in this game, I'd be worried for any team that's near them right now, because they've definitely found their footing again. They've found their momentum, and this team's in a bad spot. This is what you'd like to call a good old lobby focus, bit of lobby manipulation. Everyone is spraying at that box for free shots, and this is why you don't want to be the last team to rotate. Yeah, the builds are there that you can jump on top of, but man, right now, they're just getting completely held. There is nothing to say about that, but just a misplay on timing and decision making as so many shots come out and they do fall down there as Strep gets another elimination in the feed, takes down Sampa, so this game also being a struggle for them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what elims they got. They're now crossed out once again. 2 more rounds for them left into the bracket here, but Walkman Cozy's in a Minish, man. Talk about hats off. Gotta give them all the credit right now. They are literally trying to make their way, fighting their way to grand finals here. They've had such a run, such a good day 1 run, and even better day 2 run. Carrying the momentum into a 2-day format is no easy ask, and they're doing just that. You have to put them up there, give them all the respect that they deserve. Here's a big rotate coming out of one of our most popular teams, our team in the lead right now, Edgy, Scented, and Commandment. Trying to do something big, though. Oh, they land on Walkman. Oh, no, and completely delete them.
This is 9 eliminations. They are 2,000 above Storm Surge. It's probably the most aggressive we've seen any team play in this heat from the last 2 days. They are really racking up the mid-game eliminations, but are they going too hard too early? Because yes, there they are. Team New Age is in this. Xset is in this. Our big names are here. Zlem's on the high ground with Narwhal and Bank, so they can have the big pop-off game they've been needing right now. They've got the Rocket. This is something you don't see very often. I can't stress how rare this is now. You may even be surprised to be seeing it. This is the Rocket launcher. It has not been vaulted. It only drops from sharks. Yes, literal sharks in the water are the only way you can get a rocket, and it is extremely rare. But when you get your hands on it, it gives you so much control, because not only is this one of the strongest weapons in the game, no one's expecting it. No one plays. I guarantee there's teams down there right now who are reeling. They're confused. They're not used to hearing a rocket in endgame this season.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, right, only from the sharks, and it's the upgraded sharks. So your chances of finding them and then having the resources to take it out is very, very slim. But the reward, you can see it's pretty nice. The big shots that they got from it already has given them so much control this game. What an interesting game we're watching right now. This is kind of exciting. I wonder how it's all going to play out here, because the RPG, no one has truly had enough practice or prepare against this. And the NA East region in specific is one that prides themselves in having the best practice in the world. They literally run simulations all day long, but you're not having this in your simulations. You're not having this in your day-to-day practice.
It's these teams like Trap here who, they've got their shockwaves. They were set up on second high to take high ground, because usually there's no real threat from high ground if you can shockwave up. But if you're getting constantly rocketed and pushed down, funneled down, this is only better for teams like Team New Age, though, who I think around here, Trap's getting these eliminations. Everyone's being pushed down, so never mind. As I say, that day is too much for them right now. The Rocket is just throwing a massive spanner in their works, but Commandment takes down Reverse. Miro picks up Stroud. So the big teams are in this, and low ground is going to get hectic. Everyone is being funneled down by these rockets.
Yeah, definitely. Trap right now, trying to do something big here. 5 eliminations already on the storm line, finding shots and just great movement overall. You gotta love this right here. And okay, he does get top, but not before getting 8 eliminations. Great job for Good Guy Nani's squad because they needed those points as well. Commandment still alive here with Edgy and Scented. They know how to navigate though. This is a veteran team that has been around for quite some time. They've been through these runs before. Well played for Commandment. He does have some crashes. Can he get inside? It's gonna be a close one. Up he goes, and yes, just inside. He gets here safely somehow. And oh my gosh, the pump shot onto Magnolia. The thirst as well. The pickup too. So he's still alive. He's still in this game here.
He might be able to do 5 eliminations for Commandment, 7 for Scented. He's like, hey, man, I got 2 more in the bags. Don't worry, I'm going to catch up to you. I'm going to equal you. Let's go 7 apiece. That's 6 right now. Can he get the 7th right now? Can he somehow beat out Scented's eliminations? This team is qualified. This is a victory lap for them right now. They're in your first place team, but can Commandment do it? Can he get the 1v2? Narwhal and Zlem need this so much more. They are so much further down on the leaderboard. They're going to work their way down. Commandment putting up such a good fight, but it's just not enough for so many eliminations for that team. But Narwhal, Bank, and Zlem have the massive game they needed. 55 points, and that was a huge game.
And honestly, man, probably one of the most interesting games we'll watch unfold for this FNCS Grand Finals. Kind of set here. Obviously, we're in the heats, but my gosh, an RPG being brought into the end game. You saw how quickly they dominated height, and it was over from there. We knew it was over at that point.
Yeah, that's an incredibly scary one, but that's the game they needed. When you get that one little advantage, possibly one of the rarest advantages in the game right now, you have to run away with it. That's your cue to have a big game, and that's what they did. I'm super, super proud of that team there.
And not only is it rare, but it's accessible. Anyone can get it. I want to really dig deep here and sit down with the analysts and figure this one out. We're going to toss it to them to get their insight and their perspective on this one, because that was crazy.
Monster, you could not be more right. The RPG is so accessible, and for whatever reason, we're not seeing many trios pick it up, but it's like, it's so weird to think about. Like, there's this item in the game that if you just have it, it just causes so much chaos on everyone else. Like, when you're watching Narwhal sitting on the high ground causing a commotion because he's so awesome, and he's just sending RPGs down at... I couldn't do it with a straight face. Some of you got that. That's fine. Anyway, when he's sending RPGs down, just fracturing the builds, shockwaves don't matter. Crash pads don't matter, right? You can literally dictate and tell the lobby what they're allowed to do with a single item. That's what you like to see. Now, boys, as we kind of turn our attention to the standings, we see Commandment, Edgy, Scented. They're still holding on 50 points ahead. You've got Day, Miro, and Verse 2K. But it is not this TNA trio we turn our attention to. It is the other one, Narwhal, the outlier, swimming in the depths of the ocean, rising to the surface with an RPG.
Okay, let's go, and we'll see where he is, if he's closer towards that top 10. But still, this page didn't really change at all, which shows us that these 5 trios are really using this back half of Heat 2, Day 2 for practice for those grand finals. They want to lock in their spots. They want to really show that they're here to stay, and they're here to perform in these next 2 days coming up.
And in 10th, we see here the team that we've just watched, the team that just picked up that Victory Royale, Narwhal, Zlem, and Bank. Here they go, all the way up, and they're ready in that 10th slot. They're going to need another big game to continue this all the way.
Absolutely. Over there, Chap, to another game where he's once again accruing just a few points, or at least a game where he gets to stay in 9th at the same time. Still, though, the point differentials from 8th to 10th, it's so close to see who can actually lock in top 8, and we're seeing that and seeing that every single standings. The thing is that it's true in every heat across NA East, even EU, that top 8 is just tangible by any trio right below there. One big pop-off game can get you so close to getting it. Stroud, Strep, and Lazar P, we saw them win over in that last game. 105 points, they're right there too, just 3 points behind the 103 tie with Laynat and Summers trio as well. Past that, it does teeter off a little bit, and these guys in 14th and 15th place will need a bigger win, would need more eliminations in some of these games coming up. But you never know what ends up happening, who even just gets an RPG, or if there's shockwaves in the way. Anyone could take this competition by storm.
Yeah, and we're moving down to our 16th to 20th. These guys are still in a position to qualify here. 3 more games left. They're going to have to pull it off to make sure you get something big. Sorry, 2 more games left to ensure that these guys have a really big game to get themselves up into that qualification.
Yeah, and the big thing too here is that it seems like every team has like a rival right next to them on the leaderboard, but also a goal to hit a certain threshold, whether that's top 16 for people like Artsy and W Carry, whether that's top 8 for people like Zlem and Narwhal we saw last game. Each team playing with a different goal, but all with that objective to end up winning that game, taking the VR and getting elims. What's gonna happen next?
Bro, we've only got 2 games left. And I mean, this is it. We're coming down to the last moments, the last 2 matches of the heats here. So a lot of these teams, again, if they don't make top 8, that's it. Now, if they do make 9 through 16, they will play in that wildcard match. But again, that is a single. Whoever wins that gets the Victory Royale. That is the trio that will be allowed to join in through to grand finals. Now, guys, obviously, this RPG playing such a massive factor here in this last game. How did they even go about acquiring this?
Let's break it down first by answering Monster's question, which was, how do people get RPGs, or why aren't people picking up RPGs if almost every shark might even have one? Well, it's because people want to be able to get out of their spot fast and then end up moving around the map to get surge tags or just get position. While these guys were looking for position, they actually ended up finding a shark on the dead side of the map, picked up that RPG, and then with 13 rockets on high ground, Narwhal just let loose.
And at this point, what are the other teams going to do? There's one rocket launcher on the map. These guys are consistently spraying at opposite heights. There's absolutely no way that these other guys can maintain high ground. You can see there Narwhal just spraying down, 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 using that rocket launcher to really pressure anyone who's close to their lair. This ensures that obviously these guys are just not going to be able to just randomly retake height away from them, and then Narwhal has this hard secured.
Yeah, at the same time, too, even if they're not doing damage, they're forcing every other trio to be box to box and fight each other. Each shot just basically making placement points out of thin air. Because of that, just look at how big this zone still is. Ninth zone had a whole minute to still tick in and close, but these guys ended the game fast with that rocket launcher. They just ended up wrapping things up with their own accord, with their own damage. It was that rocket launcher that was on the forefront of all of it.
And it's literally just, hey, is that a shark as we're rotating? Is that worth it? Could that literally be the difference maker? We probably at least want to swing on by and take a look. I mean, this literally led them to the Victory Royale. This is what it takes. Just finding those pockets, ensuring to minimize as much of that RNG factor as possible, and say whatever we walk in endgame with, we think this tool will help us get the VR. And for them, it was that rocket launcher. Now, of course, guys, as we kind of have been touching on the other heats, there's another heat we're going to take a look into. Reese, I'm going to let you lead this one.
Ooh, something standing out from here. 6 Victory Royales out of 10 games so far. A very impressive feat, trying to kind of go against what we've seen in Heat 3 as well with Slacks, Acorn, Jack. They have 5 Victory Royales, but not quite as many points here on Zate's team as they did for Heat 3, but still hugely ahead. There's no way the second place team of AJ, Rox, and Vix are going to be able to catch up to that. That is incredible consistency with 2 games remaining. They may make this 8 Victory Royales out of 12 games.
Now we're talking about rocket launchers in heat number 2. Over here in heat 4, there's a rocket ship in first place, fully fueled, all the way in the exosphere comparatively to every other trio. Big shout outs though to P-God, Elige, and Jelty though, because on day number 1 in the first few games, they were kind of that 8th place and 10th place overall slot. Now consistently, every time we tune in, 3rd, holding that spot, saying, hey, we had a rocky start, but now we're flying high.
Yeah, and here we go. Teams that are in qualification range at 8th. We've got Nico, Haji, and Pandush. These guys are being very, very consistent. And look at how close this is. Between 7th to 10th, there is 3 points between these guys. And from that last game, Durant, Taken, and Hart picked up that Victory Royale and really pushed themselves up in the leaderboards. 2 more games left. They're going to need a big game to ensure that they stay in the 8th place slot and that they can actually qualify through for the grand finals here.
There's a side mission on this page too for Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Durant, Taken, and Hart, who are in 10th place, contest them at Doom's Domain. If both those teams make it to the grand finals, there might be trouble. So Hart's right on that edge. Zate's all the way in first. How will these next games look? I mean, we're going for these main VRs, but these all, side stories are still going on at the same time with these trios. So very interesting to look out for in each heat.
And tomorrow, all these storylines converge on a single point. Grand finals. There is so much excitement. We hope you guys are enjoying the show, but it is time. Game number 5 is underway, so let's kick it back to our casters to take us in. Take it away, gentlemen.
see. All of a sudden, teams are now trying to spread themselves out, really break away from the pack. I think of all the heats, all those first place teams have now really given themselves a nice set of cushion. On the other side, though, for Heat 2, it has been by far the closest, though. Top to bottom, big teams outside on the bubble, huge teams inside, but not completely safe. The story still has to unfold.
And it's 2 games. You can have a massive 2 games. There's some teams in here who can perform, and they need to. Damir and Reverse went from 8th place yesterday. Now they're in 2nd. They had a few big games today, and this is one of them that needs it. Chap, Who, Fishy, and Coop have to show their colors now. They have to show why they are 3 of the best players in NA East. Something is not working at the moment, and they have to change it. 2 games. That's it. Chap, potentially missing out on NA East Trio FNCS Grand Finals would be a monumental upset.
Yeah, it will definitely be a huge upset for him, his fans, and everyone in between. The more recent Cloud9 signing. So, you know, it's big for everyone involved in the infrastructure here. But hold up, there's a fight going down. Oaxi, Fix, and Inquins. We haven't seen a bit of them today, but all right, they're looking to get their hands dirty here and playing a little bit of upset. That's actually onto Commandment and company. Okay,
yeah.
Trying to make the competition a lot closer. And they made that look easy, too. They just dived right into Commandment and wiped them up.
Yeah, getting your hands dirty on the cleanest team on the day in first place. So I don't know about that. I think Scented, Edgy, and Commandment know they've qualified, and they're playing aggressive. I think they engage this fight. They've come out of Stark. They've used those Stark cars to get here and just really jump in on this team because they've got them on the back foot now, but they did make that first elimination look so easy. As I see Slays in the feed, I think picking up 3 eliminations too. So maybe NA East changing their colors here and going a lot more aggressive as Edgy has to solo clutch this right now. This could be a massive upset. A team they probably would have expected to usually come out on top of. He's only got 13 builds left, but he gets the knock there. Okay, Edgy. Never mind. I'm sorry, Edgy. I will never doubt you ever again. The blue pump is enough for what is a 1v2, straight clean 1v2 at the very end there, and he can probably get the reboots off now. What just happened?
What a savage. That's what happened. Edgy really coming in, finding the shots where it mattered. Scented had one of the 2, or one of the 3, so that's not too bad. And hey, he gets the reboot cards as well, so he will be able to make a little drive through and pick up the boys if he can find a spot to go ahead and do that. Bully on the other side. Doom's domain being completely uncontested. This is the same situation it has been for the most part of the weekend. I think yesterday, actually, they had a little bit of friction here with some of the other teams that were playing some flex drops, but after winning it a couple times, they've had it ever since. Today, look at the points. 30 today, Aussie. It's not too bad. Like, it's really not too bad, but it's also not enough.
Yeah, they're in 5th right now. So they're only 3 places from 8th, but that's where it thins out a little bit. Right now, 7th, 6th, and 5th are really, really close. Only 10 points separating them. But it's that 8th spot that unfortunately is like another 10 points behind. So it's those players like Chap, like Narwhal, who are around that top 8 who really they basically need a win. One of their next 2 games needs to be a win or 2 insane placements. Like 2 top 5s or a win is all that's going to be able to do it here. It's a 12-game format. A lot of these teams have really spaced out their leaderboard. This isn't 6 games anymore. This isn't one pop-off game gets you, potentially 1/6 of the maximum points. No, there are 12 games. They need to have huge pop-offs to jump up now.
And the problem is, outside of the top 8, there is like 5 or 6 teams that all can realistically hop up. So if any of our top 8 teams, especially those in the bottom 4 portion of the top 8, fall, that's it. Like they are going to be down to the wire on their last game. As we talk about Edgy being able to pick up the reboot here, he goes with the monstrous builds back at the Stark Industry. He literally builds up the big old fort, saves his team, and now they're back in the game, back like they never left. They got to get to that loot, though, right? They have some pumps over there waiting, all that legendary Stark loot. They got to go get to it.
They've got to go get their loot because that was an aggressive, weird push, but there are 6 points separating currently 13th from 8th. 6 points. That's it. 2 trio wipes and you jump yourself from being 5 spots away from qualifying to getting into the grand finals, and teams like Ronaldo need to do just that, who just got 1 elimination. That's 1 point higher. They're in 14th. That jumps them up.
Yeah, literally. And you can see now they're going to use this Stark vehicle. They're going to hop on over and try and get to that battle or get back to the old builds there. Here's Stret. We've been following this team a little bit here now. We've seen their rise in the second day 2 format. It really has been quite the story for them, finding so much success. 59 points. If this was a 1-day tournament, today would be one of their best days right now. They'd be leading the pack in some way, shape, or form up towards the top. I'm trying to find them on the standings once again here.
They're 11th
place,
105.
literally tied. Like, they're neck and neck for top 10.
Yeah, if they get 5 points, they qualify right now. 5 points are the difference. You're going to hear us say that a lot because this is so important. This is day 2 of heats. Grand finals is tomorrow, and that's what Zeke touched on before the game started. Tomorrow, all these storylines converge. Everything right now in this heat is balancing on a knife edge. This is where it really, really matters. And Edgy goes down again, so they're shaking things up. They are definitely fighting right now. Here it is. They've just left and taken another fight. Commandment, Center, and Edgy. Edgy goes down. He had 2 of their eliminations, so now it's on Commandment and Center to try and clutch up here. And have they split? Are they're just having fun now, right? There's no way for me to try and pretend like this is an actual strategy.
Yeah,
they're straight up just they're just having fun with it right now. Commandment's pushing with a blue pump and a gray pistol. They know they've qualified. They're just shaking things up, and this is maybe what some of those teams need, right? Like, if things haven't been going your way, like Chap, and you have the potential to come out and have a couple big games, maybe you need a bit of this chaos.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it works out. Everyone gets a little bit of storm surge. You got to get to bully the first place team a little bit. You know, it's a win. It's a dub across the board. So long as you don't let Commandment tear you guys apart. As long as you don't let this guy drop everyone for the highlight, for their YouTube reel. Let's see it though. Commandment not giving it up for free. He's gonna find a little bit of builds here. Okay, he's actually out of builds completely. Yeah, no, he's gonna get swarmed onto. But again, for good fun, it's kind of like a celebratory lap around.
Sorry, Monster. Chap just got knocked in the feed, and so did Bully. That's your 5th place and your 9th place team. They didn't get finished on, but Chap is down. If Chap's team goes down here, I think game 12 will be an insurmountable amount of points they have to get. I do not think they'll be able to come back if they go down here.
And also, like, that Elim is actually really great for Walkman Codes and Diminish. They're in 7th place, so, like, finding a point here is massive. It's so massive. This is crucial. These are crucial points right now. So, all of a sudden, the trolling, yes, we know the first place team they're good. They're chilling. They made it. But everyone else, they're playing in a much different environment. Like, it is not all fun and games for them. It is pressure town.
There's a lot of pressure right now. This is where you really have to perform. And 72 players alive. Someone got reboot. I was going to say 71. So 72 players, 25 teams. NAS is heating up a little bit, and it's obviously because of fights like this. The players that are maybe at the very bottom trying to have a giant jump up, maybe they're just, not mentally all there. They've been playing 10 games now of absolute stacked games over the past 2 days. They've been playing weeks right now. This is the culmination of over a month of just solid stacked trios. Some people are going to lose their composure, and some people are going to be able to step up and handle the pressure, because we talked about new names coming up right now. I'm looking again at Gonzo's team, Walkman's, Trap, those teams that are definitely been around, but can they handle the pressure? Because we've already seen the Commandment, Center, Edgy, they know pressure. Dave Mirrorverse, they handle the pressure. But can these new teams do it? It's not just about performing. You got to do it when it really matters.
Yeah, for them, it's the biggest moments, right? This is their biggest moments in their careers, the biggest stages, probably the greatest highlights they've received up until this point, just based off of the way the heats are being broadcasted and whatnot. So, yes, the spotlight is on them. They know it. They got to look back at the day ones. They get to look into these day 2 situations. As we look at a very interesting strat right now, these guys are going to take this vehicle and possibly look to roll on out and play for some dominant position here.
It's actually really funny. This strategy was actually the Lazar piece strategy. It was doing DreamHack solos. He would go the all black superhero skin, just sit in the back of the vehicle, and it's almost invisible. Players don't expect teams or players to be sitting there hiding in there, so you can actually get a pretty decent ambush. That looks a bit suspicious to me, though. In trios, just a car chilling on a hill, no one around it. I don't know about that.
Right.
Solos, I feel like you can get away with that, but it's the time to pull out the weird strategies, right, Monster?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do to get by, whatever it's going to take here, as we do get that wide panning shot. A little touch in here. It looks like Chap did not make it out of the knocked situation. It's up to Coop and Who Fishy to really clutch up right now. Such a rough day for the champions here. 22 points. But hey, if there's a squad, if there's a couple members that we know can perform under these solo pressures, these individual ones, is these two guys right here. The most recent, I'd say, stars of the NAE scene to really emerge out of this solo season that we just came out of. So it's them. The pressure's on them. The spotlight's on them. Only 60 damage above as well.
big spotlight on them. And honestly, if you had to have one player go down in this team, Chap's the brains. And now he can use his brain even more. He's not having to worry about doing too much. But we had that statistic yesterday that this team performs the best when Chap's at the front of the taps, leading them and getting them into the end games. He's not there right now with the builds, but he's going to be there with the comms. He can still tell this team what to do. He can still lead them. And we're going to have to see what they do, because there's going to have to be some mental struggles kicking in right now. You have Coop, who is very used to winning. He has now won DreamHack solos. He won FNCS solos. He's not used to being in this position. He's used to holding a lead, not chasing it. So we'll have to see how he handles that one, because these are two players that they're trying to step out of that I'm a solo player light and really step into that I'm an all-round player. I'm good at everything.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done it. Like, they had such a good day one, but here it is, though. This is game 5, guys. 5 of the 6 that they had to play today, which means that this is 10 of the overall 12 of the weekend. And, man, just sitting here on this mountain, they're looking for any tags possible. 52 damage above the threshold. It's only going to get worse as the time clicks on, and they're down a member already. So, as a duo, they got to prioritize these rotates right now. Just take a look, though. He's not even capped off on material. Like, they don't even have everything they need yet.
They're in a pretty decent spot positioning-wise, though, as long as they don't get any snipes, any big holds on this edge, because they're very clearly a duo, but they've gotten up on top of the mountain. They've hit a nice little rotate, so it's going to be about Storm Surge, though. If this game, it's actually very, very fortunate for them that Centered, Edgy, and Commandment started going a little bit crazy, because they've single-handedly cleared out the lobby a little bit. Other teams are going aggressive, because Storm Surge is going to be their biggest issue right now, is they're spraying out a team that is also very close to them on the leaderboard. That's your 6th place team there up on the hill, so if they fall to them right now, or they give them all the Storm Surge, that's where the big advantage is going to come out. Who Fishy in the open, really trying to beam up those players, but not building, and Coop's now getting focused by somebody else as well. So Who Fishy and Coop are now split. They're both low. I don't know what's happening right now. This is not the position this team wants to be in right now, coming into their last 2 games.
Tagged by
Storm
Surge.
It's Surge. I'm like, who is shooting at Coop? No, that's why Who Fishy's setting up for the spray. Yeah. This might be it. I don't think Who Fishy can out-heal it. Wasn't it 71 players, Monster? 1 player, 2 players is what's doing this.
Yeah, they're the only 2 players. They're the only 2 players in the lobby.
Oh my, that's the difference. If 2 players went down, if that team earlier didn't reboot and another team went down, Storm Surge would not have been a factor. That is how much this is relying on Coop's down. Who Fishy's down, that's it. This team is out. They have 1 more game. They've gone down in 9th place. They have to win next game. It's just, that's it, Monster. They have to win.
Not only that, it's just a big yikes, man. This is all dependent on how good Keox, Frat, Gonzo do, how good Walkman, Cozy's, Unminish do, right? If they break away with a lead this game that, you know, puts the distance too far out, it'll be just that much harder coming into the final game. So now, not only is it dependent on the last game, it's dependent on how this game unfolds for the players at the top.
And that's it. It's going to be those big fights right now between those teams. You got to keep an eye out for it. We're going to keep you updated. But Ronaldo, Skittles, and Zum, they're 14. They're off the pace. But 2 big games is doable. And this is they're a momentum team. If they can figure out what's going on, we haven't seen them really get to that super late game too many times. But this is probably the best we've seen them so far. This rotate is working well for them. And this is a different zone right now. This is a northeast zone. And I don't want to say it, Monster, but we did talk about what a northeast zone would mean. This day is playing out as like a mirror to yesterday. It is insane how similar the zones have been.
Yeah, definitely. We are getting a lot of those similar zones, but it's so much different action unfolding, right? The gameplay has been very, very much different. Huge swings for the top half of the teams. That day 1, we had so many new teams on top. Day 2, it seems like the vets really came through, and it's playing into them so much more, right? And it's what you expect. A 2-day format, you expect the most consistent to come out towards that top end, and that's how it is. That's even what the leaderboard is reflecting. Our top 4 teams right now are all some of the best, the most notable within this heat.
And this is crazy. 59 points. You might think, okay, cool. Lazar, P, Strep, Stroud. Great day. They're in this. They're not either. They're 11th. They're off the pace too. It's just because they've had such a big day 2 and they've been doing so well right now. They've already got more points in the 3 games earlier today, or now 4, than what they did yesterday combined with 6. So if they keep up this momentum, this would be one of those big upsets, those huge jumps up on the leaderboard that we talked about. And 6 shockwaves, 9 peppermints, that's the loadout to do it. That is definitely an aggressive, high-taking loadout if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and you can see even the heals here looking pretty well-rounded. Strep with the Slurpfish and the Chug Splash as well to back it up. Very, very balanced. As I'm looking at the map, though, the feed is lighting up. Players fighting on the western portion inside that Stark Industry. So Lazar, Stroud, and Strep, they're going to have a lot to deal with as players are going to come in nice and late on the other side. I saw Inpin, Aspect, and Zuni still alive there in the distance as well. So one of the most northernmost teams here, definitely well within the safe zone. And this is that congestion I was alluding to. This is the battle going on here. These are the players that have to move in closer and closer now. As Xset has a vehicle. They were saving that one because that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, they were definitely saving that one. We haven't seen the vehicle rotate too often from this team. It's probably the only thing that is really missing from their Fortilla drop. There's no guaranteed vehicles around it, but they make a nice rotate, and the majority of this is now gone up on top of Stark, which is a decent spot to be, but they're so far below. You're right, 225. This is the team we want to watch. We're going to have to keep eyes on the feed if we don't watch them here because they need to be aggressive. They need to find something. You see AV going up through right now, and that's Slick on the other side. This is your 5th place team that's on the other side of this wall, and they are in Xset sites. And if you're in Xset sites, one of your team is going down. It isn't like one knock back up. It's either a full wipe or you full wipe them because they are not going to stop. They're 225 below. They need to knock you and finish you and go for some more on top of that.
And here's another team that has to do the same right now. Aspect, literally, his team run is dependent on this. And yes, he is going to find Chase, but they need a maximum finish right now. Aspect's going to get punished for this, but it's worth it, right? It's worth it if you can stay alive and keep the rest of your team in the game here. They're going to find another knock on the follow-up there. It's Cozy who jumps into the box. And just like that, 2 quick elims keep them in the game because the zone is starting to tick over now and everyone else has the problem to deal with. I'm paying close attention to the feed right now, though. I'm trying to see if Aspect is going to find, or excuse me, the Xset trio is going to find their elims or if they're going to fall at this point because we know they have to fight.
And Walkman and Aminish, they're your 7th place team just inside the bubble, just went down right now. So that is amazing for your 8th place, 9th place, 10th place teams. I'm also looking at that zone monster. We're trying to build up the storyline here. Shark goes down, so Slick and Bully take them out. That's your 5th place team, taking down 3rd, further pushing them ahead. We've been building this up. This is one of the most exciting games you're going to watch because this is a ridiculous endgame. All the stakes are here. Everything's on the line. Big teams are trying to hold their spots. New teams are trying to jump up, and they're going to do it on one of the most difficult zones. This is a half-half pulling directly off Stark Mountain. This is going to be insane. I'm so excited.
The crazy part is it lands on Ronaldo's team, so they obviously really needed this. Like, they are outside by quite a deep margin, so they need a lot of points here, and they need a little bit of luck, and they're doing that. They are at 9 eliminations already. This is a monstrous game. We only just got to the half in, half out. And now let's not forget, the big elephant in the room is that there is still a big chunk of the cliff in this run right now. So even with all these elims, even with all the loot right now, if they don't have enough to maybe go back up, like, it's still going to be so close.
It's going to be so close. They have everything if zone favors them. You've got 18 seconds. This 15 seconds is now going to decide the fate of this team. If zone goes back up, Monster has not oversold this. It will be a monumental effort to go above this zone, go back on top of Stark, and have the insane performance they need. Ronaldo's FNCS right now is hinging on this zone and seeing whether they get it. Which way does it go? It does! They get it. It goes southeast. They needed that so badly. Ronaldo's Cinderella run is still alive, and all these teams have to make it off the mountain.
I was gonna say, will Ronaldo be the marketable one? We'll find out right now. He just got another zone right here, so it's gonna be enough to keep them in the game. They're literally one of the only teams down there. We also saw AV right there as well, so you got to give some credit to AV staying alive through the storm surge, managing somehow, some way to still survive the bulk of the fight that they took on. Here, though, Stroud and company, they have to make the decision. When are they going to go? It's a late rotate. No, mistimed as well. So not only are they going to get split here, he's going to send someone flying out. All right. He's going to send more than one flying out. It looks like he broke the builds. So that was fall damage there. Lucky job.
They need this. This team is having a massive performance. 61 points. They need to keep pushing. That's 2 eliminations on the rotate, and now they're on high ground. I said they have the high ground loadout. They have the shockwaves. They have the peppermints. They have everything they need. They didn't have the day yesterday, though. They have to push forward and keep pushing, but Daymira Reverse are back here as well. They're trying to push up. Ved's team a little bit off the pace. AV does fall now, but Ved's in here. He takes down Reverse. That's your second place team with so much momentum. So leaderboard's going to get even tighter at the top as they make their way through the mid game. And this one's pushing really fast. This mid ground layer right now is really sketchy. Everyone came off that mountain. Everyone is above them. They're stuck on the crash pads. Nate comes around the corner, but 30, 20, here's he makes it in just, but he needs a finish. He has no white bandage right in front of him. I think he thought that was a teammate. He picks up the bandage cannon potentially, but this zone is just going up and up, Monster.
Yeah, he still has a ways to go here. One crash pad in hand. Will we have enough time and an angle to use it? No, he doesn't. But he does have the bandage bazooka. Okay, has to hug the wall here in order to hit it. Those are all the shots, and he is still very much alive here. 15 HP with 50 shield is still enough to keep him in the running, and he has a little bit of loot to work with, right? He has the material count to stay alive here as Isif is lighting up the food. Bully's still here catching knocks as well. These are your bubble teams still in this run. Talk about close.
It's really close right now. 12 teams, but only 19 players. So that rotate, you've got a lot of duos, you've got a lot of solos in here right now. But who is still on the high ground as Bully falls? But Day is still in this. Day and Miro are still going ham. So Reverse went down, but your second place team is jumping up. Ronaldo's still in this. The story is still alive. Cinderella story still going. Good guy Nanny's there. Strep goes down though, and Ronaldo takes down Strep. Where's Ronaldo in all of this? There they are. They're pushing through on the low ground. Goosh is down there too. Some Skittles and Ronaldo. They have the high ground. This is the game they needed. 2 games to go. They're in 14th place coming into this, but 2 big games would do it. This is the position they needed. We have not seen them on a height once this weekend. Ronaldo is stepping up to the plate. He is your squad FNCS winner, and he's showing why. He's showing why he should still be respected as a player, but Zum is putting in work as well. Look at the elims, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. 12 eliminations already. Can we make it 13 here as Skittles and Ronaldo are getting into the thick of it? They're down in the low ground. They're in the trenches right now. They're trying to find one, but Zum's the one. He's going to find Nani. Shockwaves are coming out here, but he has the anti-setup. He has got so much room to work with. He doesn't even want to come down. They're playing it so safe. They want to walk away with this one, but Ronaldo's already down because he got to trade it out. So it's up to Skittles here to really put up the points here.
It's 5 teams alive, 6 players. So there are so many solos in this right now, and this team has every advantage. They are the duo. Skittles and Zum have to do this. Ronaldo formed this team. He's sitting this one out, and he's showing why he picked them. They're down there. Zuni's is down there as well, but Zuni's is high up on the leaderboard. Skittles has got the shockwave. Can he get these teams out? Because he will get the finish on that. It's trapped in Zuni's. Zum and Skittles. It's a 2v1. Now it's straight to a 2v1. Skittles goes down. He needs to finish this. They need this win. The second place with all these eliminations are not enough. This team needed a massive game. Skittles on 32, and he does. He gets the angle. That's 72 points today. That is a massive jump up from this team. They went into this. They went into it on 92 points total.
Yeah, 15 eliminations, massive game, but more importantly, the Harpoon teamwork at the end was so good. Analyst, please take us through it. Break it down because we have another contender in the run.
Yo, being able to push all the way up into 7th. You guys brought the hype, and I got to appreciate that because that game was insane. Gentlemen, Game 5 is in the books. Honestly, did not disappoint.
Honestly, yeah, and even, we saw all kind of break down on broadcast. Strep Lazar having height first, getting the shockwave breakdown, getting a few eliminations, and then after that, Ronaldo taking over, making sure that Skittles has enough room to not only hold height, but then drop down all the way to low ground and deal all that damage.
Yeah, and they managed to actually secure a massive amount of eliminations, being 15. A lot of these teams getting height aren't able to actually do that very well, and these guys have performed very, very well in that game. But moving on to our standings for Heat 2, Day 2, before we go into our last game, still holding in first, Commandment, Sentinel, and Edgy, 2 victory rounds, 206 points.
Yeah, and past that to the top 5 is really kind of just looking the same. Nani now kind of sneaking in, taking a little peek-see as Demon Spec, Zuni's, and Npen. That's Aspect over there at the beginning of that trio. Jump up to 3rd all the way from 5th, 160 points. So there's still a little bit of back and forth, but every one of these trios is having very good games back to back to back. You can see for 2nd to 5th, the elims are almost just the same. At first, though, as you mentioned, Reese, this trio is just playing so much better.
They are, and how can you beat them? 1 game left. Day, Mirror, and Reverse enough to have a huge game to be able to take up that first place slot. And Commandment, Scented, and Edgy would have to get 0 points, which would be very unlike them to do. So my pick, just putting that out there, they're doing so well, and I expect them to stay here.
And this is where, Monster kind of asked for a breakdown from the analysts. What are we looking at? Besides a package on, what the game looked like, I'm looking at the points overall and what it means to win a game for Skittles, Ronaldo, and Zoom right now. 7th place, they jump into the fray, 132 points, almost tied with Walkman, Cozies, and Diminished. Reese, these guys were holding 6th place kind of the whole day, and now they're forced into that brink, the 8th place slot.
Yeah, they've been playing very well, but obviously right at the end, kind of just losing steam a little bit slowly. So, this last game, they're going to have to need sure they keep up the fire a little bit more. But, one of the teams that we saw take high ground in the early moving there was Stroud, Strep, and Lazar P. They kind of, let's be real, they choked a little bit, ended up coming 10th there. When you have height with good materials at first moving, that is a shame to go down in 10th at this point.
Still, their entire day's run has been nothing like a choke at all. They've been doing so well, picking themselves up all the way from 16th, 17th place into 9th now. And so they have a shot in this last moment to push forward, qualify past heats, not have to play that wild card match. And these are the teams that are in that boat too. Just 20 points, maybe somewhere close to 30 behind. That's a win overall, which is 100% possible from anyone on this page. I mean, Narwhals, Lem, and Bank already had one just a few games ago.
Yeah, they performed very, very well, but honestly, the team that I'm looking at here has been Champ, Coop, and Hoofishy. They performed really well on day one, but today they've actually only gained points in 1 game total, which is pretty disappointing. 4th with 8 eliminations, which is a really good game, but the other 4 picking up 0 points at all.
Yeah, on that first day too, we saw Kiox, Frat, and Gonzo also playing superbly well right now. Also 41 eliminations, having somewhat of a day, but this is going to be their chance to really push forward, pick up everything they did so well on that first day. We saw them in these end games and bring it back for one of these final games of the heats in NA East. Over here too, from 16th to 20th, you have to understand that Strobe all the way down to Spark G are looking to at least get that top 16 to be able to be in contention for the wild card match. It'll take more than elims, it'll take more than placements now in the final game. It'll take a huge victory royale.
Yeah, and these guys are probably out of range of the top 8 unless they have a massive victory royale here. But like you said, you can get into that top 16 place so that they're eligible to go to the wildcard match tomorrow.
129 points. That is the magic number. That is if time stood still. That is the point threshold we need to break if we're looking to contest for that 8th place spot. Now, of course, guys, we're going to get back into the action in just a moment. But first, we touched on it before this game. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. Just an absolutely absurd run in their game. So we put together this very special package to see what's going on over there.
So far, out of 10 games, these guys have picked up 6 victory royales. Now, we hyped up Slacks, Acorn, and Jack already for doing something similar, and we're seeing the same thing repeated, but on another heat, Heat 4, from one of the most consistent teams of all time, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch.
Yeah, looking at the heats breakdown too for who was qualified there and who was playing, it was expected for these guys to play very well, possibly come first. But to expect 6 VRs, 2 happening yesterday, and I believe a lot more today. Maybe it's a 2-4 split, maybe it's a 4-2. We'll see what ends up happening even after this last game. They're just playing phenomenally, and they're all usually surviving, playing back to back to back, sometimes even just playing split, dealing down damage. There's no way, even if you're building 360 degrees 24/7, you can stop the pressure this trio has.
Yeah, you know, they played their game exactly the same as you always see it when they perform well. You know, nearly all of their eliminations coming in the end game. One of their games managed to get an 18 elimination victory royale, and actually Zayt went down relatively early in the first moving zone there, and then Stretch and Saf really clutched up and managed to pop out a huge amount of eliminations and the victory royale from that. So, you know, on the reason that these guys don't have as many points as Acorn, Slacks, and Jack do, despite having one more victory royale, is just those other games, right? The games where they don't get the victory royales. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch usually commit so much to trying to get high ground earlier on that they don't get as many points in those games because they're not playing like that low ground strategy. But clearly, when they get high ground, it works. And 6 victory royales out of 11 games is the reason for that.
And let's tie it over to the heat that we're watching too, right? It's not just high ground that these guys are very good at. They know their overall theme. The number one thing these guys are so good at doing is winning their endgame 3v3s, winning the fights that they're supposed to actually win. They never actually end up choking on average from what I've seen, especially in this heat type of breakdown. So for this heat, Teams need to find their dynamic, their theme. What are they better at? Is it end game pump 3v3 scenarios like Zayt, Saf, and Stretch? Is it low ground domination like Miro, like the XZ trio, like Chap? What is it going to be that really signifies and diversifies you from everyone else that you can push forward with to kind of hit that top 8 or even top 16? That is a question that these guys have one more chance to answer.
You have all these books around you, right? You just have to dive in, open the book, and say, what is going on? What is the story, the plot, the climax of this story, and how can I adapt that and write my own story so that the people after me can look to me and say, these guys are that top-performing trio. Fortnite fam, 1 game left. I don't want to stay too long, so let's just jump right back into it.
And here we have it. 4 long weeks of competition leads up to this, the final game, number 12 of the heats. And now it is going to unfold. Who will solidify themselves amongst the best of the best and break into the top 8?
Top 8 right now. We have Zeke talking about stories. This is about to be a Cinderella story if Ronaldo can come through. It sounds crazy. He's your squad FNCS winner. He's been around in competitive for so long, but this season has been so tumultuous with him. He's played with 2 teams and qualified with both of them. He played with his team this week in qualifiers and managed to just scrape into top 15, and now he's playing heats and potentially qualifying straight through to the grand finals. And this is where it's all starting in Misty Meadows, and now they're being contested. They're doing better today, Monster, after they started getting contested.
I mean, that last game alone, we saw him leading into the half and half out with 9 eliminations. That's not just contested elims. That's mid-game fights. That's early game fights beyond that as well. So the aggression definitely coming out of it. And honestly, the playstyle, the way they're setting up right now, so much more passively, right? Huddling with one another, refarming these entire buildings inside out because they have the zone on top of them. I mean, this is the way you want to play it, and they're taking their time here.
Well, it's crazy to think that was the furthest zone that we've gotten this weekend from them, and they got the win. So it's actually scared me more now that they're getting zone. But any other team, this would be an advantage. So I have to think they can maybe pull something off here, because that's what you do want to see. And this is where maybe teams like Chab, Who, Fishy, and Coop can have a big performance. But I think it might be a little too late. I don't think even a massive win is going to be enough to propel them up into that top 8. It's just maybe they've just got to do it to save face at this point, because that's going to be one of the biggest upsets coming out of NA East heats.
I mean, the competition is that close. They have about 20-point gap to make, and that's if no one else surpasses them, and that's if 8th place doesn't move, which Walkman, Cozies, and Aminish, they've been getting so many end games. That last round, actually, though, was one of the few that they fell a little bit earlier than they would have liked. As you saw, they were dropped during the Storm Surge phase of the game. Guys, take a look at the format finals here. The Victory Royale is worth 25 points. That means this team would need a 25-point Victory Royale and then a good bulk of elimination. So when Ozzy is saying that it's not looking likely, it's because the ask is so tall. They need to do a lot here in order to secure their way to top 8.
And it's not impossible. It's just going to be very, very difficult. This team has the potential. They just haven't shown their potential this weekend so far. But I'm looking at teams like Stroud, Strep, and Lazard, which are on an absolute tear today, getting so many more points. That last game was unfortunately their lowest point game so far today, though. So they're falling off the pace. They've got 1 game to do it. They're 12 points behind 8th. It's possible, but that top 8 kind of just split a little bit, right, Monster? We went into it there where there was only 5 points, splitting 13th from 8th. Yep. Now, there's about 12 points just from 8th to 9th. So it has split a little bit. Ronaldo needed that game. They've jumped forward, but they've just shown as well that anyone can do it.
And not only that, just everyone within the top 5 in general, like none of them are safe. They're going to switch spots depending on how these games unfold for them. Unless, and honestly, if top teams fall, like it opens up the playing field for everyone that's outside of the top 8, because as much as we're giving credit to get to top 8, like everyone in that top 8 bubble right now still has to maintain. If you're not first, if you're not second or third, like it is still a big question mark.
Have to see Narwhal, see if they can do something big right now. They're playing right on the very edge of this one. They're in 11th, so again, they're one of those teams that needs to have the big game, and looking like they've got some decent loot to do it with as well. And we'll see how these northern teams can go with these south zones, because the north teams have definitely been getting the majority of zones, or at least in the middle. And now you're seeing teams like XZ Shark, who's currently up there in 4th right now. They get zone, they've got more time to play with, and you know they don't sit back and wait for it. This means they've now got time to be aggressive. That's how they see getting a zone. Oh, cool. We've got zone. Everyone comes comes to us, cool, let's fight him.
Yeah, and you saw it right there. Knight actually found the knock, as you was kind of talking about, that he concluded Elim onto Coder. So all of a sudden, they already have their Storm Surge set up for the first portion. They also have a point tier solidifying their way. And I mean, we're going to see them into the grand finals. And that's what's exciting about this. Like, we haven't even got to the celebratory point, but like, we know Commandment, Sentinel, Illis, they're bringing the show. We got Daymiro, Reverse 2K, they're bringing the show. Aspect, Zunies, and Enpen, like all these teams that are literally up there right now. So grand finals, the roster, if you were curious of whether or not big teams were going to make it, like this heat has already proven that most of those great star-studded teams are going to be there. It's going to really feel like a grand finals already, just based off of like the top players in each of the heats.
What?
No
No,
way.
they needed that so badly. That elimination could be the difference. This is your 9th place team. They really needed to hit that. Lazar hits the body shot from the moving car, but then misses the standing still shot. Unfortunate, but it didn't cost them too much. They didn't lose much from that. They just didn't gain what they need to, as we're seeing our Centered, Edgy, and Commandment look like they're still having a bit of fun.
Oh no, and fun with a team that is on the bubble here. A team with 99 points that could have realistically have qualified their way through, but this is the second time now that they jump on this collision course with Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. Last time Edgy was forced to clutch up in full. Scented this time looks like it's not looking too good, but the teammates answer up and they fire back. Nate's gonna fall here, and now with Scented in the box, he's got no siphon to build off of, so it is gonna be a fight here. And yeah, he's just concluding on it. There it is, he finally gets it. And oh my gosh, 5 points for them. We don't even know who else they took out.
This is just so good for any of those teams that are currently in the top 8, though, who can just avoid this, because, oh my gosh, okay, Centered, put him in the Taj, let's go, we're going for clips in Game 12 of the Heats, because why not? It just makes it that much more impressive, and, I mean, they've got the position to do so. 100 points today, over 200 points total, they're guaranteed in, and they're just running through people now, just showing why they are in the first place slot, and maybe getting a bit of fear on the other teams going into grand finals, because I don't know if they're going back Misty, I don't think they're going to still try and go to Stark, but what a good fight from them.
Yeah, definitely. We jump over to Edgy's perspective here. You can see he already has 4 eliminations. I would have to assume that this is the most eliminations any team has gotten in this short period of time in a Heats kind of settings, because they are at 7 already, and the second zone only just started to tick over. Like, it's not even moving yet. It's only revealed itself. So players are still trying to formulate what to do here.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, this is just going to help those other teams so much, because like I touched on there with Ronaldo's team, the biggest issue when you get zone is Storm Surge tags. This team is single-handedly making Storm Surge not a factor. So if they get this elimination, which of course they do, because it's Commandment, Sense, and Edgy, they get every elimination right now. They're running straight through teams. They've now brought it down to 71 players alive. They have single-handedly stopped Storm Surge. One more player goes down, which if they find any other team is going to happen, Storm Surge will now not happen on next zone. So that is massive for teams like Ronaldo trying to conserve their lead who got zone. They get to play safe now and just play calm. As we're tuning in with Walkman, this is our 8th place team. This is the team that has everything to prove right now.
That is such a really good point. Like, I want to re-emphasize on that point right there. They have stopped Storm Surge, indirectly helping the teams on the bottom of the food chain, at the bottom of the barrels trying to qualify. How is it that you are in first place, solidifying first place, but you're still helping everyone else along the way? That is crazy.
I mean, it's because they haven't ran into any of those teams yet, Monster. I don't feel like Cozzies, Diminished, and Walkman will feel helped if they come across Centered, Edgy, and Commandment right now. If you're Ronaldo, you're on the opposite side. You're down at Misty, which is actually our first place team's usual drop spot. They went Stark because they saw that it was free, and you can see why with their fighting power. If any of those teams run into them, it's going to instantly shake up the leaderboard. But surely they start to slow down as no, who Fishy and Coop go down. It's only Chap. I didn't see Chap up there, but you have to think that's it. I have to guess the Chaps team, unless they pull off something monumental, they will not be making grand finals for NA East.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's so sad to see them get taken out. But hold up, Reverse 2K and Miro.
This is first, second.
Their team split up too. This is for first place right here. This is a battle for first. Who can do it right now? Obviously, Edgy and company do have the lead here, but with the way the split's going on, we're watching what would be a grand finals engagement. This is a collision of grand finalists right now. Confirmed. How's it going to play out? Day's going to find Pose, and now Commandment finds Reverse 2K. What a big fight to unfold, but it's Edgy's perspective we get to tune in with. Down below he goes, and down goes Mira as well. This is so good to watch unfold. It's just a taste of tomorrow.
Oh, this is an absolute clash of titans. You just said it best there. This is a fight you're going to see tomorrow, and it looks like Centered, Edgy, and Commandment come out on top. So that was the second place team. So you're not just watching this team have fun and run through, you know, the 30th place team. That was second place, showing that tomorrow they're ready to play. They're not messing around. They can handle their fights with the best of the best. You asked it earlier, Monster. You said that some of these newer names, how they're going to go in grand finals because it's another level above Heats. We already know this team's going to do fine tomorrow. They are really ready to play.
I mean, they're trying to drop a 20 bomb in Heats right now. That's the track that they're on. They're already at 12. There's other teams nearby. And I mean, these are the lower caliber type players, right? Like Sampa and them who haven't quite qualified. Good guy Nani, though, I do feel bad for. This is someone who was on the bubble in the question mark for possibly qualifying through, and they just slipped way far behind here. And now it looks like he's by himself. No longer has his teammates. You saw Pose fall to Scented Edgy just a little bit ago. And with the squad up above, I mean, it's not looking too hot for him.
No, it's not looking too hot, and they're in 5th place, so they're going to have to sit back, watch, and hope their points hold, which at this point you have to think it may, but you never really know. It's not the position you want to be in. You'll still never be 100% sure until you see that leaderboard fully solidified, fully called out as Edgy, Centered, and Commandment are in another fight. And again, I can't stress this enough. Any of those teams around top 8 that aren't fighting them right now, they have to DM this team thanking them after this, because they are single-handedly carrying their qualification right now as they run through the whole lobby. You would not think this was Heats, and you would not think it was Heats on NA East the way this is playing out. Our first game today, by comparison, had over 80 players alive at this point. I think even more than that. We have 63 now. It's just an entirely different game as Center gets taken out. So Tetro, maybe they found their match.
I mean, I'm just going to say it again. Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have stopped Storm Surge this game. Like, it doesn't really matter at this point. 12 eliminations coming into this, even if one is already folded. I do wonder if Commandment and Edgy can actually clutch up to save their 20 bomb run, but ultimately, this is still a very scary situation for good guy Nani to be in, right? I know we're giving all this credit to everyone else, but he still needs to get a couple of points if he wants to, you know, sleep good tonight, because they're on that lining. They're on the mark.
This is our team. This is our 7th place team right now. Ronaldo, Zum, and Skittles. They're on 72 points. They had a massive victory out game last game, and they're looking good. There is no one on their edge. This is the position they needed to be in. I'm unfortunately not seeing the best loadout on Ronaldo. I'd like to see some mobility, some shockwaves, but overall, they're on a good spot of zone. No one's here, and I'm feeling really good about how they've got this one, because they just need to hold their lead. They don't need to jump up massively in points. If they can secure even a top 5, top 10 potentially, should hopefully be enough for this team to see them through, and it would be such a big ask. If you haven't been following Ronaldo's personal story, really struggled to find a team this season, falling into that content creator route. He's been doing viewing parties, putting on some of the most entertaining streams, but kind of lost a bit of respect from his fellow players in competitive, and he really wanted to push to get that back, and this is what he needed to do that.
100%. As we can see, they're just trying to set up right now, and they're playing the outer edges. They don't even want to be next to other players. They have so much distance between themselves and others. And like we said, although the Storm Surge wasn't an issue, of course it was canceled for that first portion, but the rest of it still matters. It still does matter how they interact and engage with other players. Hopefully they have managed to get a little bit of conflict and a couple of tags, because otherwise they are too far to make a difference should that ticker turn on now. Like, they have so much gapping and distance between themselves. As you saw, Keox and Gonzo there. Also, another team that is on that placement, they fell to 12th. Like, they can also qualify their way through. This Nani's just trying to do anything in his power right now. Has to use his shockwaves here to get away.
Nice rotate. Because he can't go straight to, he can't go the way they are on zone, because they know he's a solo. So he needs, he's running towards Centered Commandment and Edgy. They got the reboot onto Centered, so they're back at full firepower, and Nani is in their sides. We've seen them take down full healthy trios. A solo on the edge right now who's just going to be lobby focused out. I think this might be the run for good guy Nani's team. Does he fall here? It's going to be so unlikely he can hold this off. Multiple teams spraying right now. All the shots are coming in. He's on literally 1 health. Who is going to take it? He does. He falls. They're in 5th place right now, though. They've got a decent buffer. They've got almost a 20-point buffer, so they've got to sit back. They're maybe going to tune into the stream and just see how this unfolds, because they've got no more power anymore. It's on to every other team.
only way they're going to accomplish more greatness is to continue to drop the rest of the lobby, because the focus is coming in big time right now. And Command is just trying to do what he can to stay alive. But the fire, yes, a little bit of payback from the rest of the lobby. The firing rate coming in big time right now. Edge is going to get tagged for whites. Okay, he's definitely going to be the focus. He gets bopped on his way back from the bouncer play there. And I think he might be able to get saved. All metal here.
He actually gets behind the old build. He took the fire away from Commandment, who was getting the revive on centered, and then he hits the bounce pad for his down body to go back. There is no way they just pulled that off and survived one of the worst lobby focuses I've ever seen. And again, they condition this edge of zone. They've eliminated so many teams on their rotate. They single-handedly made less players on this edge than any other, as you can see right now, because that normally, Monster, would be congested edge, right? It's north. That's where the zone came from. There was next to no one there because they eliminated all of them.
This is a team that needs to find some eliminations, man. I'm just hoping that they can find something here. Ronaldo is going to find a down body. Okay, that's huge. That's going to put them above the Storm Surge. Yes, the sniper headshot. 275. I'm not going to do the math, but know that they are close. And that headshot mattered a lot here to definitely give a little bit of pressure relief for them right now, because 8 players are still up above the surge. Now, though, moving into the 4th zone, there's another player right in front of them. They're trying to 3-2 on the wall here, looking for anything. Not going to find any big tags, as that is a vacant tarp right now.
And Stroud's team that was in now 9th just got an elimination. Stroud just knocked and eliminated someone. So your 9th place team is still up, and this is eyes on your 7th. So 329 above. I am genuinely on the edge of my seat right now. This team is so close to pulling it off and making grand finals tomorrow. Last time Ronaldo was in a team grand final, he won the whole thing, so you cannot count him out. And some teams do better in grand finals. We said that, Monster. It's a different kind of play style. It's harder, but some players thrive in those situations. There's teams that you know what they're going to do. You can expect the decisions they make. Like you saw with Centered, Edgy, and Commandment just doing to the lobby. That won't happen tomorrow. Everyone will be playing peak games. They'll be playing as smart as they can, and Ronaldo's one of the smartest there is, so he's on edge right now. They've got a pretty decent rotate. This wasn't the worst half zone, but I don't know what mobility they have. It looks like they're setting up for a bit of a crash pad based on that rotated stare. It's not a shockwave, but there's a few teams in front of them. This rotate is everything, Monster.
Yeah, 100%. They have to cross here, and I mean, because of their last game performance, they've set themselves up for success right now. They are so close now to qualifying. Like, if they didn't have such a huge last game, they'd be so far off the running here. But this is so very much realistic. It's so possible. Here it is. Ronaldo trying to set it up. They're going for the bouncer crash that play. It's a great one. It's going to work out. High ground is not set up either to beam them, so it's going to perfectly work. And they land on top of one another. Save so much material in the process now as well. And they are in front of the storm line on the rotate. Beautifully done by this trio here. That is what we like to see.
But depending if you're a Ronaldo fan, what you don't like to see is Walkman in the feed, who's only 3 points behind them, just got an elimination, closing that gap to 2. So they're inside the top 8, but everyone around them is still pushing up, and there's not very many teams that are above them. They're going to get pushed down, so they need to keep going. They have to keep pushing. 19 teams alive. They've got to have another big game.
Right next to each other.
They're right next to each other. That's your 8th and 7th place team literally next to each other. And to make matters worse, they're on top of one of the most aggressive teams right now, Xset. So this is going to reach boiling point very, very soon. If they can just stay alive and do something, but Ronaldo's not feeling the pressure. He's not feeling scared right now. And based on his shield and nothing being handed over, I have to think they have no extra shield, Monster.
Yeah, no, they don't have anything. They're working with bare bones right now, literally trying to figure it out here. And honestly, the teams they're firing at, that's their competition, their biggest competition. Cozy's is going to fall there. That's a massive, massive knock there. Cozy's is one of those players that was on that bubble. Remember, they just slipped out. They had just slipped out, and then he gets fully finished off by the Xset trio. And they also find loot now. So this is all, again, falling in the favor right now for Team Ronaldo.
They get rotating zone as well. You talked about it last game, Monster. Are they marketable? Right now, they are. They got such a good zone coming off Stark that they needed, and they won with it. They now get a bit more zone favor. Skittles is leading ahead, and this is a good spot to be in for this team. This is a really good spot. They're on a nice layer. They're on front side. They're in the builds. They have 0 eliminations, only 58 above Storm Surge. Centered, Edgy, and Commandment controlled the lobby and brought it down for that first Storm Surge threshold, but everyone else was here to play. That team is now gone. A Minish falls. That's your 8th place team. They have now fallen fallen as well. Unless Walkman is still up, that is massive for Ronaldo, but this rotate is everything. If they get caught, if they get held, it could be their grand finals done for as Ronaldo actually going aggressive on the walls. They've got this player box.
This is it.
Ronaldo's going in.
No.
The shockwave comes out. He's someone else's box now. This is not what he wanted. Ronaldo has lost control and he needs to react. He needs to do something massive to push forward. He had the focus skin in front of him. They're all three alive. They're back together. That was actually a decent play. They get back to front side and they're all together. I can breathe again.
And they're only 80 above, and Walkman's going to find a couple elims. Walkman is holding on to dear life here for his qualification spot. He's also finding eliminations. Can Ronaldo do it too? They're only 45 above. They were just 12 above. They are teeter-tottering on that line. Players have to go down now, and finally, it's enough. They do have some damage done, just enough to stay alive in this game, but the rotations have to come through. Ronaldo is struggling under pressure right now, and no, barely heals himself up to stay alive in the game, but he has tilted his way off into the zone here. Can he get back in just in time? And no, he gets pumped in the face. He's down. He's out. We don't know if they got enough points. I don't know if they got any, actually. That is so rough. It is going to be up to the standings and up to everyone else now.
I think they only got about 3 placement points this game, so we have to see where the 7th place holds. So right now, you have eyes on teams like Stroud, Strep, Lazar, Summer, Legidian, and Typhoon. Those are the teams that can really jump up right now. Aspect, Zunis, and NPen, they're up there. They're 3rd place. They're pushing right now. They're going to try and jump up into 2nd because Daymir and Reverse are out. Commandment, Sense, and Edgy are out. What can this team do? Bully goes down in the feed. He was top 8 as well right now. Slick goes down. That's the full capitalize on their team. Aspect has the purple pump, and he's looking to ruin some dreams right now. And just like that, Carey's team is done for. That is it. That's their heat's over right now. But Aspect, Zunis, and NPen are looking
Typhoon!
so good. That's Typhoon. That's your team right now in 10th place. Aspect is doing it right now. This is exactly what Ronaldo's team needs to see. These teams have to fall for them to still qualify. And Zunis and NPen are now pushing forward with the same aggression.
Yeah, definitely, and they're still continuing the push here. They're still looking for frags, and they're going to find some here. Strobe's still in this game as well. He's going to find Oliver, and all of a sudden, we don't know who's going to be able to qual here. It is so close. Everyone is changing up the narrative, switching up the stories. Is it enough? Can people be held down at this point? On high ground is a brand new team that we haven't seen before. And yes, Strobe is still alive right now. Gets chucked out into the zone. He is also fighting for dear life right now. Still staying alive in the mix of it. Kind of pretty much hiding in the mix of the builds.
This is so many solos trying to clutch up for their team right now. Summer is in this. They were in 10th place. They're only a few points behind 9th. They can jump top 8 if Summer can keep doing this. If he can somehow hold on, he takes down Shark. He takes down one of the biggest sharks in the lobby. Summer is down there. He is doing things. His team is cheering him on, and no, he falls down to NPen. Stroud is in there as well. Stroud happy to try and clutch up for his team now, but he has the focus of high ground. He's dropping down. What can he do? Stroud was so bare bones. He was on the back foot. He needs something big. He takes down Zuni. Stroud's in the box. This team has a chance to qualify. They're in 9th place.
Oh, he's going up.
Stroud goes
he
up.
shockwaves him out.
9th place team. He is solo going for Hyde by himself. He has his team on his back, and no, he falls, but was it enough?
I mean, he mixes it up. He's definitely throwing his hat into the bucket for first place right here. He's trying to do his best now, but Frosty's up on top. This is a team that's trying to just find their best. It's a 3v2 situation, but they do have a little bit of high ground. The baddest shockwave sends them flying. No, it's not looking too good. One's going to go down. It seems like the other is as well. And there you guys have it. What a game from a perk to Spark G and Mommy SR4. Talk about a 14th place and then a big jump up. I don't know who took home those bottom 2 slots.
We have to have the analyst show us what happened. That was just... I can't breathe. The excitement is too much for me. This isn't even grand finals. That was just heats. We have to see who managed to win the heat today, but then we're going to have to find out who qualified. Top 8 is all we were talking about. Grand finals tomorrow is going to be so exciting, but which team going into grand finals managed to take the first place? And of course, it was Commandment, Censored, and Edgy with 218 points, 2 victory royales, and 88 eliminations, where I swear almost 15 was in that last game there.
Such a good game, but oh my gosh, one of the closest heats we could have called for. We knew Heat 2 was going to be something special when we saw the lineup, and my gosh, did they perform here. They brought everything we could have actually asked for.
Heat 2 brought the heat, that's for sure, because we still don't know. We know who won, but who's that top 8? Where are they at? Did Ronaldo pull off the Cinderella story? Summer was going for the solo clutch. Stroud was going for it. That's your 9th and 10th place team, both trying to do something big. It's just, oh my gosh.
Hey, there's nothing more dangerous than a team with their back against the wall that literally has to clutch up, and everyone was doing so much there. Ultimately, though, like, final words, Ozzy, before we get out of here.
Just phenomenal. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I don't even know anymore.
All right, guys, take it home. Here's Monster Defense, Ozzy, and hope you guys enjoy the heats. Stay tuned for more grand finals. Analysts, take it away.
Let's go, MDF. Let's go, Ozzy. Great cast on the day. And, of course, a big congratulations to your overall winners, Commandment, Edgy, and Scented. But the big question on everyone's mind is which trios made it into the top 8. They called it correctly. Summer had that incredible run, and he's fighting for a way into that top 8, but did he make that? We'll take a look at the standings together, and you gentlemen can unpack this for us. Walk us through line by line.
All right, first place, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. 218 points after a nail-biter last game. They still hold the top spot by a mile. Look at that point difference between first and second. And that second place team is Aspect, Zunies, and NPen. 1 Victory Royale, 60 elims, 187 points.
I know third place, Exit Trio, still having a really good game in the last one. 8 eliminations, 5th. You know, they were trying to claw their way up to the second place slot, but Aspect, Zunies, and NPen just popped off too hard. In 4th place, we have the TNA TRIO of Day, Miro, and Reverse. These guys picked up 2 Victory Royales, but let's get over to the hype page. We flicked before I was ready. Who is qualified? Summer, Legendian, and Typhoon managed to pick it up. Summer with a huge clutch in the end game there, managing to pick the qualification slot. And again, Ronaldo, Skittles, and Zum also securing that qualification slot. Very close in that last game, 100%. They went down 13th with 1 elimination, so they only managed to claim 5 points that game, but still managed to secure the qualification. Without that, they wouldn't have.
Summer just pushed on the whole wave. You saw my face coming back to cameras. I was just flabbergasted by the desperation of every solo player in that game, including Stroud, who was trying just 1 elimination. The point difference for qualifying for 8th was just 1 amongst the trios. 1 elimination per each individual that was in that end game. Summer did it at the very end. Ronaldo got to survive too with Skittles and Zum, enough to where they got points to keep their slot just by the hair of their teeth, if that is even a saying. My mind's everywhere, but all the way here on this next phase down to 16th, we have our wildcard teams, including Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy, who I would say is one of the favorites to win a match that has that type of format.
I would put their name in a hat in that kind of final game. When it comes to picking up the Victory Royale between all of the teams who play 9th all the way down to 16th, they are my pick. But, you know, I really just want to look at those teams that qualified. Zum, Skittles, Ronaldo, fantastic work for them throughout the 2 days, performing very, very well. Summer, Legendy, and Typhoon, again, huge clutch in that last game. And then it's a real shame for Walkman, Cozies, and Diminish. The last game just did not go their way. They ended up going down early. And unfortunately, you know what? They just missed out on that slot purely based on that last game. Could have clutched up, but unfortunately missed out.
Yeah, and that the other thing too, there was one trio that I thought would have been a one-hit wonder, but Good Guy Nani, Posed, and Trap were actually really good after their win. Got a few seconds overall as well, you know, here and there in day 1 and day 2. So very good to see how these guys played out in heats. I'm excited to see what they bring forward to us in these NA East Grand Finals.
That's right. Now, don't forget, guys, we had all of these other heats to take a look at. But real quick, let's remind each other of the predictions that we did make. Remember, these were the trios that we had kind of called coming into yesterday's game, day 1 of the competition, the first 6 initial matches. And now, after these 12, Shio, you had Exet Trio. Walk us through real quick.
Okay, did not get first, but had a very good showing overall for the day. We see them at that big number 2 spot. Just making sure that's right. Yes, it is 100%. We just saw the standings too. They played very well. Best low ground team, I would say, in this entire heat, just off of a performance in the heats. I want to say that maybe they'll have that top spot going in grand finals, but as Ozzy's prediction shows as well, Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K are in there as well. They're going to be, you know, having a little bit of space control there too on the low. But Reese, I think you should be the predictor of the hour, honestly, of this whole FNCS with the amount of number 1s you've had, my man.
6 predictions, 3 firsts. That's a record better than some of our heat winners we've seen so far. All I'm gonna say, but it's not about me. Commandments. No, it's not about me. Commandment, Centered and edgy, fantastic performance over these 2 days, really clearing ahead of second team. They kind of solidified their victory in day one, honestly. All they need to do is just play more consistent here in day 2, which they absolutely nailed. Their last game, they were just keying everyone, 12 eliminations and 21st place.
Monster D-Face was actually predicting into the future. He has predicted what I would say is possibly the wild card match winner of Chap, Coop, and Who Fishy. I feel like his prediction will still come true. I'm not saying that's actually what he was going for, but that team had some good showings all the way. I don't want to put words in his mouth, right? I'm trying to play both bases safe. We're trying to make sure Big Monster's eating happy. But hopefully, I feel like Coop, Who Fishy, and Chap get there all the way at the very end.
Do you know who Monster D-Face is? That guy is just like, he just is Nostradamus. He sees the future.
That's true.
All right? He's already called it. But now we're going to take a step back. Let's go ahead and take a scan across all the remaining heats to get a good picture of what we can expect heading into Grand Finals tomorrow. Remember, 2 days of Grand Finals will kick things off here over in Heat number 1. Jamper, Booga, Avery, they just hung on so strong. They went into day 2 as the number 1 trio, and they just continued that for the last six games. I'm very excited to see them compete tomorrow.
Yeah, they have Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, though, right there beside them with 3 wins, 231 points. I mean, not as many elims. That's an insane difference. But we saw in the quals when these guys were in the same heat together, they played very well, sometimes better than that number 1 slot.
Yeah, and moving on down to our 6th to 10th, we see Divine, XNB, and Foppy. Then we also got Zexro, Calc, and Macwood managing to come through and clutch up, getting that 7th place slot. Great for them to manage to qualify up as well. Wouldn't be an FNCS finals without these guys at all. Cosmic, Doe, and Suesu also making the qualification there in the 8th slot.
Absolutely. Cosmic being one of those, always have to remind people, World Cup qualifiers that ends up playing and then going into trios, playing well here today as well. Over there, we talked about these guys yesterday. Slacks, Acorn, Jack, 340 points.
Do we say anything else?
I'll tell you what. They had a game. You know what? We've run through their placements. They had a game where they went 26th. So one match
it's possible.
that they didn't manage to get top 10. So that, their placements and their kind of eliminations they've had over the last 2 days have been absolutely insane. 6 victory royales, so many games into the double-digit eliminations at the same time. Just incredibly consistent.
Oh, and actually, Mega Riverson and Doves end up taking 6th place, qualifying in there. So more action, more top names qualifying overall. KJ Rop at 7th and his trio. 8th is Graska Postic, except Marevs and Neon will be there too in 7th with 41 elims on that trio, 42 for the 8th place team. And once again, a 10-point, almost 9-point differential between 8th and 9th for Heat 3 was kind of a lost race.
Yeah, it would have been tough to clutch. You need a really large game for Philip, France, and Vig there to kind of catch up to get into that qualification slot. But moving over to Heat 4, we've got in first place Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. Another huge victory of 6 victory royales here, 87 eliminations and 253 points. These guys, we've already gone through it. We did a package before that last game. These guys just know how to play the high ground. They know how to claim it early on, maintain it all the way through, and just completely dominate, having a 50% win rate. 50% win rate in the heats.
Unknown Caster and Smacked there too. This was one of those heats that had Retail Row have 6 teams drop there, and they were the best team to make it out 5th place overall. So let's see if they can claim it in Grand Finals. Over here too in 8th class, Eclipse and Crims lock it in all the way there with 131 points. Sis Luckily, Lord NM, and Gandhi as well in 7th. Both those trios end up practicing sometimes together too. In 6th place, we also have that trio that qualified, and oh my goodness, it's just a bunch of trios in all these heats. It's the top 8 now. We have just the wild card match ahead of us, and past that is Grand Finals.
The stage is set, Fortnite fam. I hope you're as hyped as we are. Gentlemen, before we say goodbye, quick final thoughts.
I'm excited and I'm anxious and I'm trying to make them go into words, but my thoughts, but they're not going there because we're seeing teams with 6 wins in different heats, and we're seeing insane things happen game to game, and for some reason, somehow, it's going to get even better. I don't know how to quantify that.
I don't either. The hype here in the heats was so good, and I really want to see kind of how some of these teams who are dominating each of their individual heats play when they're going against each other, because, you know, you can't have two different... Well, I was going to say you can't have two different teams pick up 6 victory royales each, but technically you could. That would be incredible to see, but the likelihood of that happening is very, very low. So, you know, these teams are going to be going head-to-head tomorrow and the day after that, and I just can't wait to see the results of that.
Expectations are so high, Fortnite fam. Tomorrow, we are back for Grand Finals. 3 big notes. Wildcard, Halloween, Grand Finals. Don't forget, be here tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you guys. Till next time, and till tomorrow, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.